Okie dokie. We'll send the thingy. New, send the new announcement link in a second, and then we'll get started.
Oh no, they're trying to get you to sing now.
What?
They're trying to get you to sing now. They were trying to get me to before, and I refused.
I don't think I'm very good at singing. I think like part of being good at singing is listening back to yourself and kind of practicing like in front of a mirror, basically. I don't think I have that set up. Anyway, we'll let people come on, and then we'll get started. Gosh. Let me see if I can grab an apple real quick or something just to get my some kind of something flowing in my bloodstream.
Well, I guess that solves the did David eat question.
I did not. I tried to get someone to deliver me something, but it hasn't gotten here yet. So I just found a banana and an apple, and I'm basically a monkey. You know, it's not so bad being a monkey. If anything, we could probably be a little bit. We could probably all use a little more monkey in our lives. You know, we want to swing from trees, pick some berries. I think everyone likes to talk about how great it is being a human, but I don't know. You have a monkey. If you have a banana, it doesn't, being a monkey doesn't feel so bad too, you know? I don't know if anybody's seen that video of how the queen would eat a monkey where they open it up with a knife and a fork without peeling the banana with your hands. All right. I think we can probably start soon.
All right. You want to reopen the VC spam channel?
Oh, was that a good idea last time?
I'm not entirely sure, but people seem to like being able to post their GIFs.
Okay. I have opened it. We have the VC spam channel is open. Did people see it? Yeah. God. Kind of scary. I'm I have to look away. It's like looking into the sun. Okay. Anyway, I think we're about leveled out. Cool. So thank you everyone for coming. This is the MidJourney weekly office hours. We basically talk about what we've been thinking about lately, what we're working on, anything that's upcoming, and then we just kind of answer questions for a long time. And yeah, let's get started. The main thing that we've been thinking about lately is the release of the next image generation algorithm. We have a release candidate that we're fairly happy with. We still need to nail down the exact aesthetics of the new system. And then we also we're like a little disappointed in the upscaler. Like we feel like we're gonna need a new upscaler because like the low resolution images are so detailed. The upscaler is like not really able to maintain that level of detail. Even though it's like the current upscaler, it's no different. So that's something we have to think about. We're kind of starting to work on new upscalers too. We don't know if we'll release a new upscaler with the new model or just switch it out later. One thing for sure is like I'm kind of tired of having like 12 upscalers, so we will like have them all on there, but we might not necessarily put like 12 buttons underneath every high resolution image of like, for the upscalers. I think we need to figure out like a better user interface there. It's not scalable. It might just be like something under the slash settings. Like you pick your default upscaler under slash settings, something like that. We're in general, we kind of have to try to think about how to reduce buttons on the interface because at some point we want to like increase the number of images that people are working on. Bigger batches. We have to try to figure out new user interfaces for that. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna need everyone's help to figure out the new style of V4. We haven't decided yet. Like we kind of have three options. We might release something that's like really vanilla, meaning like it doesn't really have much of a style, like doesn't have as much of a innate style like V2, or we're going to kind of choose something that's kind of like the existing styles, so it kind of feels consistent, or we're going to just hold back on releasing until people rate enough images, and then we will then use the ratings to help establish the base style. So we're not exactly sure what we're going to do. We're still kind of tuning that last part to see like how good is something we can get. But no matter what, we will be releasing like a giant rating uh, community activity. And the way that we're going to do it is we'll probably ask people to rate images that are like not human generated. And so like they'll just be like the AI trying to find its style. It'll be a really interesting. We're kind of trying to build this new. The problem is when it learns from people, it can kind of converge a little too much. And so the system needs a divergent effect. And so what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to have the AI kind of seeking out new styles on its own, and then trying to use people to kind of gauge like what might be a good direction. And then that way it's a little bit more like there's kind of two ways to run this, right? One way is to it has a style, and then people over time it takes feedback from people, and it kind of reduces the scope of the style. But the problem is, we just don't think that's a good idea. We want it to be like broader than that, and so we think we're going to basically have it kind of push out, where it's constantly trying to push out and find new things that people like. And we're going to see what that does. I think what that'll do is it'll lead us to like a much more diverse and flexible style that's like more artistic, a little bit less photorealistic, and more beautiful. Um, so yeah. I mean, I think unfortunately it's important that we get it to try to explore new styles a little bit without people, and then also with people, and then so there's probably going to be like, but I think right now because we don't have a great way of encouraging people to do really weird stuff, and we don't have a way to find it, basically we need to basically have it try to make it weird stuff, and then get people to kind of grade it. Um, Yeah, I mean, you'll still be able to do realistic things, but I don't, um, I don't think we want the default style to be realistic. I think we want it to be more broad than that. And then if you want it to be realistic, you can put the word realistic in the prompt. Um, and yeah, I don't think we're gonna have a photo mode. I think it's just gonna be one mode, and if you want it to be more photographic, you put the word in. And that'll simplify things a lot. We're gonna start off with probably like batch 4, and it'll be very similar to the current stuff. And then we're going to upgrade it to do bigger batches and faster speed. It's mostly like an infrastructure issue. So we're going to try to just get something out that's sort of simple that people can play with. And then we're going to upgrade it a lot, I think, over the next few weeks. And then there'll be probably like I think there'll be like a V5 that comes in a much more predictable way than a V4, because the V4 is not fully scaled up yet, and it's not fully tuned, and there's a lot of obvious areas that it can still be better. I mean, it's pretty startlingly good, I think, but there are a lot of areas that it's basically the V4 stuff is a totally new code base, and this will be the first version that we ship on that code base. And then, but because it's totally new code base, it's built to be much more scalable and have more iterations. So I think the gap between V3 and V4 will be much, much longer than the V4 and V5. If I had to guess, yeah, it'll be like, yeah, I would hope that the V5 comes like 30 days after V4. Um, and it's hard to exactly say what's going to happen there, but like I guess what I'm just saying is that the V3 to V4 gap has been really hard because we got, I think, distracted by the sort of test and test P models, which I think are kind of a fortunate dead end. And then we also got We had to basically build an entirely new code base. So the new code base has honestly been going on for something like 8 or 9 months. So V4 is in some ways like an 8 or 9 is like the first version of a series of models that have come from 8 or 9 months of infrastructure work that's been happening in the background of what everybody's been doing. So we're pretty excited about that. Um, yeah, let's see what else. Yeah, so we're gonna try to show something as soon as we can. There's gonna be this big group like style thing where everyone's trying to help it find the new styles. We're going to um we're gonna need a new upscaler, but I don't know whether we'll ship with it early, like earlier or a little bit faster as a follow-up. Um, we'll be faster. It's going to be better at images. It's going to be better at words. It's going to be faster. It's going to like understand like more. It's going to understand language better. It's going to be able to get multiple details right better. It's going to just have like if you give it a huge list of animals, it's going to know more animals. If you give it a huge list of weird words, it's going to know more words. It gets details right just in general. I would say it's generally more detailed and it gets details right. So uh I would say yeah, we haven't really been able to test all possible topics, but we do yeah, we haven't really tested. It's hard to you can't really test a model like this in terms of like all the possible things it can do. But we do know that it knows it will know significantly more words and concepts than any previous model. It will be able to it'll get details. It'll be more detailed. It'll get details right, and it'll be able to get multiple details better. I think that's a fair, quick summary. I would say it's just we don't have the sense of the final aesthetics, but whatever the final aesthetics are, I think it will be significantly more beautiful than anything that we've made before. So um, yeah, that's the main thing we're working on. It's kind of blotting out everything else. Um, it's the most important thing. The second thing is that hopefully, next week or so, we'll set up a new billing thing. So that way, we'll have the $10, $30, and $60 tier. We're gonna try to throw more things in $60 tier. I don't know how much we'll get in there, but like things like we're gonna put the private thing in there. We'll call it stealth, and we'll probably put a bigger queue in and more fast hours. And that'll also replace the enterprise plan. We'll let people buy a yearly plan up front for like 20% off. And we're gonna change the way metered billing works. Because we find I liked metered billing because the idea is you only pay what you use, but it confuses the fuck out of everyone, and it's been really frustrating. All like a huge amount of support comes from the metered. And so what we're gonna change is we're gonna let people like buy basically buckets of fast hours outside of, basically like it'll be like, hey, you've used up to your 15 fast hours. You can buy an extra 2 or 4 or 10 by clicking these buttons, and then if you click it, you just buy that amount of fast hours, and it's on your account. We don't really want to have people that aren't subscribers. So what we'll do is like those hours will when you pay for those hours, they'll roll over. But in order to use those hours, you'll still have to be a subscriber. And the reason for that is that the subscribers kind of create like a stable business for us. Um, and that's important. Um, yeah, so I mean, what that means is that the metered, like you kind of will, like the metered will charge you exactly what you use, and this potentially will like charge you for more than you might use. So what we're gonna do is we'll drop the price. So we'll probably the buying extra fast hours will be cheaper, but you'll be buying buckets of them. And that way when people also get their billing, it'll be like, hey, you bought this bucket, and people know what that is. Whereas the meter billing is it just confuses so many people, creates a huge amount of support issues for us. And even though I thought it was really cool, it just seems like it's a bad idea. So I think we're gonna move away from that. What else? We're gonna try to do a recommendation feed soon. Like, so we'll have like a front page, and then we'll have like a recommended sort of page. We One of the goals of the recommended page will be to show you images that are not as highly rated, but that you have a high probability of liking. And so the goal of that is to like surface more obscure images. And we hope that is good for people. And no, there's still relax hours and fast hours are in buckets now instead of metered. Um, and then sorry, what's lost my train of thought. Can't look at the chat while I'm talking. Um, yeah, we're gonna try to do a recommendation feed, see how that works. We have collections and testing, but I'm not sure if we figured out exactly how we're gonna like put out those sort of different features. The web creation thing is in a middle ground right now where we're like happy with it and not happy with it. We're probably going to like change the design up a lot more and simplify it still before we expand that, but our hope is to expand that. Um, in general, we don't have a ton of people on the web stuff right now, so like will be I think next month will be a month where we have a fuck ton of features released on the website. Um, so next month is going to be a good month for web. This month will be the month for V4. And so, yeah, this month the biggest thing is V4. Next month the biggest thing will be on the web. And then there'll probably be a V5 after that. Um, what else we got going? Mm, yeah, and then we have like another beta that's sort of unrelated to all this stuff that will probably start inviting people into in the next 30 days. That's kind of unrelated. So there'll be like another cool mini product announcement. And I think that's it. I feel like I'm always missing something. I guess I'm always missing the things that I'm not talking about, I guess. But we're gonna try to figure out some way to like add more free stuff to the 30 and $60 tiers to give extra benefits. And we're trying to figure out basically like what kind of cool free stuff we can give away. We don't really want to be making too much. We don't really want to be making too much money, and some of the V5, V4 stuff will drop our costs. So instead of like, we're thinking of basically like what kind of cool stuff can we start to give away for free and like add to the plans. So instead of dropping the price, our current thought is like we might stick with 10, 30, and 60, and then just like basically add more stuff to each tier as our costs drop. And yeah, and we're gonna try to figure that out. We'll probably do some surveys on that actually to get a sense of what the community wants most. Like originally I thought I already want more fast hours, but people wanted like faster relax mode instead, and so we did that. So sometimes there's kind of some counterintuitive stuff about what people like. Um, yeah, there will be some 3D stuff and some animation stuff, but all that's like further out. So I'm not really talking about anything that goes past a month or two right now. Um, yeah, so I guess that's probably it. Let me check my food delivery really fast before we go into questions, just to, sorry, basic human needs. But ancient, you can start queuing up the first people. Okay, no, it looks like I've got 20 minutes till the food. So whenever the food gets here, I'll have to get up for a second and grab something. But um, yeah, cool. So let's do some questions.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yep.
Hi. So yeah, I just want to start with the obligatory. Thanks for MidJourney. Thanks for doing these office hours. This is a really cool community that you've created. We all really appreciate it. I'm speaking for myself, but I'm sure, speaking for other people as well. Um, so yeah, my question, I've been pretty, I guess, surprised at the general lack of image prompt capabilities since Stable Diffusion came out. Like you can kind of like do like a rich man's image prompting by doing textual inversion. But that's kind of the only image prompting application since Stable Diffusion came out. So my question is, what are the technical challenges involved with allowing for image prompting?
The stable diffusion model wasn't really meant for wasn't really meant for multi-prompting or for image prompting. It's kind of just like there's a lot of it's not really meant to be flexible, so it was a huge step backwards in flexibility. And so, even though it's open source, um, we're ditching all of that we're probably ditching we're probably ditching anything within a mile of that code for our new stuff. So all the new stuff will have image prompts and we'll have multi prompts and we're gonna have wide aspect ratios and we're gonna add a ton of stuff. So in general, the issue was like it's a cool model, but it's like very inflexible and it's like hard to it's a cool model, but it's very inflexible and it's basically not possible to like build the types of products we want to build off of it. So um yeah.
Interesting. What are some of the ways that it's inflexible? If you don't think it's too technical to talk about.
It has like a way to encode it has an encoder for text, so it can like encode the text into a vector which can then make an image, but it has no encoder for images. So it just
Hmm.
it doesn't have an input for images. Like so and there's no way to get the image in there. And so um there are some ways that we tried to get it to work, but it's very fussy in an interesting way. It's hard to describe, but it like doesn't like being told to do kind of other things that are outside of its original design. Because some of the details of how it was trained. Like some models are really kind of fuzzy and guidable, and some are very fussy. And so that one's it's very fussy. It's very fussy, I would say. It's hard to describe, but it just has to do with like the way that the fit. It has to do with a lot of details around like how the fit, like how it was trained and the exact architectures and yeah. So I mean, this is one of the challenge. I think one of the cool things with open source is it gives people a base to do experiments on. And the bad thing about open source is that it's not really being built in a feedback loop with a community or a product or a use case. And so for us, I think we just need to go in a really different direction in order to build the stuff that we want to build. Like we see that people care about, like the community really cares about image quality more than they care about the ability to run it on their machines and resolution. And then that like leads to totally different models. And people care about like doing the image prompt stuff so that it needs like a different thing to be able to encode the images. People care about really short prompts. So like having a bunch of algorithms for that is important. So yeah, there's a lot of details. I I'm excited to see all the experiments people are doing in the open source community, but um our stuff is about to get really different, like almost unrecognizably different from that stuff. So I think that'll actually it'll be hard because like we can't like look at any open source papers and use it. Like most of the papers will become incompatible with our system. But our system is going to become really good and really flexible and really fast and really huge batch sizes and really high image quality. So I think that and for the things that everybody is asking for, it's going to be really great. Which is kind of the goal, right? The goal is to have a community and to figure out people want it and to make the thing that people like, make the best thing we can based off the feedback, and then keep iterating.
That's super cool. I'm very excited.
Hmm.
Yeah, one more quick thing before I go. I don't know if I'm missing something. Is there any kind of like written documentation from these office hours, just like like a bulleted list of your updates or something like that? Because I usually can't make this, and I'm sad that I'm missing the updates.
No, we would like to do it, but I think we haven't had a volunteer group of people to write up notes,
Hmm.
and I'm too busy to do it. So if somebody wants to write up notes, and sometimes there are people who do it, that's fine. I'm not super comfortable with like recordings because I don't really want people to try to take me out of context. And it's
Yeah,
hard to be
yeah,
like recorded for 4 hours straight, and still be really open the whole time.
yeah.
So
True.
I want to maximize for openness instead of for sort of sensationalist stuff. But yeah, notes are great. So anybody who wants to take notes, take notes. Um, and,
Cool. Yeah,
uh,
I appreciate it.
yeah. Um, yeah, I would say that like we're not we're not ditching the open source stuff lightly. We tried really hard to use open source stuff as long as possible, so that we could kind of make our stuff compatible with the stuff that everybody else is doing. And we put time into it and so much time into it, and then we just kind of decided like, look, we're just not going to be able to build the stuff that everyone really wants, having to basically go off of the backbone of stuff that people that other groups are making that open source people are basically making in their spare time. And it's great stuff, but it's like it's very different than what you have when you have like a community and you're looking at the exact things that people need, and then you have the compute to like make anything you want, and you have a team that's like constantly working on it every single day, with lots of infrastructure. So yeah, I'm really excited actually for this next version. This next version is going to be it's going to be big for us because it's to be honest, like MidJourney stuff was usually like half and half open source. Like 50% we'd grab all the best open source stuff we could find, and 50% we'd like add a lot of interesting algorithms and like tuning and thoughtfulness and user interfaces on top. And so we basically have to ditch all of that now, but it's also like for all of the challenges that that poses, it also poses a lot of opportunities because we can basically build exactly what we want and exactly what the community is asking for in ways that we just couldn't before. Um, yeah. Um, yeah, people kind of ask me, they're like, David, how can you compete with somebody who has $10 billion or 1,000 employees? And, it's kind of like a weird, I would say, as somebody, as somebody in the technology industry who regularly competed with people like Microsoft and Facebook for 10 years, it turns out that um, that the number of people that was it eight women can't make a baby in 1 month. And then on top of that, like there's all the things that money can buy and there's all the things that money can't. And it just turns out that like having tons of people and tons of money is actually not actually the most effective way to build something. And it's kind of counterintuitive. Like you'd hope that more people could do it, but there's this really interesting thing that like people, the effectiveness of an organization scales effect like basically logarithmically with the number of people in it, and or the logarithmically with the amount of money. And what that usually means, it means that like 10 times as many people might only be twice as effective. Or rather, you might only be able to get twice as much done with 10 times as many people. So like a company that's 100 times bigger might only be able to get 4 times more done. And in many ways, they get things sound slower because they can't sort of shift as quickly. There's like a lot of mass of people. And so very often, like an inexperienced entrepreneur will try to raise a lot of money because they can be like, look how important I am. I have a lot of money. Or they'll try to hire a lot of employees. They'll be like, look how important I am. I have 100 employees in a building. But it turns out that like neither of those things actually lead to great stuff. So I think the challenge, I think that like the thing that people should actually be proud of is like how much they can get done with how few people and how little money. You know, it's like saying, look at how big of a pyramid I built with 1 million people and $1 billion versus like, hey, look, I made this pyramid by myself type of thing. And it sounds weird. It's not about like an ego thing. It's more of like you actually build better stuff that way. It's really hard. Like I would say this is a problem that I feel really passionate about solving, which is that like large groups are basically not effective and large amounts of money basically don't buy you anything. And so the question is like how as a civilization can we fix that? Because we do have a lot of people. We should be able to figure out ways to work together. But right now it's not that effective in large groups. And then we have actually a lot of money and lots of money can be pooled together to fund things. But then the problem is that lots of money is actually uh, not that effective. And so one of the biggest challenges of civilization and something I feel very passionate about is trying to figure out how to let people come together in bigger groups and be effective and allow resources to pool together into bigger pools and be effective. But right now, yeah, it's definitely it's something that actually like destroys startups as often as it helps it, maybe more often. Like in Silicon Valley, you very commonly hear about companies that scale too quickly, and then like all of a sudden 90% of the staff are people who weren't have only been there for a week and nobody knows what's going on anymore. Or you hear about people who raise so much money they get like 4 different teams working on the same thing, and then they start competing with each other and getting really toxic internally, and like um, lots of crazy stuff start to happen actually. Um, right now, if we get too much money from like our user base, we're just going to figure out stuff to give away, you know? So like we made the relax mode a lot faster. That just loses us a lot of money. When we drop our costs more with V4, we're going to just probably do some combination of like bumping up the number of images people can make on each account, and then also like trying to give away other cool stuff for free. Um, yeah, there's a lot of weird situations where like, Apple makes a lot of money. So what they do is they buy back stock and like the money evaporates and it like does some weird financial thing. Whereas like they could just lower the margin on their phones, you know? They could make a cheaper phone, or they could like have a slightly more expensive battery or an extra camera. And the thing is like people don't, yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like people often they try to make more and more money, and then they give more and more back to investors, and they never really make the product better, or they never really like this. It's kind of weird. Like it leads to a lot of weird dynamics. So we're trying to do something really different here, and I don't know. That doesn't mean that we would never raise money. Like maybe one day we do need the community does need $1 billion, and so we'll raise $1 billion. But right now, I can't think of anything that we need for that. Um, right now, so we're definitely not focused on any of that stuff. Um, yeah. Um, People certainly do try to offer us investment right now, but we usually are just like, what do we do with the money? And people, no one's given us really. It's been really hard right now to get compelling ideas for what to spend it on. So we've been kind of just like we can already hire people, we can already develop features. We have like a giant supercomputer for the new models. Um, and so we kind of have everything we need to basically push the boundary for the next 6 months. I think there is a chance that if over the next 6 months we grow so much that like I don't really know what happens if we grow for 6 months like crazy. We're certainly gonna have more money, so that's I guess okay. But I think what's more like I don't really know what I've run companies before that are the size of MidJourney, with more engineers and similar amounts of users, which was like Leap Motion. I haven't run anything that's 10 times bigger. So if we get 10 times bigger, it'll be an interesting growth experience for me to kind of get a feel like what's it like to have a, you know, 30 million person thing or something. Um, so it's going to be a bit of a journey for all of us. But I would tell people that like we are going to like we are going to do some really crazy stuff. It's not just going to be like we're going to do bigger and better image models, but I think that the Quest is, a little bit bigger than that too. So that'll be an interesting thing. Usually for the current, like for MidJourney as a lab, I usually say the three themes are like reflection, imagination, and coordination. And I think for the current product that people are using, it's kind of like exploring, manifesting, and transcending. And so we're kind of trying to branch out on those themes and get more of that stuff. Yeah, no, we're not looking to try to get acquired. It's not really fun to get acquired. Anyway, I'll take more questions. Sorry, bit of a rant. Hopefully this is useful for people.
From Berlin. It's beeping, so I think you can hear me.
Yeah.
Just for context, I will not be using Stable Diffusion because I have a 6-year-old laptop which doesn't even have a graphics card. So I'm very thankful for MidJourney to allow me to play around with. And over the last 20 days, I've generated over 3,000 images and over 150 different topics. And one thing which really, really bothers me or makes it really difficult is choosing colors. I'm not a native speaker, so most of the time I don't even know what the colors are. And to give you a German word, which is bunt, I just want different colors. So I have figured out two situations, and I worked through the prompt chat with the help of your amazing team, and we boiled it down to that we can do no teal, no orange as the best option to get something as in color. So either I usually have a color scheme in mind and I would love to be able to give hex codes or even RGB. I would do that because I don't know the names of the colors and I cannot put them in the color prompt. Or I would love to be able just to have like a chaos setting, a style setting where I can just say just this, but different in different colors. Is this something which is doable, or could this be done? Because in many cases, the results we get back from the prompts, even if we do variations, sometimes are so stuck on the colors, and it's very difficult then going through iterations. I at one time had 100 different iterations of the same image prompt just to try out the different colors, when in case I could have just said do bunt.
Yeah. So there's kind of I think there's several things we're going to do here. One is the next version of our model should hopefully just have more diverse styles in general. So I'm hoping it doesn't converge on like the kind of two color bias that the current one has. So hopefully that'll just be better. The second thing we're going to do is we are going to add at some point really powerful color control tools. And I don't know when exactly we're going to do it, but it could be soon. Basically we can only kind of work on one thing at a time on the big model stuff. So we've been trying to work on having like a new stable base and moving away from all the open source stuff. And so but once we have that stable base, we know exactly how to add really sophisticated color controls. So we're going to do that. We've debated about ways of doing this, like how much, like I could ask you this question. When you want to set a color, how much of it is that you want to set like one or two colors versus that you have like a whole palette you want to set or a more complex color scheme?
It's usually going to be a color scheme in what you also do with, if you go on Pinterest and just search for color scheme, you see the typical five is already a lot, but you usually have like a range of different colors and you would like the image to be in these kind of colors. Let's say pastel, but this type of pastel, or this is where you have an image and you say, I like this image, I like the colors of these images. And then you would have to manually choose which image colors you want, because that's not always as easy. But let's say I have like five or even two or three, and then just have the system go through that and use these colors as if I had said, please make it brown and beige, or please make it pink and red, or something along those lines. Because then it would result in something of a different color. And this is why I mentioned the hex codes. If you can just give hex codes, then you can choose different colors. And also on the back end, when I said randomizing effect, I don't really care what colors is take. What I love about MidJourney is to be surprised of the output. And in many cases, that could be just choose three different colors from the colors of the hex codes, just randomize three colors and give me outputs with that. So that could be the randomness.
Yeah, I like the idea of a color chaos mode. I have to think about how to do that. Right now, the current models, they see almost color before they see form. Like it's kind of, yeah, so humans that kind of see edges first, and then they see like the brightness, and then they kind of see color last. But the AI model is almost the opposite. It sees color first, then shading, then edges. So this is one of the challenges between our current models and like the human perception. Hope we can change that at some point, but because it sees color first, it's a little bit harder to. There's probably a good way of doing it. Let me think about a color. I think there is a way to do color chaos, but let me think about that. I think that's a good
And just to
request.
give you some additional insight, I ran variations with images, different images, just with color coding or just with coding. And I found that it actually depends on the topic of the image, if MidJourney is going to take the colors from this image or not. So it's not a reliable thing to say use an image source, because it sometimes will take the colors and sometimes won't. So this is why I say I would like to set the color. And in reality, I don't even want to set the color. I just want it to be bunt. So to be a variation. And as I said, that even if you in the background had something like you had a full list of potential variation of what it could take, just take a style, just pick a style, just run through it, and that would be fine for the big first step.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, this is one of those things that I talk about a lot, and people sometimes they wonder why, like what I'm on, and I'm like, we're gonna make crazy color controls, and everyone's like, what color controls? I'm like, no, it's all like, because like we actually used to have it in some of our earlier versions, and there's something delightful about like using unusual colors with even just normal subjects. It's like this huge other dimension of like artistic expression. And I'm like very excited to bring the color controls back. So we're gonna.
It's the same. It's the same with the styles, as in if you had an
Yeah.
internal way to do just this one, but different, and that would be. I'm already playing far too much in MidJourney for this, but this would be a small additional question. Sometimes when I have my results, and I usually work in the V3 mode because I use 16:9, which has the higher ratio, which you cannot do in test and test P. I want to upscale. I want to upscale the image and have just that because I want to use it for print. But usually when I do upscaling, it adds and changes the image so much that in the end I often cannot use it. Is there a version to tell it just upscale it, but just make it bigger, make the sizes bigger, and not change stuff?
There's the up beta mode where if you use slash settings, you type the up like beta upscaler. That one will not change things very much.
Okay.
And then the light upscale does it a little bit more, and then the regular upscaler does it the most. So
the guide would be to run through the variation once you find something, go beta upscale to get the best and biggest result.
yeah, beta
It's
upscale will
not
give you both the biggest and also the one with the least modifications.
okay. That's good to know. Thank you very much.
But we're gonna. I hope the new versions will do the big aspect ratios again, and then they will also the default upscaler will keep things more similar. If anything, I think people will say with the new models, they're going to say the upscaler is not detailed enough. Like I wish it was more detailed like the original image because it won't be able to keep up with the level of detail. But yeah, whereas right now it's kind of the opposite. It's like it adds too much detail, you know? So it'll be really interesting to, yeah. Those are all the suggestions I get for the moment, but hopefully all of our next versions are basically going to be exactly going in the direction that you're asking for. So I'm happy to hear what people ask us to do, things that we are already really wanting to do. Thank you.
In most cases, that is actually, I just, for example, did winter in the snow and holy berries, and then the upscaling added wrong details in the end. So I had a good picture, but the picture then was made wrong again by the details. So this is the kind of stuff when I say we just want to be able to do it bigger. And unrelated to the MidJourney itself, you mentioned you want to grow so big, but also you don't necessarily want to take startup money. Living in Berlin, I understand the notion behind it. Can you tell us what is something we as users can do to help you as a company the most in progressing? Like what beta tests could we do? What is something you really could use our help on so we could give you feedback and input of how to make MidJourney better for you?
I mean, just keep doing what you're doing, like asking questions on giving us feedback on the office hours, throwing things into the feedback channels. We read all that. We're going to do these rating systems. The new rating systems are going to be more complicated, but are going to help the system more. And then we're going to be adding more new areas to help. Like we're going to have more of kind of like an exploration mode where people can help us find really new and weird things. And one of the most important things that AI is going to need people to learn from is like what is beautiful and what is new. Because yeah, I mean there's obviously like a lot of people who just want like we don't want it to just be like pretty photorealistic image of a supermodel or something, right? That's kind of boring, not really what we're about. And so helping people kind of push the boundaries of like the aesthetic boundaries of like humanity and then helping it learn from that. I think basically will let it be like more and more creative and more wild and imaginative, and that'll be a really cool thing. Obviously you can always like bring more people in, like just sort of spread the message that like, I like to think that there's a lot of implicit messages in the MidJourney, like that there's a cool future in front of us, like there's this rich past behind us and there's this cool future in front of us, and that's why it's called MidJourney. But there's something like I definitely. I mean, I'm not just working on this because I like making pictures. I'm working on this because I think that it can have like a really positive effect on people in the world. And so, even if like you're just helping either to spread that message or help make that world better, like anything, it's all positive and in the mission. And yeah, anything we can do to make the community better too. Like it's tough as we get so big. We really want to also keep it really positive. And so I think we need maybe more feedback from the community sometimes about like, how do we keep it really welcoming and positive as we grow? Because we're already like the biggest server on Discord and we're in kind of an unknown territory. And so I've been trying to figure out lately, like, how do I make it better for people, like, for everyone, Yeah.
Thank you very much, and good night from Berlin.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go grab my delivery food. It's gonna take me probably 3 minutes at least. And then I'm going to let Ancient do a quick moderator question panel. So for all you people who want to know why boobs are banned, now is your chance to ask. And hopefully better questions than that, please. Like, what's it like to be a mod? What do the mods see? What do the mods do? What's the like? Ask some cool questions. You can't, you guys. You just bring anyone up. You can make it chill. Bring a few moderators up. We can take maybe 5 or 10 minutes, even like quick moderator time. We haven't done that before. Don't just ask about boobs, please. Ask about how, anything. Don't ask them all to sing. Moderate a rap battle. Okay, wow. Chaos, I'm going to leave you with this, Chaos, okay?
All right, let's see what happens. Any mods on want to come up and talk and answer questions with me? Feel free to. You have the ability.
I'll be back in 5.
What is my day job? My day job is this. I am the Community Infrastructure and Support Manager at MidJourney.
Hello there. I am another moderator. And generally speaking, like in the moderation team, we all have different day jobs. Chaos is a bit of an exception. Most of us are volunteers. Oh, hello.
How do you report users to mods? You can ping us if there's an issue in the channel or just DM us usually.
Partying on stage now. Maybe agents could sing for us.
No, I will not be singing.
Oh. I'm a database administrator for a local government.
I'm an actuary, so mostly just Excel nerdery.
Fractal is an Excel wizard.
Yeah, if you've seen the really cool chart with the upscale sizes and everything, it's magic.
He's been helping out with some of the word banning stuff and made an amazing sheet for us that is honestly insane. I can't comprehend it. The average day in the life of a MidJourney mod. I think that varies from mod to mod.
I did see a question come up. Someone asked, should I report nudes I get unintentionally? And the answer is, if you consistently see a word that is giving nudity that should not, let us know so we can pass it on to the team so that can be fixed. If you're making images and you get an accidental nude, react with the X react. If you have questions about how to do that, please ask in one of the support channels. We can certainly walk through doing that. It's a little different on mobile or desktop. And that will delete the job. That way it doesn't get flagged by someone else. And then you end up in the mod queue. And then we have to try to figure out if you were trying for it or just got unlucky. Most of the time, if we see just, an image or two, we're not going to, hunt you down just for that. Like, we have better things to do with our time. We know most people aren't out causing any trouble. And we're not trying to be rude or disrespectful. We understand you get accidental nudes. We do too. We are working to fix that. I think the new version should be more reliable about not accidentally giving nudes, but it should do a lot better. And so hopefully that won't be an issue coming up. But if you do get something, you can right click on it, select cancel job. If you're on mobile, tap and hold, select cancel job. That will delete it, as will reacting that X emoji. And that will clean it. That way you don't have to worry about reporting it. If you see that word consistently producing problems, then do report that word to us, but you don't need to report particular images.
As soon as Zed started talking, cat girls. What will I do with all my extra time once word bans and restrictions are lightened? That honestly won't add a lot of extra time, at least on my side.
All right. Should I give you all a few more? Are all the mods furries? You have to answer it.
No.
Not all of them.
Absolutely not.
No, no.
I think we do have a lot more furries than NFT billionaires, though.
Very true.
Cool. Should I do questions, or do we have more people to want to ask mod questions?
We can go back to David questions.
So
I've still
you
got a
have
queue.
billionaires? Yeah, we have a furry billionaire as a moderator. Yeah, no one will say who it is. Actually, I think I only know of one furry billionaire. I think Vitalik, the guy who make Ethereum. I think he's a furry. It's interesting. I don't know if everybody knows this, but they say that furries are the natural enemy of crypto. Like they're sort of the two, it's like some people say there's only two. It's like you're either a furry or you're crypto. It's like there's only two cultures left in the world. I thought it was like this. I like taking things extreme is kind of funny sometimes, actually. Um, we used to joke that if the too many NFT people like bothered us, we would make a furry council that has to approve all NFT projects. And all the NFT people would be like, "Oh God, no, please don't! Like, please, for the love of God, don't make the furries judge us. Anything but that." And then all the furries would get really excited. Yeah. Anyway, let's take some more questions.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Hello.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Casper. I'm also from Berlin, and just as a first thing, I would like to because I had the same issue and it really bothered me. There is like one thing that will help her for sure is something called DeepL. It's a translator, just like Google Translate, but I think it's much better because it gives you more options and gives you sentences in which the words are used in, so you can kind of find out. And the very specific one that she asked for, bunt, translation would be either, I think, colorful or multicolored, depending on what she's looking for. What she was looking for kind of sounded like multicolored to me. And also be careful if you're using that in V3, any kind of color will be changing a lot if you have the stylized very high up. So if you put that very low and then put in any color that you want, it will be pretty much precisely that one color consistently. I also Googled a lot of colors to find out how this green is called or whatever. I just like Google lists of color names for green, for example, and then you will find mint green, teal green, whatever, and then you can kind of get the idea of what you're looking for. Maybe that helps you as well. Okay, then to my questions, David. The first one, for example, let's say I put in handsome man as a prompt. Very, very likely it will be a dark, short-haired white man then. And I was just wondering if it's more of a philosophical thing, that why is the AI doing this, or does it have to do with what kind of images you feed to the AI, or is
Why is
it
it doing what?
literally
Sorry.
just
Why is it doing what exactly?
showing especially white man, but also why the dark hair? Like there's a very specific. Let's say that the AI has a very specific type of what people it likes.
I would say that the way the ratings have affected it is that it's kind of given it favorite color schemes and favorite character like archetypes. So it's kind of like if you ask an artist to do something, but you don't say what color they should use, they might use colors that they like. But then if you tell them that it has to be in black and white or blue, they'll do that. And so the way it currently works is it kind of tries to give you images that it thinks the community will like. If you don't tell it exactly what you want, and then as you give it more detail, it'll just sort of let that stuff go and then just do what you're saying. So that's kind of how it's worked right now. We've also kind of set the settings so that it doesn't give you too much variation within a single batch. Because the current version is not, I would say, consistent or high enough quality to give you 4 very different images where there's a likelihood that you're going to like one of them immediately. So what we try to do is we try to give you 4 images that are sort of similar under the hope that like we kind of guess everything right on the first try and that you like one of those 4 images and that you're immediately good. So I think those are all various things. If you're asking about like specific, yeah, it's probably less about the data set and it's more about just the ratings right now. Yeah.
For me, it's more of a philosophical question because at some point I
Mhm.
was even like curious what beauty is because of that, and then started typing in ugly people. But like put something like smiley or likable to it, and all the people that were created still look very beautiful to me. And I was just, I don't know, it was kind of interesting thing of what MidJourney thinks what beauty is, and I was wondering, yeah, where what beauty means to MidJourney. If it's like symmetrical stuff, even try around with that, like doing something asymmetrical and stuff. But yeah, just so it's
Yeah,
more
I
of
mean,
a
one thing you can try is
David.
on the V3 one, you can set the stylize to 0, or I forgot to, no, it's to 625, and
Yeah.
that will like reduce the image rating effect on it. So you can also play with that, and you might be able to get a better sense of how it's affecting things. And as you drop the stylization, the stylize parameter down, it will also like if you ask it for something ugly, it's more likely to give you an ugly thing.
Yeah, I wasn't mad with it. I was just curious on why it's doing it. I mean, I very much like the results.
Yeah, the reason mainly is just that like the average person comes in and they just sort of say something like dog or person on the edge of a cliff or like something that's very vague. And then we kind of have to build it so it kind of has like reasonable defaults and beliefs about what people like. And then it tries to fill in the blanks. And then we try to make it so that like as you put in more details, it kind of falls away with its preferences. But it never in general I found that this makes people way happier, like on average. I think one of the challenges with V3 is that the human ratings also actually taught it to make not just things that are prettier, but also just like more correct. Like for example, like sometimes it would have a really distorted face that was like unrealistically distorted, and people didn't like that, so it stopped doing that. So it was kind of a mixed bag. What's definitely going to happen with the newer versions of the system is that even without ratings, it just gets details right. And so probably what will happen is we're going to leave a larger stylized range where people can kind of push it all the way down to not having any preferences. The problem is actually like sometimes not having any preferences, like sometimes you want to give it some really basic preferences because like by itself it knows very little. It just knows what images look like. And it turns out that like random images are not actually what people like, you know? So it's kind of hard to say with the balance. Like that's why we let it go to stylized like 600, not stylized 0, is because stylized 600 has very little effect on it, but it still like knows some kind of obvious things that it couldn't have learned from the data set, from the images. Like it won't do anything really terrible. But I don't know. Yeah, it's an interesting philosophical question about I mean, I think it's obvious that artists should be able to make whatever they want, you know? But it's not just for artists, for regular people too. And a lot of regular people on here are just trying to have fun and almost do like art therapy where they're just trying to kind of think through the images they're making. Like I saw somebody who was doing Maltese dogs in heaven. I asked like, why are you doing that? And they said it's because their dog just died. And they didn't know exactly what style they wanted or what color, but they wanted to see a Maltese dog in heaven and they wanted a
Yeah.
beautiful picture of that, you know? And I think that is kind of what it probably should be by default. But I do think over time it makes more sense to have like versions that are more and more raw, I would say. Where like a raw mode where maybe like if you ask it for a picture, it gives you an ugly picture. You have to be like thoughtful. It's like not easy, it's a little brutal, you know? But it's more of like a you know, it's kind of like a lot of expert tools, you know? But we've definitely I think we look at like how people use it, and I think right now probably the most important thing for us is how do we get somebody who makes 100 images to make 1,000 images rather than how to get someone that makes 10,000 images, 100,000 images? Because like the psychological impact for people in that sort of early domain is so profound that we really like to, like what might have happened was somebody said dog and they didn't like the dog, so they left. But they said dog and then they like the dog, and now they kind of get more creative and they start making weirder images, and it brings them this like it like changes their life, So it's kind of a dual. I think it's one of the challenges of MidJourney is that we kind of have those dual. There's like a dual desire to both like makes the most expert thing possible, and then while also to make something that's like really just sort of profoundly beautiful for a regular person, and like create imagination expanding.
Then I have another question regarding the website.
Mhm.
Most of the images you will find on the website are in portrait mode and not in landscape format,
Yeah,
because they just show up bigger, I guess.
yeah, it sucks.
I
We
was
really
just
want to
wondering
fix it. We just don't have anybody to fix it.
Okay, so it's more of an like you need an idea on what to do about it, I guess.
It's not we know how it should look. It's just that we need like code that will lay the images out properly with the different aspect ratios. And usually that code is a lot more complicated.
Yeah.
Because like you'll have like a panorama stretching across two columns, and then you'll have a portrait stretching across two rows, and so it kind of has to like solve for a layout on the fly while still trying to keep the better things higher up and that are getting higher ranked. And so there is some code that does it, but like we just haven't like it's not super easy. It's something that we absolutely should do. I would say
I mean, one
it's
very easy way of
extraordinarily
doing it would be
there wasn't
splitting
an
it.
easy way of doing it. Yeah. It is extraordinarily important that we de-bias away from portrait images, I would say, in the next 2 months. But I don't know if it'll be 2 weeks from now or 2 months from now.
One very easy way to fix it, which is not the nicest way for sure, but would be just to have two pillars basically, one for portrait, one for landscape, and have them separated by the rating, so they're not. If it's a landscape mode, I mean, then you have the square ones as well, which is kind of.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. I haven't I mean we could definitely do an aspect ratio filter. That would be pretty easy. Like in the upper corner, there could be like a square, like a vertical, rectangle, and horizontal. And if you click one or the other, it just filters all those. That might be a really easy thing we could add. That might be it. And I'll talk to our web guy about this later. He's in Australia, so he's not up yet. Well, these are good. It's good thoughts.
Last question. I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, you mentioned something like that you're looking for people to rate images. Did I understand that correctly, or was it wrong?
We have a rating system, and we give away free fast hours for it. So the top 1,000 people who rate every day get a free fast hour. We
every day, even though I'm not rating a lot of images.
What's that?
I get that every day. I get the one fast hour every single day, even though I'm not even rating a lot of images.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if
that's
because you said something like that, you're actually looking for people who do it more, so you get more people to rate images. So first of all, call out to everybody, rate more images. It's very easy to get a free fast hour because I'm rating like 100 images a day, and I get that every single day, which is awesome. I always have my 15 hours up.
Well, the rating right now does two things. It both helps us improve the algorithms. It also like powers the front page so people can kind of see the newest cool things happening every day, So it's very helpful. I would say potentially like people you get save your rating energy up for this weekend because we're going to ask everyone to rate a fuck ton of images for V4. And that's going to be the big moment actually. I'm very excited for the V4 rating because it's we desperately need ratings for the new system because we find that right now if we put the old ratings in, it kind of holds it back. It almost sees some of the old images. It's like, oh, people like distorted images. I should distort things, which is not necessarily what we wanted to learn. So We're gonna need a lot of ratings for the V4 release. I'm very excited and anxious about what that's going to do. It's very obvious to us that the new system has a broader range of styles. And so we're trying to figure out like how do we create the broadest range of styles for people to rate from at the beginning to kind of give it a sense of where to start with its preferences, you know? Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see that. Yeah, for V4 release, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna render a lot of images that were not made by people. So what we'll either do is we'll re-render. We're either going to re-render prompts that people have already done. So like one thing I might do is I might take like the top 100,000 rated images and just re-render them. And then I'm probably going to do like another 100,000 images that like an AI algorithm made where it was just trying to make weird images, like the weirdest possible images. So that way we can try to get it to learn both from like prompts that people already like and weird things that nobody's made before, which hopefully is like the kind of stuff people will make when they have a new system. So that's going to be, I'm very, very excited for that. Yeah. So that'll be, yeah, I don't know what to do to get, I mean, we know every time we like do an at everybody for ratings, we get way more ratings. So we might just at everybody for 3 days in a row to get more ratings. I'm not sure. Or maybe we'll do like a big prize for the top. I don't know. We don't want to give, yeah, we're trying to figure out how do we, yeah, we're not really sure. We're not really sure what to, we're cautious about like rating that, like giving the top 10 people sort of like an extra benefit because then somebody might try to spam things, you know? So we don't really want that, but yeah, I think we'll just add everybody. Every time we add everybody, we get a fuck ton of ratings. So we'll probably just add everybody for several days in a row and just, it'll be cool for people because it'll be like a way to preview like what V4 might look like. Without, you know, right before it comes out. Yeah. Sorry, it's my quick ranting on the, it's like one of the biggest things that one of the biggest unknowns right now for the new release is basically what it will look like once we collect ratings for it.
If you're looking for anybody to rate it, I'm free time at the moment.
Oh yeah, we'll just look. I would say wait
for the weekend if you want to. Just hit me up.
Yeah, hopefully you'll see it. We'll add everybody. I want to say it'll be this weekend. It could end up being Monday. It's gonna be like somewhere around that Friday to Monday. I think hopefully we'll ask people to just rate a ton of images every single day. We'll bother everybody. So yeah, I'm really excited for that. Anyway, we'll keep taking some more questions.
Just a quick thank you to Brendan MC, by the way, because you just broadcast us. Awesome. Thank you. I like your images as well. Bye-bye, David.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, good to be back. Thank you. I had a question about V4. I'm definitely excited to hear about all of the discussion today. Color palettes, definitely. I'm tired of seeing like pink, cyan, and gold when I prompt characters. And I love the idea of a color chaos because I don't want to have to like keep changing my prompt over and over again. It's nice to just like re-roll endlessly, which is, I don't know, it's cool. So yeah, I'm excited about that kind of stuff. And along those lines, I was also curious about quality with V3 and the quality parameter. It just seems like a really nice way to control how minimalist versus maximalist you want something. I mean, I know that with V3 specifically, it can help with coherence sometimes, but I would imagine for future models, it's probably going to have less of an impact on the coherence part. So will there still be a quality parameter since that also kind of controls like how quote unquote detailed an image is in the, shape language sense of the word?
I'm gonna test this more after the call, but so far it just looks detailed all the time. And if you want it to be less detailed, you'd probably say I want it to be minimal or something. Or if I want to be more detailed, I say super detailed. But right now,
Yeah.
by default, it just looks detailed all the time. Kind of like one of the higher quality things. You might just have to. I'm not sure if changing the number of the quality thing basically just changes the number of steps in the algorithm.
Oh,
I
okay.
So far I haven't seen, and our older version had a lot of effect when you added the steps. I haven't seen that have as much of an effect with the newer stuff, but I'll have to check. If it does have an effect, then we'll have it as if there is an effect, we'll add it as an option, and if there is not an effect, then we won't add it. You know what I mean?
Yep. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know. It just kind of it makes me think about the future, kind of in a design philosophy sense of what future settings should be. Because it makes perfect sense to me that you would try to get away from test P, creative versus not. Um, and but at the same time, like it seems like there's some set of parameters where it's useful for it to be separate from the prompt itself, and like minimal versus maximal is maybe one of the better examples that might interpret it as being distinct from some style, but it still seems like there could be cases where just using that word can kind of throw off other things that you didn't intend. Or like color chaos is a really good one, where when you prompt certain styles, that influences the color more than you want, and so if you had a color chaos or a color anchor, then you could override some default style, but then essentially mark the style as controlling the shapes or the forms, or the rendering or something of the image instead of the color as well. So yeah, I don't know. I've just been thinking a lot about what how can you steer the image going into the future with better and better models. What are good settings to have, because I feel like they should probably lean more towards aesthetic settings rather than technical settings. I don't know. I
Yeah,
think
I
you've
think there's like a
thought about that much.
philosophy. I think that's actually somewhat of there's a formal thing for it. I don't remember what it's called, but it's like kind of like the 12 dimensions of art. And there's things like color and lighting and like lines and detail. I
Mm-hmm.
forget what the 12 dimensions are, but it's like a thing.
Yeah.
I heard people use it in the
Rhythm.
office sometimes. And so one
Mm-hmm.
could imagine like our goal is to eventually, I think our goal is very much to have like word inputs, image inputs, and then potentially some of these decomposed factors that you can manipulate separately.
Cool.
And so the decomposing is a really important feature that I think we want to do this year, but I don't know exactly when it'll hit. Like,
Sorry, can you elaborate on the decompose? There's like a couple different possible
the
meanings.
idea
I'm
of
just not sure which
the
one you mean.
idea is that you could set like we usually we talk about it in terms of anchors. Like, I want the colors of this image and
Yeah.
the
Okay.
style of
Cool.
this image and the composition of this image.
Mhm.
And I usually think about it in terms of like grabbing something from an image, like grab the style from this, the composition from this, because that way people don't have to figure out the words for it.
Mhm.
I think for things like style, like obviously a slider doesn't make sense. There are certain things that where a slider might make sense, like detail might be
Mhm.
might be one dimensional.
Mhm.
Color could be, I guess it'd be kind of it's 3-dimensional, right? You have kind of a color picker, or maybe more than that because you could have a set of colors.
Yeah.
So some of these are like sliders, some of these are pickers, some of these are references. I haven't totally figured out how to do it. But I think basically our goal is to have some kind of fancy interface for that.
Cool.
We're gonna do a
Yeah.
lot of fancy interfaces. Everybody who thinks that the future of this is a text box is not. It is not.
Yeah.
Like the
I'm excited about
text
that.
input is incredibly important. It's not that text isn't one of the features of all user interfaces, but I think it would be a misstep to say that that the future of the interface is just a text box alone.
Mhm.
Like language is probably the single most powerful user interface that we have. But there are other things that could help us think better, you know? And so I think it's about how do you help people think and speak in images effectively, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally agree because the visual cortex is very nonlinear, but text is linear, and so it's just a weird mismatch. You know, the farther you go, the deeper you go, like down the rabbit hole. The farther away you are with those two things, I feel like. So that makes perfect sense.
Oh, the 12 dimensions, I guess they usually call them the elements of art.
Yeah.
That's what it is. The elements of art. It looks like it's 7 to 12, depending on how you who you ask.
Yeah, I guess what I've been thinking about a lot lately is, you know, people are trying to get specific looks, so then they will start in V3, and then they'll remaster up to test, and then they'll demaster down to V2 or V3, and then they'll upscale first, which is a very important step, and then remaster into test P. You know, like just some like 5 or 6 step process, and really, like it's not like it's just a means to an end. The end is that they're after a really specific look. So I've noticed the same thing. Like I stumbled upon this look just kind of messing around with mix mastering or what have you, and I thought it was amazing, and I got good compliments from people and stuff about it. But but yeah, it was one of those like weird 5-step processes, and I tried to recreate it and I couldn't, and then I realized, oh, I didn't upscale after I made the V3 image before I remastered to test P, and you know, just like weird esoteric stuff like that. And so I was just thinking, like, really, if there's some way that I could control the aesthetic beyond just like having these 6 steps in the exact right order, that would be awesome. And it just makes me think that the future of this is more in the direction of like really being able to hone in on a specific aesthetic and like lock it in, or split it up into 3 elements and lock one of those elements, but then adjust one of the other ones. You know what I mean? Like weird stuff like that, I feel like makes a lot more sense than coming up with like a 6-step workflow of like switching between engines and stuff like that. So
Yeah, we don't really like the user flow where people are switching between engines, and I'm happy if you can get what you want. Like the most important thing is that you get what you want. But
yeah.
in terms of like, is that a good user flow that we want to encourage? I would say no.
Mhm.
The most important thing is you're getting what you want of the system, but then we do think that it should be as simple as possible to get what you want.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I think an anchor system would help a lot with that. That's at least what I use like remixing and engine swapping and stuff for, is basically as a way to control like the kind of informally set anchors, and then also control shape language complexity, because it just doesn't have enough complexity with the shapes a lot of times. So then you demaster to V3, or if you need to like reset color because it's shifting due to gamma bugs or whatever. You know, there's things like that are just kind of a means to an end, when really like you just want to control some aesthetic property that you don't currently have control over.
Yep, I agree.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's all I had. So thanks so much, and still loving MJ. It's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All
Hi.
right. Hello.
Hi there. How's it going today?
Good.
How's your food?
It was just a smoothie.
Oh, a smoothie, an apple, and a banana. Is that it today?
Yeah, I've been trying to I try to have like very like forager lunches, like nuts and berries and bananas and fruits, and a
Yeah.
smoothie. I would not prefer a smoothie over like full nuts and berries and everything, but I just didn't have to. I think I ran out of nuts and berries, so all I had left was a banana. So I got an apple and a banana smoothie. Yeah, it's a little bit more sugar than I should have, but I need to like go stock up on my forager things.
Yeah,
Um,
get some protein in there
why?
too.
It's like what's that?
Get some protein in there.
Nah, I don't like protein for lunch. I don't know why. I do
Oh,
like
well,
protein
nuts.
dinner. I've been doing
That's
like
where
I've
your
been
nuts are
doing
for, though.
Oh, that's true. The nuts are protein. Yeah. I don't really know what goes into food. All I know, yeah, I just try to, uh, I don't know. Yeah, it's like as you get, I don't know if this is like a getting older thing. Like I would always hear old people be like I don't eat greasy food because it makes me not feel good, and I never got it when I was like 14, and now I can't tell if I'm like if it's that I'm getting older or if I'm just like literally more aware of how food has an impact on me, like as a
Right.
human. I think when
Right.
you're younger, like you just feel good and bad sometimes, and you don't know why, and then
Yeah.
you realize like it actually has something to do with like your food and what you did that day,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, I think
Uh,
kids don't have a lot of choice over what they eat either. Like we just put stuff in front of them and expect them to eat it, or they get it served again for breakfast.
yeah, I got that a lot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to imagine. Yeah. So I'm just yeah. So like my no meat lunch, my vegetarian lunches, and then sometimes the meat dinners. I don't know. Sometimes like yeah, I've been actually like stopped eating meat. This is stupid, unrelated information, but I stopped eating meat for like a month or two, and then I ended up like I think I didn't have enough iron, and I basically got an iron deficiency. It was like my June was not a productive month for me. I got COVID and twice and an iron deficiency. So for people who are vegetarians, like make sure you're getting iron in your diet and vitamin D. It will fuck with you.
Absolutely.
And I think it's like
Absolutely.
30% of people in America have either a vitamin D deficiency or an iron deficiency. And you can measure it
Yeah.
in your blood test, so you should check it out.
Yeah, definitely. Makes a big difference.
So what's up?
My question for you, I've heard you mention a few times being low ego. And I was just wondering, like, what does that mean to you and how is that part of your life? It seems like different groups use the word ego kind of differently, and so it's a little confusing. But I was wondering what your take on it was.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. Um, I would say that some people want to be great or to be seen as great, and then some people like I think sometimes it's a question of like whether you're how much of your actions are about wishes for yourself versus wishes for others, and
Mhm.
how much of your desires are about desires for yourself and versus desires for others. So I think for me, I mean, like I want to have fun, I want to have cool people around me, but I also kind of like, but that's not really why I do things. Like, I would say, like, how do I explain this? Like I do want the world to be better, partially so that I can live in that better world, but partially for everyone else too. Like there's this weird element, like I think when I was a child, I I kind of had this. I would always ask questions like, "Why aren't things this way? Why aren't things this way?" And I never really got like satisfying answers. And obviously, this is these in hindsight, like whatever for the reasons. But as a kid, I kind of interpreted this as like, man, it feels like that most of the adults don't care.
Yeah.
And I as like a child who felt like that the adults didn't care. I kind of eventually felt like that most of the problems in the world came from like adults that didn't care. And as a
Yeah.
kid, I kind of just like I kind of like took like a metaphorical blood oath that like, that all the problems in the world are from people who don't care. And like, I'll take a blood oath, never be one of those people.
Right.
And so part of this is like growing older and just trying to always be the person who cares. And caring is an interesting thing, right? Because caring could be self-care, but it's usually not, right? Because most of the things that you encounter in your life are not yourself. They're other things. I mean, that could be
Yeah.
a Zen question about that, whether it is another thing or not. But I'll say that most things in the universe are other things. They're not me. And I want to care about all the things, and I want to see the beauty of things, and I want things to be awesome instead of not awesome, and I want and I want things to be getting better all the time. And I want people to be happy, and like trying to when I'm caring about all those things, I just kind of end up living a life that's actually relatively pretty low focused on myself. Like, I have to be careful. Like I have to be, the whole like self-care and like getting attention or whatever, all those things. Those are things I care about so little that it's probably like unhealthy. And I have to kind of remind myself like, David, you need to You need to spend time with other people in person because it's good for you. You need to walk outside because it's good for you. You want to like, you know, like you
Get some
want,
sunshine.
like you have to get some eat good food because it'll help you help more other people more. But it's not like but there is an element of just like being very focused on trying to make. I mean, God, it's weird. Like, there's probably some element of it which is literally like trying to make the world live up to my dreams, like my childhood, you know, in some weird way. But then it's not about like my dreams. It's more of just like, because I don't really see them as like my dreams. I'm just like, things just can be better. It's not even about me.
The collective
Like,
dream.
yeah, it's like, I mean, I think, yeah, it's like, and like, I don't know, my best moments as like a leader have not been when like I came up with an idea or I did this thing. It's honestly like when the group is doing really good and like somebody like actually probably one of my favorite moments is like I remember saying to like one of my researcher friends, I was like, "Hey, why don't we do this?" And he goes, "No, that's a terrible idea." And at first I'm like, "Oh," and he goes, "No, this is a good idea." And I'm like, "Oh, damn, that is a good idea." Like, it's so awesome. Like, that's a really good idea. Oh, and you can do that? All right. Like, and it's like,
Yeah.
it's like, because some makes sense about like exploring the universe and about like the universe and to some extent almost like demonstrating its agency. Like, I want to live in a universe that feels alive and awesome and awe-inspiring, where it's like catching me by surprise with its liveliness and ideas. Like, in an idea, in kind of weird world, it'd be kind of fun just to like, to not feel an obligation to do anything, but just to enjoy.
Yeah.
But I think to some extent, like I feel like an obligation to try to make things better.
Yeah.
And I still want to make sure I enjoy the process, but it's kind of not about me. And I think, yeah. So like, uh, where I mean, a counter versions of this would be like a lot of AI people are basically like it is the purpose of man to build something greater than himself that will be the god of the universe and fill the universe with intelligences and then we will be but dust in the shadow of God. And it's like, bro, is any of this about other people? You know? And
Right.
usually no, it's not, right? And then if you kind of
Right.
ask like, well, would you feel good if someone else built God? Like, no, I have to build God, you know?
Right.
Like,
They just want to glorify themselves.
yeah, or like a lot of people, like people don't usually like. There are people who are a lot of people that are like. I was like, I want to be working on the most like I want to be like one of the most important people to ever be remembered. Like a lot of people say shit like that, like at least out here, or like I want to be rich or I want to do this. It's like I want all these things, and like I don't know, it's kind of fucked up. Like I think a lot of times people like I think I'd be careful saying I so much and talking about ego, but there's a good chance that the ego is usually about distracting you from something you actually are unhappy about. So when somebody says, I want lots of money, I want to be rich, it's usually like, no, you just want to feel loved and you've confused money with love.
Right.
And once they feel loved, it's actually not about them anymore. It's about the people around them. And they're not and they're not really so ego driven anymore. And so I feel like a lot of the ego stuff is just confusion around like something that's making you unhappy. Like I feel like a lot of ego is really just people ignoring what's making them unhappy.
Mhm.
And I think once you kind of start to get out of that, like you realize it's not about yeah. Um the rest kind of goes away. I don't know.
Interesting.
I mean, I
So
don't know.
follow up.
In general, it's probably a problem for me. Like I have a friend, a brilliant friend, and he says, he goes, you should probably write a list. Everyone should write a list down of the things, everyone should write a list down of the things you would do if you cared less about what other people thought. And then the things and signaling and the world, like basically, if you like, you should write a list of things that you would do if you cared less about what people thought, and then a list of things you would do if you cared more about what people thought. And then you should probably do some of the things on both of those lists.
Interesting.
And so this is where I can get kind of fucked up is like I think that like in general, I think we should be low ego, but that does but then there's this kind of flip side, which is that like um sometimes if things seem wrong, you need to feel confident to make them right. And
Right.
sometimes the effort, the desire, the action to make things right is the action of an ego.
Hmm.
And this is I had like I had these mentors and I would kind of talk about this. So they like, like I want to tend the forest. Like I want to be like one of the people who takes care of the forest of people in the world. But then sometimes like things have to really change. And then like I have to cut down some trees and put a river through here and do something like it's important to really fix things, And like who am I to like change that to really to do something big to change to like as a tender of nature, like who are you ever to change it? You know?
Right.
Even then sometimes it seems like it should be changed. Like there should be changes. And as my mentor said, it's like well, like, yes, nature is beautiful, but as a part of nature, so is your desire to change it.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah. And so I think there's like some weird interplay there, right? Where it's
Yeah.
like we kind of want to live, we kind of want to like we want to be surrounded by low ego people and we want to live in a world that's not driven by ego, but at the same time, like things need to get better. And like things are largely made better, like most great things are made by small groups of people, or even by single people sometimes. And that and the bravery to do that, to some extent involves recognizing that you are an individual person with thoughts and beliefs that can change things. So I think it's like you have to feel that confidence of I think like the ego potentially as like a source of confidence for change is really helpful. But ego as a source of maybe like broader motivations like about like I'm doing this for me to get money to seem important, like that's all really toxic, and unfortunately it drives a lot of things, and it creates these like zero sum games where like it's like either I'm famous or you're famous. It's like one of us has to win, or either I have the money or you have the money, and that's really fucked up. And I think the problem with that is it's like the universe is not really like we don't really like live in a zero sum universe. We can live in like a positive sum universe where like if I discover a piece of math, like I'm sort of more powerful in some way, but then I can share everybody else the new piece of math and everybody else gains power and nobody loses anything. And I think that like the world is more about like is more of a positive sum universe. Like most of the value that we can get as human beings is value we can share. And most of the other stuff, like where like only one person can be famous, only one person can hold this piece of land, I think that's like a distraction, and it's kind of usually bullshit. It's usually not even real. Like if we really think about it harder, there like is a way for people to get like to kind of transcend that and get beyond those limitations,
Yeah, definitely.
And so it's like I don't know. There's like yeah, it really bothers me. It bothers me that like um a lot of the leaders in the world and a lot of the big efforts in the world are like very ego driven, and partially that's because like power tends to go to people who want power,
Right.
which is fucked up, and money tends to go to people who just care about nothing but money,
Yeah.
and that's also fucked up. And so there is like this is one of those things where it's like right where it's like sometimes change will be caused by people who just want to create change for no other reason, not even a good reason,
Yeah.
They just like, and so I think it's important. It's like important to not cede the world to those people, and to
Yeah.
some extent, like sacrifice a little bit. Like, I am going to have a little ego in order to change things. I'll take that sacrifice because somebody needs to change things, and I'll be a driver of change. Or like, I will be willing to accumulate money so that I can spend it to build cool stuff. Because sometimes you need it's good to house people that are helping a project, like, it's like there has to like, and I'm like willing to take some attention as an individual so I can get a message out there. And I'm probably not doing that well enough, actually. that's something that I think about a lot right now, is that like I don't really write anything, I don't really tweet. Mostly because I don't have time. Like I'm trying to make things. I don't have time to just tweet all the time. I don't know how all these people who are supposedly so productive tweet all the time. It probably means that like somebody else is doing the work.
They've got an employee.
Right. But I guess I need a ghost tweeter. That's the new thing. All the investors are hiring like ghostwriters to do their Twitter accounts. But yeah, it's probably something that I need to like step back sometimes and potentially help with, like to spread the positive messages, because I'd like to think that MidJourney is partially pushing these messages subliminally, but then I think sometimes it helps people to hear the words because words have power. It's part of the whole really message of everything that we were doing here. People are making things out of words because words do have power. But then because of that, we probably need to speak a little more words too. So I'm trying to figure that out still.
Yeah, the balance.
Yeah, sorry, that was a really long answer. Hopefully it was helpful.
No, it's a good answer. It's really interesting. One follow-up question. Earlier you were talking about, when wanting to care about everything and caring about, how other people are doing in the world around you. How do you balance that with not being overwhelmed by the needs of everything? Everywhere you look, there's someone hurting, someone who needs something, who isn't having their needs met.
Yeah, really hard. I think it's one of those things where it's like, I got pretty overwhelmed with this. Like, there was like a time where I feel like I was in middle school, and I felt like I felt so sensitive. Like, I don't know where this was on my general like intellectual, and I don't know, like whatever my development as a human being. But sometime in middle school, I started to feel overwhelmed, and I was like, I can just like see the emotions and the feelings and the thoughts and the motivations of all these people around me. And it's also kind of, there's like all these great things and terrible things, and I just don't know how to think about it or feel with it or just handle it, you know?
You're like drowning in it.
Yeah. And I like went to one of my middle school mentors. I was always trying to have somebody around me that could answer questions. I went to one of my friends and I go, like, how do I live sort of like how do you live with sort of the thoughts and the feelings and all the things kind of like just sort of washing over you and overwhelming you effectively? And my friend said, it's like you live, David, by kind of realizing there's a difference between hearing and listening. And it's like important to be able to hear all the things, but sometimes you have to kind of like close your ears, so that you can focus and think. It's like it's a good thing that you can hear. Like sometimes there's a background music you don't like, and that's okay. You're aware of it, you can think about it, but you can't let it kind of overwhelm your thoughts and ability to function, And so like kind of trying to gain control over your senses so that although you always have the ability to see and listen, although you always have the ability to see and hear, you don't always have to listen and watch. And then this other idea, like not everything that, and then another one that kind of got to me one day was another friend said, David, not everything requires a response.
So true.
Which was like, and I was like, oh, holy shit. Like, I can just not respond to things sometimes, And that was also really like weirdly freeing, even though it was kind of a stupid saying. I remember I had a few people who would say things that, like when people didn't respond, like I didn't know how to handle it. Like, I was at a bar once with Neil Stevenson. I don't even know. There's like this very famous sci-fi writer, and I was just like, "Hey, Neil." He goes, "Hey," and I go, "So Neil, like, what do you think consciousness is?" And he goes, "That's a good question." I guess, yeah. And I was just like, so my mind was just destroyed. I was like, wait, I don't understand. Like, what? Like, he's like, he just didn't answer. He didn't say, he just said, that's a good question. And then just didn't say anything. And it like destroyed my mind. I had like no way to like wrap my head around what had just happened. But it was kind of like the ultimate kung fu move, Like you could just be like, that's a good question. And you could literally be like, is it a good question? And you could say, that's a good question. Like you just keep saying it, like it's this ultimate kung fu move. Like you don't have to, the whole idea that you could just not have to respond to something. Like you don't have to answer a question. You don't have to respond to everything somebody says. Is like a very advanced technique that like it kind of blows my mind still. It's like almost like a little inspiring in like a stupid way because like it is an important sort of like it's like, Neil was probably just trying to have a drink, Like he shouldn't have to engage in that conversation if he's not feeling it,
Right.
And like there's something kind of
He's
so
acknowledging you without doing the work of answering the question.
yeah. And yeah, I don't know. There's something really beautiful about this. So like I try to like I don't know, must get like 1,000 messages a day right now. And I just like I try to skim them and I know I'm not going to respond to all of them and I just kind of have to be okay with it,
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like one of those things. It's like and maybe again it's like an ego, it's a low ego. It's like maybe it's a like it's like it's like you can't it's like you can't yeah, like I know I can't like clean every bit of trash off the road. I know I can't appreciate every beautiful leaf that blows past me. And you just have to be like, okay, the world is bigger than me. And I'm just okay with that. You know?
Yeah. There's a lot of power in acceptance.
And like I know that there's gonna be beautiful things I never see, and I know there's gonna be trash that I never clean.
Mhm.
And like I'm okay with that. And I don't know, it's kind of hard, man. I but like you still want to do things, right? You still want to care, but there's that balance, right? Because otherwise you kind of lose your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's good. These are good questions.
Yeah. Thanks for the in-depth answer. It's a really fascinating topic.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
But I see the next person's up, so I'll sidle on out of here. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
no worries. Thank you so much. I'm just getting over my answers still. It's intense questions. I like it.
Thanks.
Hello, I am the next people. Knuckle was not free today, but no worries. I know I'm not as charming, but I do have the questions in front of me. I'm still reeling myself from the last answers because they were amazing. They took me on a trip on a road, and I wish to go back to, especially the more ego, less ego list. I think that is a very interesting exercise. But yes, we have questions from the shy people. So David, the first one is from Lissy85, and she asks, how will test and test P be integrated? And I mean, I want to add how and if they will be integrated in the next version of MidJourney.
Nothing. In no way. I mean, we may or may not use some ratings. We may or may not use some prompts from test and test P, but we're not going to use it any other way. It's basically done.
Okay. And will you be able to remaster to and from?
For the short term, yes.
Right.
We don't want to like. I don't know if we'll have to kind of see how test and test P evolve. Like we'll have to kind of see we'll have to look at how the usages work when we out like. I think what's gonna like yeah. So I think the idea of remaster is that we'll make remaster more of a thing that like takes whatever image. Remaster, if we keep it as an explicit option, will be a button that makes the image like the newest version.
Oh, okay.
But
Cool.
we're not going to keep remaster going specifically to test or test P.
Okay, so maybe if something happens, will be with remix.
Yeah, I mean, remix is really the more general feature. You can kind of move any version, any other version.
Yeah.
So I think what we're gonna do is we'll keep all the versions at the same time. We'll add the V4. We kind of want to see what happens. Like, I think in general we don't want to remove versions, but yeah. So it'll be interesting to see like once we have the new version, will people still use the test and test P? I don't think I want to say that what'll happen is that will drop to almost zero, but people may still use V3 because it has this sort of weirdly surrealistic like quality to it that the new version might not do still.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to say like V3 to newer stuff is a workflow that will prevail, but I don't think the test and test P will be relevant anymore. But we'll see what happens.
Okay.
So if people kind of, I think I'd feel pretty conflicted. Like if people felt that test P do something that's unique, then that'll be great. If people try to use test and test P because it's like easily compatible with other prompting systems, I will not be as compelled for that, you know. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens. In general, we're just gonna we'll leave everything and kind of see what people use. Like we want to. The way I generally go about things is I go into something with an opinion. Like this is sort of how it's not even an opinion. I go into things with a hypothesis. Like this is what I think will happen, and then I test the hypothesis, and we'll see what happens. So my hypothesis is that 98% of people will move to the new model, and that like the 2% will be mostly on like V3, and that but we'll see.
Okay. Very scientific. I love it. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the next question comes from. I'm choosing to read the emoji here as a surname from Sunny Unicorn, and she asks essentially. When bigger grids are eventually gonna come to MidJourney, how will they fit on mobile? Will that be able to just work in some way? Or should we instead have some way of opting in and out depending on our device?
We don't know how big grids are going to work from a user interface standpoint yet. I think this is one of a challenge that we're going to have to figure out. We at some point, so the current grids are 2x2 pictures, and we think that people want like 3x3 minimum by default, but a lot of people want to do 4x4. And then when people we find that people actually get used to 8x8, like kind of everybody, it seems like 8x8 is sort of the real number that everyone kind of wants once they've had more time with it. It's going to be like a little overwhelming to everybody at first, but it seems like a lot of people just get used to it and they prefer that. So we're going to need new user interfaces for all of these versions, and we don't totally know what it's going to look like yet. But the first version of V4 will just be 2x2, and then the second version of V4 will kind of go to anything-ish. So we're going to figure that out. Basically, that we'll have to do some user interface experiments, basically for the second version. But we're just going to try to get 2x2 out as quickly as we can. So I think we have some really cool ideas for how like a future user interface could work for like ginormous infinite grids, but it's just going to take a while to make. Like it might take us, if I had to guess, we'll have the V4 this month. We'll have a lot of new web stuff next month, and then we'll have a V5, and then we'll have like the beginnings of new and exotic user interfaces in like December, if I had to guess. But it's probably going to take us basically, yeah, we need to step forward in the algorithms. We'll step forward in the base internet. We'll step forward the next in the algorithms. We'll start to do the new user interfaces. And then, so it's kind of to be honest, we're in this interesting situation where the user interface research is racing the algorithm research. You know, like by the time we have a big grid interface, will we be doing 3D? You know, and then does 3D change the interface again? We don't know. This is actually it's really hard for us. Like we're hiring a lot of people right now on the full stack side for user interfaces. And if anybody wants to do user interface stuff with us, like apply careers@midjourney.com and everything. But basically one of our challenges is that the user interface research naturally takes 2 to 3 months to like figure out a new thing. And right now the algorithms are going to change really rapidly over that time frame. So I don't fully know what's going to happen. All I know is that there's probably going to be 2 directions that the field goes in. One is going to be really, really fast, like working with a small, like working with one or more, like working with a small number of images at really high speeds, and working at a giant number of images at slower speeds. I don't know which will win. My gut says is that the large numbers of images will win, because the ability to kind of explore the space of possibilities, like through large numbers of images, is probably more effective than iterating over words. But it's possible that sometimes you'll iterate with some faster interface with like sliders and stuff. So it's gonna be really interesting. The user interface, like I am convinced that the user interface for like digital creation will be unrecognizably different in 12 months, both in terms of software and in terms of hardware. Like everything will be really different. I have no idea where it will be in 12 months. All I know is it'll be unimaginably different from anything that people use today. So we're mostly trying to figure out how do we get there, and yeah, how to build a team for that. You know, how do we go? And I feel pretty convinced that there's going to be new hardware user interface devices. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to make an honest user interface for this stuff with a mouse and keyboard. So I'll probably make some new hardware again. You won't have to use it, but it's like you're going to want to use it. So like you're always going to be able to do like a Discord-like interface. You know, you make 4 images, iterate, make 4 images, iterate. Like, I think that might become like the low tier, or maybe even the free tier one day. Like, I think that's going to stay. But I think that like basically the sort of honest and transcendent version of this is going to be so much faster and so much more like it's going to basically be like something that's beyond anything that we can currently do on any existing device. So I want to get to that, because that's the real shit. Like, yeah. I say this sometimes. I'm going to say it again. Is one of my favorite futurists says that our visions of the future will always lie on a spectrum that goes from honest to familiar. And what that means is that a vision of the future that seems familiar is not really honest. And a vision of the future that's honest is going to seem really unfamiliar. And so what we're always trying to ask ourselves is, what is the honest future of these technologies? And we just want to get to that, even if it means it's going to be really bizarre. So, yeah. I have a lot of experience in building new user interface stuff. I'm very low ego, but there is 1 or 2 areas where I am probably the world expert. So I am probably one of the world experts on the weird user interface side. Yeah,
that sounds amazing.
The guy that was quoting for the futurist is Kichi Matsuda. He does hyper reality. Check it out. It's a really cool video. It's a little dystopian, but it's dystopian because he's trying to get people to not build that future. You know? Yeah. He built this like crazy future where like everything's augmented reality and there's ads everywhere. And then all of a sudden these companies came to him and they're like, "We want you to build that world." He goes, No. I put all the ads in there because I wanted to not have that world. And they go, "Oh, it's great though, ads everywhere." He's like, No, that's what I didn't want. They go, "No, please, but make it." He's, "No, I'm not making it." It's really great. So you make a dystopian thing, someone will want to pay you to make it real.
Yeah, well, I'm watching it without audio and I am overdosing on visuals right now. Yes.
Yeah, Kichi's great. Hopefully he's going to help us with some MidJourney stuff soon too. We'll see.
Ooh.
So I'm trying to bring in all the cool people. We're going to have lots of cool people. But
all right.
Yeah, I mean, Kichi has a lot of really beautiful ideas. Like one of my other favorite things he talks about is that how like the future is not like skeuomorphic, like it's not like minimalistic, but that like the future design paradigm is probably animistic. And most people might not know like the ancient Japanese like concepts of like animism, or like a lot of other cultures too. But it's this idea that like animism is this this kind of spirituality that kind of like imbues the everything in the universe with spirit. Like the rock. The rock has spirit and feelings, and the tree has spirit and feelings, and like the water. And this idea that like as we kind of like as the digital like medium like spills out into the world, and as everything kind of becomes like aware of you and like intelligent, it's like almost as if like we are imbuing everything in the world with like spirit, and like every little thing will be kind of will not will kind of be alive in this very reactive sort of sense. Like it's not just like we're gonna have physical interfaces. The interfaces will be aware of us, as if and our intentions and our thoughts, as if they're almost little spirits. It's a little scary sounding and weird, but it's like as a designer, if anybody here is a designer, it's a really powerful design philosophy where it's like, where do I put all the menus? It's like, well, there aren't any menus. The thing is just trying to figure out what you're doing. It's a little spirit, and it's very powerful design. I don't know if it's true, but I love his thoughts like that, where like these really beautiful, they're very beautiful and empowering thoughts. I try not to go for like true or false, just like, is it useful or inspiring? That's like the best way to grab everything,
Yeah. I mean, it sounds not very sci-fi, it sounds very fantasy. Like you're almost in this dream world where you can make things from mysterious spirits that are helping you. So, yeah, very compelling.
Yeah, it's gonna be scary. A lot of scary. Like I think this is one of those things where it's like everything about the modern day future would have been kind of terrifying to us if we had told it to ourselves 10 or 20 years ago, And so it's kind of like if we want to be honest, we have to like kind of be willing to go towards the unknown and towards things that are a little scary, because those are the things that are probably real, I love this old poem. I don't know if everybody's seen this. This is like a poem that everybody loves from the like in the space. It's called All Watched Over by Machines of Loving Grace. I don't know if this is good or bad. I just love it because it's scary and it's old. It goes, I like to think, and the sooner the better, of a cybernetic meadow where mammals and computers live together in mutually programmatic harmony, like pure like pure water touching clear sky. I like to think right now, please, of a cybernetic forest filled with pines and electronics, where deer stroll peacefully past computers as if they were flowers with spinning blossoms. I like to think it has to be of a cybernetic ecology where we are free of our labors and joined back to nature, returned to our mammals, brothers and sisters, and all watched over by machines of loving grace. It's like really intense. It's really interesting. I have no idea if it's like, the wonderful thing about this poem is nobody knows if it's a hopeful poem or a horror poem. Like no one really knows. Like, and I kind of love that. It's like no one knows if it's like a dream or a nightmare. It's like something really interesting. And it's like I think there's like an honesty to a lot of that stuff where it's like, yeah, like if we're gonna be honest about the future, no one really knows. Yeah, obviously I think a lot of people love to take these things and say like, oh, this is super fucking dystopic. But it's also like interesting. Like it's not 100% dystopic. It's obviously not. It's like, but it's like, and it's emotionally evocative in so many interesting ways, and it's real, Yeah. There's an ancient Chinese saying similar to, was it ancient Chinese saying goes, I'm gonna paraphrase. I'm gonna murder it with paraphrasing, but just to try to make it accessible to everybody. It basically goes, no man on earth, nor God in heaven, knows what to do. It's like instead of like it's like okay, it's okay, And so it's just about kind of like moving towards the beauty and the sort of and like the unknown and not being afraid of it, and just sort of like trying to make like to discover the essence of things. Like nature just going to be what it is. But yeah, sort of. This is me just like yeah. I mean, they don't really use the word God in Chinese so much, so but I'm kind of making but it's like you kind of have to use the nearest possible word, right? But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of like little like seeking the transcendent, right? I mean the future, yeah. Right? We're gonna have two parts of the future, right? It's either like a reality TV show host that's going to be in charge of the world, and we're going to have massive world plagues. Like no one would have believed that, right? It's fucking terrifying. Or it's going to be these other things which are sort of like overwhelming and amazing in similar ways. Like anybody in the world will be able to talk to anybody else, and there'll be like no limit to the amount of information that everybody has access to. We'll have like knowledge will basically be free, and like anyone will be able to make anything, and like like there's all these sort of like they're each unbelievable. Like there'll be the biggest encyclopedia in the world will like it will have like 100,000 authors, and everyone will be able to write anything into it that they want. Like all of this, like there's like two parts of these futures, right? There's this unimaginably horrible future and this unimaginably incredible future, And so, but it's always unimaginable. Like, well, I mean, actually, it is imaginable because people imagine it. But what it is, it's like the collective imagination of humanity is unimaginable to any individual person. And so like what the future brings is always some combination of the unimaginable collective imagination and the unimaginable reality of like the universe, like what is nature and what is physics and what are the things that exist outside of our necessity to understand them. So yeah, I mean, it's really cool to kind of build like a shared imagination with the community like this. Like in some ways, like the community is sort of like this sort of collective imagination of this like giant collective consciousness, It's like fucking cool. Anyway, I gotta find a way to plug my computer in a minute. Why don't do you have any more questions from the community? I'm gonna walk around looking for my charger.
I do. I didn't expect you to get so much mileage out of this one, but
I don't know. I'm enjoying the more philosophical questions. Sorry.
Yeah, I saw it. No, it's great. I love it. So I'm gonna give you simpler ones. So the one of the questions that we have is about our text, and then we have another that's about spaceships. In general, I see that there are questions about so will the next big new model improve on things that MidJourney doesn't seem very specialized on at the moment?
Yeah. I mean, we don't test all of those things, but we do test some of those things. Like, I think I can say some things. Like, I haven't tested spaceships. I probably should. Whatever. It's not on our grids. Like, we haven't tested spaceships or dragons. We don't really test but we do notice that it like knows a lot more animals and it gets a lot more details right. And so like we do have like an animal test. The animal test is like a proxy for sort of how much knowledge it has of random things. Because like some animals are pretty obscure, And it sort of like knows way more animals and it gets all the details of all the animals right. So that's kind of our proxy test for knowledge. And we have a bunch of other ones too, like random objects and things like that. And it just knows more of the objects and it gets the details right. So I think that we can't tell exactly what subjects will be good and bad, but I can probably say it looks like it'll know like at least 4 times as many subjects as like the previous version. So that, I mean, already the current thing knows a lot, but like it's going to know like probably not 10 times more, but like, well, maybe it's 10, like 4 to 10x. It's a lot more.
Yeah.
It's not going to get everything right. Like we've noticed that it doesn't it's not particularly better at like writing words, It does get letters more correct. Like individual letters are looking way more correct now and really good. But like words are not, it's not getting better at spelling yet. We think we might know why that is. So we think that maybe the next version will be able to like write out full words and everything. But it's also a bad thing when it gets words, because sometimes like my favorite result recently was somebody asked it for a person and it did a silhouette of a person with the letter A on their chest.
Oh, I love that.
And then we had another one where it was like a person with like a huge letter A behind them. It's the A person, which is like absolutely not what you want. And so one of the problems actually with text is that it's kind of like a false shortcut to get the answer right, And so sometimes it learns kind of stupid things. It's also hilarious, but it's like not right, And so yeah, it'll be really interesting to see that last part evolve, but we have ideas. It will happen.
Yeah, and people are asking about other things, hands, and all the usual suspects. But I believe the answer is not very different.
I don't know. I haven't tested hands. I'm sure there. I'm sure probably what'll happen is like things like hands that don't work well right now will work better, and it will probably work sometimes. Just how like it works sometimes now with our. Basically, the way it works is it's basically like this. There's like some probability of it working. Like maybe hands work 1 out of every 100 times right now. They do happen, right? And so whatever
Yeah.
that probability is will increase. And then sometimes they won't happen, and sometimes they will. And then over time, it'll eventually be 100% or it'll be almost like 99% of the time, but it'll still probably mess up hands once in a while. So like so it's just that the things will kind of improve over time. And I would say it's not that it doesn't know hands right now. Obviously, it knows what hands are, it just doesn't know how to draw them, right? Whereas there's other areas where like it doesn't know what a toucan is. I don't know. I think maybe it can't draw toucans. I don't know. That's like certain animals it just doesn't know. So you're going to notice it just knowing things in a lot more areas suddenly. That's going to be the most startling. I think that's going to be the most noticeable thing. You're just going to notice it. And it's going to know a lot of stuff. And then the second thing you probably notice the most is like you can specify multiple details and it will get them right. Way more, like 2 or 3x more than before. And then it'll just be like more detailed and to get more details right everywhere. Those are kind of where that's what it feels like right now. Man, I can't find my charger. If my computer dies, I will just switch computers.
Okay. Would you like me to ask another question, or would you like to go back to the live people?
Well, let's go. If you have a quick lightning round, I can do that. But otherwise, let's go back to people soon.
Okay. I mean, you tell me if it is quick or not. Is there a chance that MidJourney will do a store at any point for people to sell their art? And I'm also assuming this means in physical form in any way, or maybe just selling the art digitally, rights, stuff like that.
I don't know. My gut says kind of no-ish because I'm a little worried that like for example, yeah, we could make it so anybody could pay anybody else for rights to their images. And then all of a sudden, like the community comes from a thing that's about exploration to about like financial exploitation. And I don't really feel that. Like that feels bad. I will probably ask people to just sell things elsewhere. You can sell things, I'm more than happy for you to sell things. But I think I might just like move that somewhere else.
Okay.
I think in general, the way that we want it to feel like is we want to make it feel like that the community is a place for people to explore and like that the community is a place for people to explore and communicate and talk and think, and it's not a place to make money. It's like somebody's like saying, "Can I sell bathing suits at the YMCA?" Like can I? It's like no, the YMCA is a shared space where people like have a big swimming pool. You can sell bathing suits somewhere else, but like it at some point then the YMCA becomes like a store shop where everyone's selling different bikinis and stuff. So I don't know. I think I think basically the goal is to make MidJourney almost like anti-capitalist on the inside, but everybody pays a membership fee to keep it that way.
Oh.
So it's like so it's more about like how do we give people as much free stuff? How do we make it sort of as like clean and philosophical and beautiful as possible? And like and then everybody just pays we all pay this membership fee to kind of support that. And then we will do something with prints, I think at some point. We're like looking right now at what we can do for prints for the community in some way.
Okay.
Like I think that there is like I would love to find some way to give people little prints somehow of something, some situations, like some physicalization of things. But I don't know how to do it. I want to do it. If I do it, I want to do it in a way that either loses us money or that is really, really cheap. Like if I say I'm trying to figure out how to do it in a way that's like either loses us money or it's cost neutral. I don't really want to do like some people are like, oh, I'm gonna make the images really cheap and then make money off prints and fuck that. It just feels fucked. I don't know. Like I'd rather try to make sure everybody gets some prints or something. I don't know. So I was trying to figure out some other way of doing it. Yeah. Yeah, people can print CVS. I've seen a lot of people print things nicely. But I think there's like, if we made it like really easy and really cheap, like a lot of people would get it who wouldn't get it otherwise. So there's something special about that. Like, the kind of current themes of the product, I think, are like exploring, manifesting, and transcending. And part of the manifesting is like, what do we do to help manifest MidJourney stuff more into the world for people and make that easy? Because it's like a profound thing. And so we're trying to figure out what ways we can like manifest things into the world and basically in a way that's either like at cost or losing money. And so that's something we're trying to figure out. It's been challenging because like, yeah, most people try to make money off of it, and we're trying to figure out how to not make money off of it. And so it's like it kind of destroys everybody's. Yeah, it's been hard to go around. Yeah, it's interesting. I'll figure it out. We're gonna do a bunch of cool things like that.
All right, I look forward to it, and I think that's it for now. By the way, the question was asked by Darkstar. I forgot to say her name, and yeah, I'll leave the stage to Mandelbrot.
Okay, I'm gonna switch computers because my computer's gonna die, and I'll be right back in 1 minute.
So shall I speak or shall I wait?
David is not on the stage, so I'd say to wait.
Okay.
So here's your minute of me saying, no, I'm not going to sing because David's not here.
Hello. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so I've got two questions. One of them should be a short yes or no question, so I'm going to start with that to get it out of the way. Are we going to get an upscale all button? Because I've asked people around, nobody knows anything.
We're not really thinking about it as much right now. We're gonna make it easier to upscale. I think I don't know. I don't not the moment where we might make things higher resolution by default. I don't know because the problem is upscaling is 75% of our cost right now.
I see.
So we're a little scared of making anything that like makes people upscale twice as much.
Mm-hmm.
Because if people upscale twice
Or
as
even
much,
4 times.
yeah, I mean, so because upscale is 75% of our costs right now, we kind of like, hey, like this is where we're kind of taking a loss, you know. So at least click the button for us.
Okay,
I don't mean it to sound like
sense.
I don't mean it in like a negative way. I think it's just kind of we haven't. The reason why we make it a separate step is because it's so expensive. Otherwise, I think the question is like maybe you just let people upscale, like just upscale everything all the time by default. So I think what we're probably gonna do is, I think it's more likely. We've been talking about this lately. I think we're gonna try at some point to bump up the resolution of the images again. So that way, like the resolution you start off with might just be the resolution you're happy with. And then push to higher resolutions for the upscaling even. But that'll be when we have our faster and cheaper upscalers. So the goal is like if the
That makes
upscaler
sense.
becomes way cheaper, like basically if 75% of our cost is the upscaler and we can drop the cost by 4x, then we can kind of give everybody an upscaler for free, you know, on all the images. And then we could have an even more expensive upscaler past that. So I think that's where we're going to go. Is we're going to try to figure out how to make the resolution just bigger for free, and then we're going to try to make the sort of expensive resolution just higher and higher res. So we've already done that once. So the resolution was first 1024 by 1024, and then we added a 1600 by 1600, and now it's 2048 by 2048. So we've been kind of bumping up that resolution. We also, I guess, bumped up the low resolution too. We went from 256 to 512. So I think we're just going to keep bumping it up in that way. Like the lower will get higher and the higher will get higher. We'll see. I like. It would be interesting. I'm gonna do a poll on this too. I think this is a good question. I've never really asked this question before, which is like, how many people would click an upscale all button? I actually have no idea.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, but thank you for asking.
I know. I'm sure you're gonna figure it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna add a little poll. This is a great. It's a great question. Adding a poll now. It's possible, like, if everybody says like all the time, it's gonna change my roadmap plans, but.
Shall I move on to the next question?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I would like to talk about image voting. Like, it's not clear if we should vote for the images that we like the most or the ones that are most accurate. And I have also asked around about this as well. And I've gotten the impression that we're voting for the images that we like. But what we like and what is the most accurate is often, if not usually, two different things. I think that by voting for the pictures that we like, we might not be training the AI properly, or maybe we might be training it for the wrong thing. So it might get the style right, but the number of limbs wrong, for instance. Like, is that something that has been discussed internally? Like, is there any discussion about implementing a second voting system, like one for aesthetics and whatever, and one for accuracy? Like how close something is to the real thing?
Yeah, we're currently just focusing on aesthetics. We kind of implement it in a way where it shouldn't affect the accuracy of things. It only makes it better, I would say, right now. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, on average, people actually think that the accurate thing is the more beautiful thing. Like, they want it to be beautiful and accurate on average, unless it's like really beautifully surreal and inaccurate. But they usually, it seems like it works out right now. Just ask people to rate what's beautiful. We've thought about having a more complicated rating scheme where people like rate different elements of it, like does this have good lighting or not? We're not sure if and when we're going to do that. The first thing we're going to do is make the rating more complicated. Like, we're going to have people pick which ones you like in order. Like, here's 3 pictures. Which one do you like the most, second most, third most? We're going to make it like a touch interface or something, I think is what we're currently thinking. So we're kind of taking it one step at a time. But right now, we just want the aesthetics, and the accuracy is less about ratings, and it's more about just making the model better, to be honest.
I see.
Like, the
It's
thing,
just
like,
that,
basically.
sometimes
Hmm?
sometimes you have something really beautiful, but it's missing something, and some people might have trouble editing that, or sometimes you have something very accurate, but also not something that you would like. So I don't
Yeah,
know. It could go either way.
that's why I just
There's
say go
also
for
good versions of that too.
Yeah, I'd say like, you can throw it on us. Just do aesthetics and then let us figure out all the problems with that.
All right.
We'll figure it out. I feel okay about it. Like, we kind of know the pros and cons of that current rating system. So I think we're doing pretty. It's worked out really well for us. We are going to change it soon, and then we'll see how that goes. But we kind of have to take it one step at a time, and then every time we set it, we kind of set the rules, knowing the pros and cons of it, and then we just kind of
Sounds
have to
good.
deal with it.
I am satisfied with my answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'll go ahead. So I was wondering what your sort of perspective is on the other bits of the AI art space, because I know MidJourney deals only in images, but like AI Dungeon and Novel AI have done text generation, and I'm sure there's people trying to do AI music, although I haven't seen anything actually make a song just like MIDI. So I'm wondering sort of what your insider knowledge is on the tech and how hard that is, and then also sort of just what's your philosophical perspective on how those differ from what you guys are working on.
I think things like video and music are going to be harder in different ways. Like music, I think text to music maybe doesn't make sense. Like, I think, because it's like not clear that language is meant to describe music very much, or if it is, it's a very different language most people don't know. So I think text to music might not make sense. It might be more of like humming to music or music to music. Like, but from a user interface standpoint, it feels like it's going to be like maybe you hum something and or you like you're going to have to. Maybe you could reference some things. It's going to be a weird interface. I think it's going to be different. I think video is generally look pretty slimy and bad and expensive. So I'm not super optimistic about it. I think there's maybe like a minimal way to do video that would be safe. But like the video maximalists who are like, I'm going to ask for a movie about cats and it's going to compose a whole movie for me. I think that's kind of bullshit. Like, you know, maybe not in 5 or 10 years, but like it's kind of bullshit for now. I kind of in general, like, my philosophy is that the reason why we want to build AI tools is to make people better. There are a lot of others in the space who want to build AI tools to replace humans, and I think that's fucked up. The goal isn't to replace humans. The goal is not to make an AI artist, but to make humans more artistic. You know, like the goal is to make humans more imaginative for us. Want to kind of expand the imaginative powers of the human species. And I think the tools have the ability to do that. The desire to replace people with machines is mostly around a fear of humans. So there's a lot of people who like, oh, I'm afraid of having to like figure out how to make a product for somebody, so I'm going to try to figure out how to replace someone instead. I think that's really, like, they need therapy. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, a lot of people need therapy. It's okay to have issues. But on average, a lot of the stuff is being made with, I think, incomplete philosophies.
And so, like, when you say that kind of stuff, do you think there's going to be sort of a middle ground, or do you think there is a middle ground in those spaces? Like for video, do you think there's like an editing middle ground, or for music, is there like a melody middle ground, or do you think that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are incredible world-altering tools that will be made by AI in every possible medium. However, I think those who are trying to replace mediums with technologies will largely fail. Somebody who wants to replace video creation with AI videos is probably going to fail. Somebody who wants to replace musicians with AI music is also going to fail. Someone who wants to replace artists with AI images will also fail. Like that's not the right thing to do. Those are bad missions, I think. But one day I'm sure you'll be able to have an AI that like mixes and makes music to do like a soundtrack on the fly for anything that you're doing. But the question is, if it's mixing and making music for soundtracks on the fly for anything that you're doing, is it doing it from scratch, or is it doing it from kind of like a library of human-made things? So it's kind of remixing like a famous artist on the fly. Is it like a DJ or is it like a musician?
Yeah. So
yeah.
Sorry. So you because like my friends and I, we joke like this is AI is going to kill commissions, which I don't fully believe, but I see the argument for it. Your opinion is that it's not going to. Am I understanding that right? Or
specifically talking about art, I think there's kind of two markets. There's the market for people who want something good, and then there's just the market for people who want something. I think the market for people who want something, they don't care whether it's good. That was never a good market. And that's not where most of the market is.
Mm-hmm.
Like most of the market goes towards quality. And so I think what will happen is the tools will raise the quality bar. And that basically that you'll see significantly more value unlocked at both the ability to make higher quality stuff and the ability to have more personal and custom stuff and just to have more stuff. Like I think in general, the hunger for beauty in the world is unmet. Is an unmet hunger. Like, there's a lot more desire than there is supply. And I think if somebody wants to spend $50 on a video game, they have two options. Like, so like, yeah, you could use AI as part of the video game pipeline, right? And I think what that'll happen is somebody will try to make like Call of Duty, but $10 cheaper because they cut some artists or something, right? And somebody will try to make Call of Duty at the same budget, but it'll be like twice as good. And then what'll happen is you have $50, and you're gonna either spend $40 on a game that's like last year's video game, or spend $50 on a game that's better than anything that's ever been made before. And so I think people will just spend their money that they're already kind of used to spending on better stuff, you know? So I think the goal is to like build tools that raise the bar, that create like better stuff, more varied stuff, more creative stuff, more personal stuff. And it'll just make the world like more artistic and imaginative and appreciative in general. And I think the people who kind of take advantage of that will win. The people who take advantage of that to try to like not pay someone, they're gonna lose unless it's like somebody just wants to like make something for a D&D game, and like they just kind of, you know, they maybe wanted to make 100 images and they could afford one image, and now they get 100 things and they're kind of, you know, I think that's maybe better, honestly.
Yeah.
And so like it's probably better for that. It's not just like, hey, this person got the one picture without paying someone. It's like, no, this person could build a whole world out with their friends and everyone's having fun and being more imaginative. That's like strictly better for the world to have those types of environments and activity. So part of this is like the mass proliferation of reading and writing, but for the visual language. And so like now that everybody can read, there are more writers and there's more varieties of literature. And that's a good thing. Well, I think you can argue that reading and writing is bad, but it's an interesting argument. But I think that nobody in art is making that argument. I think that's the interesting argument. The interesting argument is actually teaching everybody to read and write was a bad thing, and so we shouldn't teach everybody to like read and write visual stuff. That's an interesting argument. I would love to have that philosophical conversation. No one is trying to have that conversation. And so I think it's obvious that in the outside of that conversation, it's like, well, yeah, teaching everyone to read and write like has more writers and more readers, and it makes more variety of literature, and the world is better by that sort of simple metric of like we are happy that we live in a world where everyone can read and write.
I'd argue that design by committee has made people have that discussion, because I think what I understand you're saying is like learning like to read and write art is just like learning the terms and how to understand it. And I feel like we've seen that not with AI, but just with companies basically approximating how AI work. And the products that result from that, like let's say the Emoji Movie. So I feel like we've had that discussion on some level as a society.
Yeah, I mean, what people tell me in those organizations is they feel like these tools will make them smarter, because whereas like a lot of people know words, they like don't really like basically they don't have that much budget early on to figure out what they want to make. And then when they so that they're all very conservative, and then when they pick it, then they throw all the money on top of it, and then it's kind of locked in too soon. And so they feel like that tools like this will allow people to honestly explore more ideas earlier in the process when there's sort of just less money to have. And then they're more likely to choose creative and wild and bold things that then get the investment.
That makes sense because they can like focus group something that's more
Yeah,
built out. Yeah.
they're like, yeah, we have budget to focus group more, but we don't actually have budget to try more ideas early on. And so now we always have like one weird one. And like, and then the weird one will win sometimes now. Like I think so. Like I think yeah, we're gonna have like, if we keep having Marvel movies forever, I am sure that these sorts of things will make weirder Marvel movies. You know? God save us from the Marvel movies, but yeah.
You can just not watch them. That's what I've done at this point.
It's kind of like who watches The Watchmen. It's like, which superhero saves us from superhero movies? No?
Yeah. And along those lines, do you think MidJourney is going, because I know you're already planning on doing 3D, and that's I would argue a very different beast than making 2D art just in terms of the use cases for it. So I'm wondering, do you see plans to expand into whether it be like writing AIs like AI Dungeon, or music AIs? Or are you gonna stick to more visual media, like static visual media?
And we'll do dynamic visual media too, but we're more focused on visual media right now. I am going to do some language stuff at some point, but it's not going to be for writers.
So is in like translation or like SLAs?
Neither.
Oh,
It's interesting to think about, like, well, yeah, artists are using MidJourney, and that's great, but most people are not artists. And what are they using it for? It's not even for art because they're not trying to sell anything. They're just like, they're using it like as therapy. They're using it for like social fun. And so, like, I'm pretty convinced that the largest applications for language models will not be writers. Just like how the largest uses for images will not be for artists. So I think that part of this comes from this narrative that like the goal of AI is to replace things. But the second you're willing to consider it, it's not about replacing things. Like there are all sorts of things that people can use language for besides writing, and there's also things people can use images for besides art. So yeah, I think we're gonna do some language stuff at some point. I don't know if we need to train giant models for that. Hopefully not. But I've built some cool language stuff in the past that was really compelling. But it was not like writing, and it was not art related. So just about like helping people think.
so like lesson planning kind of stuff?
No, I'm
Or
kind of
because I think it
yeah
would be potentially interesting to have like if you married writing and in your image to like have comics.
yeah
Like
yeah. So like you could imagine something where like the AI helps you construct narratives. If it makes sense. Or the AI helps you like imagine stuff that's around the corner, but maybe there's using language too. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I think there's a lot of places for AI to help us think and imagine. But I don't like. I think that all of the honest portrayals of the future don't involve anything that looks like anything that we have today. Yeah. So in general, like I'm not going to make something for lesson planning because like whatever teaches people in the future won't be schools, and I don't think they'll have lesson plans as they exist today. And like
fair.
whatever I try to build for the visual medium, like we want to build some things for artists, and we'll see how successful we are in that. But the like honest process of creating visual things in 10 or 20 years is going to look entirely unlike anything that exists today. So we kind of try to be honest before we try to be familiar, and then again that means not being familiar and kind of going off the deep end, but that's okay. Like I'm here to like discover the nature of the universe, not to make something that looks really familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was enlightening and interesting. So thank you for that. I think I'll let the next person come on up, but thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Hello. Greetings
Hello.
of Germany again.
Ooh, Germany.
Yeah.
Starting to get late over there, isn't it?
I don't know why today, but it seems like that. And first, feedback for the micropole you started. Most of the time when I upscale an image, it's mostly because I want it separated and then I'm on my phone. If you would place the brief button that sends you the ID and separates the images, I assume you would get less upscales in total.
Yeah, that's interesting. Good feedback. I have to like think about it's so hard on Discord. It's hard to change the user interface. Like, it's not a lot of room for buttons, But
Yeah,
if there
can't
was,
add
I like
everything.
that. I'd be curious to see if there's a place to put that. There is kind of space to put it maybe right now, but there is space maybe. Interesting question. You can right click it and have it send it to you. So for people who don't know this, if you right click it or
Mostly
do
I'm
a little
lazy and there's a button.
What's that?
Mostly I'm just lazy and there's a button for upscale 1, 2, 3, or 4.
I know. What we almost need is we need a system that like lets you customize the buttons at some point, right?
Yeah. Once we're on a website, it won't be necessary anymore.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can't wait. I'm so sorry about it's taken a while to get there. But we'll get there.
Don't worry, we got images to create in the meantime.
Thank you.
And about the rankings. When the rankings are done for 4, you want you maybe want to disregard the first 50 or 100 images everybody rates because our brain is still adjusted for version 3 at that point. We need some time to readjust what is beautiful again.
Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to have a ranking system where you compare 3 images from V4 and you say which one you like the most and which one you like the second most, which you like the
This
third.
week, and when you need for the next version a lot of rankings.
So I think what we're going to do is we're going to start asking people to compare images instead of rate images because that makes it a lot easier.
In that case, never mind.
Yeah, I think it's really hard right now to sort of rate things, and it'll get way harder. So.
And the next, how to get random images. I just tested it a while waiting. You take 3 or 4, 2 or 3 random prompts and just combine them with a multi-prom, and you get some really crazy, interesting stuff. Some I didn't even know I wanted, and I upscaled it and saved it already. Just make sure you don't have to much faces in there in the mix.
Oh wait, sorry. I don't know if I fully understood. You said you liked it so much you upscaled it. Wait, what was the question?
Way for you you want to generate some random image and you don't really know how. As far
Oh
as I
yeah, just
understand.
saying make it
You
easier to make like weird stuff.
Yeah. You take 2 different images and their prompts and combine them just separated with a multi-prom. Some completely different ones.
Yeah, I
And
like that too.
MidJourney creates something completely new out of them.
Yeah, I like
Especially if
that.
they don't match.
Yeah, I like doing that too. We probably should make it easier to do that. Like, I don't know how that's like. I don't know how that's different. It's interesting to ask like how is it different to mash up prompts versus images, but yeah, I like that. Anything we can do to help make people make weirder new images, I think is really interesting. Because like I think that's like a big thing of what it's about, you know, to really help people explore like the space of possibilities. Like that's like one of like I love all the crazy, weird, and surprising images. Much more than just like where people just go dog. You know?
Also, any Latin name of animals and plants gave in the last version weird stuff. Maybe that's still the case in the new version. Especially because some Latin names are used in different genres of species altogether, and they are combined for their species.
Yeah, I have no idea. That's an interesting question. The new system will have a lot more knowledge of words than the previous system, but I've not. There's no way for us to test that. There's sort of too many words, you know. I'll be really. I know it's going to be great. I know there's going to be like way more variety, and I'm really excited for that. Like it's going to be. I think it's going to be like the biggest artistic explosion since like maybe some of the earlier first image models. I'm very excited. Well, I don't know, not to hype up too much. I'm just excited. I don't really know, but I'm excited.
Yeah, and once we got ranking ratings for our personal styles, not sure on this version or the next, can we share them with others? For example, Sane Unicorn got a lot of cute stuff, I'm sure. I got a lot of not cute stuff. If I want to make something cute, I will just ask her for her style or rankings, and I could get it landed from her, or the other way around. And it would also increase the community aspect of MidJourney.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. When we do the custom styles, we want people to be able to share them. I don't yet totally know yet how that's going to work.
The
So I
easiest
think,
way would be make the username command. Every username is unique after all.
yeah, I think that's a cool idea. We starting to have the infrastructure we need to do custom styles for everybody. I don't know when we're going to ship it. We will definitely ship it this year. I just don't know. It's probably we're about to change so much. It's probably gonna come after like things have settled. we are looking at it right now, and I like the idea of being able to share it. I like the idea. Yeah, we'll have to just have like permissions. That's like the challenge, or somebody's like, I want some people to use it, but not others, type of thing. And so it'll be easy if people just say, I want to let people use my style or not, yes or no. That probably makes it really easy, you know?
It's another easy solution. Add a code word behind the name that the user can generate themselves. You can alter the code word anytime.
That's a cool idea. That's probably better than style name username because people change their username a lot right now. Like that, I wrote that down.
That was about it. You can take the next question and
All right. Well, thank
I
you for
hope
your
lunch was nice.
Say that again?
And I hope your lunch was nice.
Oh, it was fun. Just a smoothie. Thank you so much. Thank you for staying up late for the office hours.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for taking my question. One of this, like you partially answered, so you can keep it super brief if need be. But I got, I think, two questions. So, just in the AI realm, Stable Diffusion's been integrated in like a ton of different apps, from Photoshop with Alpaca IO or CEB or AI Render for Blender, and then Microsoft just unveiled that they're going to have this program called Microsoft Designer, which utilizes DALL-E 2 in the interface. So does MidJourney have any plans to integrate into third-party apps as well? Or as these AI competitors like scale horizontally, would you say your focus really is more vertical and kind of like always being the leader in this cross-section between artistic sensibility and coherence?
I think the most important thing is that we're building a product that we love. And I think anybody who doesn't focus on that is like just not going to make as good stuff. Like it's not possible. Like, right? If somebody's focusing on something like building something that they love and somebody else is just focusing on shipping something to somebody else, like I've done this before. It's hard to make a good thing that way. So I think our number one goal is to like make the best stuff we can and to love it ourselves.
Yeah, of course. I think I mean more like as a tool. Like
we are going to have some kind of API at some point, but it'll be a little bit of a weird API. It's going to be an API built for integrations more than an API built for like it's going to be a different kind of it's going to be an API more. It's not going to be an API built for like Bing, you know, but it'll be an API built for like if somebody wants to make like there was somebody I think who was like they had there was a handicap, like they had some handicap and they built like their own user interface, and they would try to hack Discord to like kind of make it so they could build their own user interface for them. Like we should absolutely make that easier, you know. And then like there are people who wanted to like build it into their workflow for texture generation into like Blender. Like that should be easy. But I think there are situations like that where it's easy. I think the challenge is going to be that we're going to build new user interfaces so fast. Anybody else who's using our API to build an end product is going to basically constantly have something that's worse than us. Or they're going to just be trying to copy whatever our interface is, but they're always going to be following it instead of leading it. And then they're going to ask us to like support all the legacy stuff forever. And so it's mostly, we tried this actually early on. We brought some game developers in who were incredible game developers, literally some of the best game developers in the world. And they were building stuff with us. And they kind of gave up at some point. They're like, look, you guys are just iterating so fast right now on the models and the user interface that like all we can do is just try to copy whatever you did yesterday. And we actually can't really like lead. And we can't really create a leading experience because you're kind of moving too quickly with the foundations. Like if you want to just like hold what you're doing, then we can build something really interesting and new on top. But basically, as soon as we're able to build a product based off what you did, you've made it irrelevant with the next version of your stuff. And so I think that's very real. I knew those people for like I think so. I think that I don't really want to. That's kind of the like, and that's actually it's kind of good. Like if we're moving so fast that nobody could actually build something compelling on top of an API if we had one, that means that we're doing a good job, you know. But like the accessibility thing, certain integration thing, I think that's a different ball game, you know. And I don't know what that looks like yet exactly. You know, like maybe we have an API where we can get all of your images and metadata out, so people can build different ways of exploring their images easily. Maybe we have a thing that lets you easily kind of pull certain types of images and workflows into other applications. But it's not a number one priority. It's like number 8. So I hope we'll do it sooner rather than later. But it's like way after our other priorities.
Makes sense.
I think there's a common misconception in the tech community. Everybody loves the iPhone, and everyone thinks the iPhone is great because it has an app store and an ecosystem. But what everybody forgot is that the iPhone didn't ship with an app store. Like, it didn't have an ecosystem. What Apple did was they built a good product first. And that building a good product is actually the entrance fee to having a platform or an ecosystem. And what a lot of people done is they forgot that. And so they think if I build an ecosystem first, that's a substitute for having a good product. It turns out that's not true. And to my knowledge, almost everybody who's ever tried to build an ecosystem before building a product has failed. And I say this having done this myself. With Leap Motion, we tried to build an ecosystem before building a product, and that always that was constantly fighting back against us. We had 300,000 developers, we had hundreds of apps, we had all the integrations, but at the end of the day, nobody really cared about the product as much as us, and nobody really was able to build something as good as us. And so it was kind of always people building stuff that was worse than whatever our example projects were, which were never what we had the time to focus on. So it's I'm trying to do things differently, like learning from the lessons, and I think the rest of the world hasn't quite caught on yet to that level of lessons. So we're gonna see a lot of things that are gonna be weird. But I mean, honestly, like it makes sense, right? If like Microsoft can use DALL-E to get more people on Bing, they should do that, right? They want more people on Bing. So we're gonna see a lot of cool stuff, and I like that actually. Like, I think that in general, people having more access to the tech is probably good. There's probably some bads too if you want to be like really interesting about it. Like, like if some of the systems are, if Dolly is better at deepfakes, is there a concern there? Obviously, I mean they have safety people too, so hopefully everybody does a really good job on that. But
since we're kind of like talking about interfaces a little bit,
Yeah.
you've put like a big emphasis like in this conversation about how MidJourney is kind of like centered around this thought of exploration. As you were talking about that, I remembered this podcast called the Left Right Game. It essentially is like this. It's like a urban myth on the forums these people find. You're supposed to start in the center of like a city or like an urban environment where there's like lots of turns that they can take, and you continually go left and then right and then left and then right into infinitum, and then eventually the world around you starts to shift and become increasingly more and diverge from reality. So MidJourney to me kind of is this like left right game where I'm following these runs for like hours and I'm like really interested in, oh, like what's that little thing in the background, like let's keep pursuing that and keep doing that until that is the thing that's in the foreground. And you've also talked a lot about how this next model is going to make things more real, like what, if it's supposed to be a teapot, it's going to look like a teapot. But I think the problem potentially with that is that we will then only mostly see things that we already know of versus like, say if you're exploring the craziness that's V1 or V2 or some of V3, like you're going to get things that don't exist and that are more wild or more surreal. Like, is there a potential interface that kind of involves the journey a little bit more viscerally? Like, say, instead of it being like V1, V2, V3, and you can kind of go in 4 directions, could it be like, say, your keyboard is the whole set of V's you can take, and then you start at spacebar, and then, I don't know, if you're looking at your keyboard now, like O is 3 steps away and in this direction, versus Q is this many steps away and in that direction. So it's like you can really explore more. If that makes sense.
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Sorry, I had to switch my thing. Can Dreaming still hear me? Uh-oh. I may have to tell him I'm gonna join in exit again. Sorry, I had to switch my thing.
But
You
yeah, we're
cannot?
just having some issues, so
Oh no.
I can hear you now.
You can hear me now? Okay, great. About that. I very much agree with you that the biggest risk of making these models better is that they become boring. And it's very important to us that we have a model that is like mind expanding. And so this is one reason why we want to like do a new rating system where we have AI generated images that are just trying to be as weird as possible, because basically there's a certain group of humans which will like kind of converge things towards like pretty women or something, you know, that are realistic as possible. And then you need like some counter force to that to basically a divergent force. So there's some part of humanity that's convergent, and that's fine, right? But then we need a counter divergent force. And so there's two things we're going to do. One is we're going to try to create a part of the AI system which sort of finds weird things by itself, and then it's like, hey, this is weird. Do you like it? And then we're going to also try to have like a group of users. We'll probably call them like explorers, where we'll like reward you for exploring and finding something new and weird and interesting that nobody's seen before. So kind of right now we have like rewards for ratings. We're going to also add rewards for exploring, and that will be sort of our human side of that. And so we'll try to like actively encourage, reward, and celebrate sort of the more weird images. Whereas right now, like our current front page, you know, kind of rewards generically good images in a way that is obviously interesting. Like we want to see what's generically good that the system is making, but we need an explicit reward system for people who are exploring and making things that are not necessarily the most generic beauty, but is like novel and new and might just be like the future of beauty, you know?
That's all I get.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that, by the way. Like, I think that in a lot of ways, MidJourney isn't what it could be yet until we kind of figure out a right way to fully foster and like reward the raw explorative side of it. Because I think that just like the collective explorative powers of the community are already pretty great, but like with the right sort of like incentives and structures, like it will be like the greatest visual explorative thing ever on Earth in human history kind of vibe, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally feel that. I think the ability to re-input new parts into the prompt gives you some of that capability, but it also is inputting new things, and it's not like exploring what's there. Like, so say if you start by initiating the world with a text prompt, and then, you know, immediately after that initial text prompt, your journey goes abstract. I'm just really interested in the abstract realms. I've been on these things for like, I've had like a run that's gone like a week long, and I've just been like so interested to where the heck is this crazy thing going. It's like, and it always ends up starting with the most simple of prompts, and then it just keeps going and going and going, and then it diverges into these insane realms, and I'm like, wow, it's amazing.
Can you share some somewhere? Put them drop some in the show and tell her something for people just so we can. I'm very curious to see what it looks like.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's great. I'm very happy to hear people again like asking for the things that we think are the most important. That means that like we're synced, you know. It's like we really want to like make it like the most powered explorative tool ever made, you know. That's like basically going again the exploration, like manifesting and transcending. So we want to make it the most powerful exploration tool ever made. We want to try to figure out how to make people feel like they're increasingly able to manifest, you know, their feelings and thoughts and ideas into the world. And then we want to try to whatever this transcendent thing is. It's kind of hard to put a finger on it, but it's like every once in a while you kind of see something and you're just like there's just sort of this sense of like awe as if before like nature, and like there's something about that which is like really beautiful, you know.
Cool. Well, I don't want to take too much more of your time, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy.
Hello.
How are you, David?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I had a couple questions, and I'm not sure if like one point when I left the room somebody was already asking some of them. So if they were, bear with me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering about ratings. Um,
Mhm.
would it be possible to put like medium face in the middle? Because there are so many pictures that I'm just meh about, and I don't feel positively or negatively, but like they just, you know,
So
kind of
we're,
like
we're probably gonna what we're probably gonna do is we're thinking we're gonna change the rating system soon. So it gives you a few images, and then you click the one you like most, and then second most, and then third most. And then we think that'll
That's
just
very
be a
cool.
lot. We think that'll be both more fun for people and also like more kind of easy because it's easier to say which one you like more. But it's really hard to kind of say like, do you like it or do you not like it in like an absolute scale, you know? And
Yeah.
so
I
it
was
turns out
also
that actually let the AI learn better too.
That's very cool. But like if you didn't just tell me that, I was gonna ask you about like maybe if you could make the
Mhm.
whole prompt like like buttons for each word auto generated, and then
Mhm.
you could point out the words that the bot really ignored, or you know what I mean by clicking them. I don't know if that matters
Yeah.
at all to you.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think what we're trying to figure out is like there's sort of two sides to it. One is like, what's the simplest thing we can ask people for that will give us the most information, basically? And then the second question is at some point we should have some interface where people can really like get into the details about what was good and what was bad about something. And then the question is
That
what do
was
we ask
exactly what I was
for?
thinking.
Like, what do we ask for?
Right,
And I
like I mean
can't
maybe
like I'm.
bigger
Mhm.
prizes for maybe bigger prizes for like people that did a detailed appraisal, to teach the bot, you know, because they were appraising it based off of what the actual prompt was, not whether they think it's pretty or not, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing for the current system to learn from people is what is pretty, because like ironically, like
Yeah.
it's the thing that like the AI has the hardest time understanding. Because right
Well, I
right
think it
now it
makes
just learns
beautiful
from
things.
pictures. Yeah, but yeah, right now it like learns from pictures on the internet, and it turns out that like the average picture on the internet is not that beautiful, you know? And so
Mhm.
it has to
I get
know
it.
like, well, what is beautiful, and then that's the hardest thing. And then the next question is really like, um, yeah, and then for making it more accurate, it turns out there's actually like a lot of ways to make it more accurate without needing any human feedback. Like you just
Oh,
like if you
cool.
just show it more pictures. If you show it more pictures, it's like, oh, that's what a spider looks like, you know? And so sometimes
Right.
just showing them more things. We haven't quite figured out. I think the thing is we think that all the elements of beauty are really hard for it to learn. We have the human feedback is the only way for it to learn that, it seems. But the things that the other areas, it feels like we still have ways to fix it without that. And so what we're trying to do, I think, is we're going to focus the humans on helping us understand beauty, and then we're going to try to keep using the machines to like just make it more accurate, you know, at like knowing words and stuff and knowing what certain things look like. And then we're
Yeah.
going to kind of see where that takes us. Like right now, we know the biggest thing right now that makes it bad at understanding words is that like it spends like half a second looking at your words and then 60 seconds making the image. So like it doesn't actually read your words very carefully. That was one of the biggest problems in the current system. And so we're trying to make the
Right.
next version. The next version is going to spend like 10 times longer reading your words and being more thoughtful about it before it starts making an image. And so we're
Oh, that's
hoping that
awesome.
that helps a lot. And then the next version, we're going to try to give it even more time to consider the words. Since we see when we saw we made it a lot more on the words, and we saw it just got better. And so the V4 version, the next version we release, that one's going to be like, you know, like 10 times more time on words. The version after that will probably be like 100 times more. Like it's going to spend like it's going to just be really like it should probably spend, honestly, it should probably be spending like half the time thinking about what you said rather than just making the picture immediately, you know? Like it should be thinking very
Yeah.
deeply about like it's like it should probably be like, okay, what did you mean by this word? Let's think about that. Like what else have you made before? What kind of images do you like? Like it could be taking a lot of things into consideration before making the image, you know? And
Yeah.
so giving it like more upfront time has been a big area of our focus because that's where it just makes it basically it only has half a second right now to understand your words, and so it literally will skip words sometimes. Like it'll just like skip it. It'll just be like, you know, so that's that
Yeah,
it does a lot of
I'd
silly
rather have it
things.
go through my words longer.
Yeah, and so this it's kind of it was kind of there's like technical reasons why this ended up happening, but we kind of knew it wasn't ideal, and so the new version we've been working hard to like to change that, and so we're gonna I yeah I hope you stick around in the community and hope you'll see these like versions that kind of increasingly go in this direction, and very interesting to hear what you think as we're trying to fix it.
Absolutely, and I love it here. I was actually just about to mention community. Um, like, is there a way to put in the user's profile where they could find it on the MidJourney page, like their actual all of their work, so that people could look through them?
You
If
can do it on Discord.
you
In
happen to
Discord,
run
you
in,
have a little you have a little profile text, and you can just put your Midjourney the Midjourney profile using. I think a lot of people do that. If that's what you mean, or do you mean like on the
yeah,
Midjourney page?
on like when you go to the MidJourney page, like I have my page full of my images,
Mm,
or like,
yeah.
um, is there a way to search for that user in there, or?
You know, that's not it, it doesn't work well enough right now. So I think we need to make that better. I think that's a good point. Is we want to add a better way to like
Because like if
people
I
let
see
people
somebody's
search
stuff
for
and I'm
you.
like, oh, that's awesome, I want to see more of it.
Well, if you see somebody's stuff, you can click the username under the image, and it'll show you all the images.
That's really cool.
But
I
we should make it easier.
I
So this is
didn't
like a
see
thing that
that.
we want to make it better. It's like this is like it's the website is going to basically end up feeling like a social network eventually, you know? And so
That's what I
we're trying to
was
be
hoping.
you have to be really thoughtful about it because like a lot of social networks suck, you know? So you don't want to make it bad, but
Hmm.
like eventually it kind of has to get there. And so we've been trying to figure out a lot of like how do we connect people and how do we like what do we encourage and what do we like hide and what do we like put out in front. So like right now we kind of hide the number of
Exactly.
likes because I think people optimize on likes and it makes them unhappy. But we are thinking of doing things where we like
Hmm.
celebrate people who like, you know, did the weirdest images today or something like that. And that could be really fun.
And I was thinking about like, what if you put like a little chat under each picture so that people could leave a commentary on it or whatever, and like a thread, Um, I mean, that's up to you, obviously. But the other thing I wanted to ask about was, uh, hold on, I actually wrote it down. Oh, if you like for character creatives, I'm mostly a pen and pencil artist, but like
Mm.
for people that do their character creations and in Midjourney and they want to use it again in another picture and have it look the same almost,
Oh
is there a
yeah.
way that they could like name it a series of numbers and have it brought back and then put in a different situation?
So there's sort of hacky ways to do it, and then there's the right way to do it. So I'll just give you the hacky ways right now. So the hacky ways right now is
Tell
you
me.
can one way to do it is you actually name the character in the prompt. Like you'll be like a picture of uh like Bethany the dragon. Like you just make up a weird name, and then if you reuse that name, it'll tend to make a character that looks similar in the other images.
That's
Like if it was
awesome.
part of the
And I
original
love the
prompt.
idea of Bethany the dragon, and now I want to see what she looks like. So I'm gonna
I
go
have no
make
idea. I
her.
just totally made it up. And then like and then another version is more of like sometimes if you know how to use the image prompts, which don't always work on all the algorithms, but like you can put in a URL to an image, and sometimes and it'll like use that image as inspiration. And so if you have like a picture of a character and you put that in there, some people have had really good results with that. But it's a little
That's
bit fussy.
cool.
And so what we want to do though is what we want to do is we want to have like this we want to have like an anchor system we've been calling it, where you should be able to say like I want to anchor whatever my image is to the style of this image and then this picture of this character, and then you can say I wanted them in space or something like that, and then it'll do that character in that style in space. But the ability to have these sort of anchors that you can kind of
Yeah.
anchor the image making process around, and so that's really important to us. We really want to do it. It is probably I think we were talking to the team about it yesterday, and I think they were saying we'll probably start on it next month in terms of the development of it. It feel like it's going to take us 2 months to do. So it's probably something that we start to see in like December. We're going to try to have things like that, but it is not something that we're going to it's a
That's
bit of
rad.
work. It's like but it is like if we're talking about like the future of these tools, like we very much want people to be able to like build like full comic books and stories where they have persistent characters, styles, or environments. And like the best way to do that is to let people kind of anchor things. Well, probably I feel like we're gonna do visual anchors more than word anchors because like you might like say like here's like because that's somehow Like having a picture of the character seems because I mean you could maybe label a bunch of them, but then I could just have a bunch of pictures of the character. We've been thinking like visual anchors instead of word
Right.
anchors, but yeah, I could imagine a situation where the word refers to a bunch of images too, like it could be a tag almost. That could be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're probably going to do the visual
Um,
anchors first, and then kind of go from there.
That's awesome. I was actually and trying to create the 7 sins and 7 virtues, right?
Mm.
And I was not able to create lust at all. And even like when I tried to use other words, I couldn't do it. But like had everybody else perfectly. So I was wondering if there was actually like any point that you guys are gonna like run down the list of like words that aren't allowed anymore and like maybe rethink them. Because like the word
Yeah.
naughty could be used in any situation, like child or a naughty child
Yeah,
or
yeah, that's been the
naughty
problem.
hair.
So
No, not naughty
basically what
hair, but
happened. So basically what happened is we sometimes use open source code, and one of the open source codes we were using recently, they like somebody put porn in the training data set. And so it kind of contaminated part of our image pipeline, where the problem is the second that it has porn anywhere in there, then certain words become really dangerous effectively. Because just like how it can make anything Art Deco, it can make anything porn, That's bad. And so what we did was we had to put in all these safeties temporarily, which were not ideal. And then what we're planning on is we replaced all of that for the next version. So the next version has no porn in it. I'm very happy about this. And so basically, even if you ask it for certain things, it will literally have never, it'll be like, you could ask it for some kind of porn, whatever, and it'll be like, I don't know what that is. Like, I've never seen that before. And so it just won't be able to do it. And so, like, if you ask it for lust, I'm sure it'll do a great image because it's seen a lot of non-porn pictures with the word lust in it. So it's safe. And so what we're planning on doing is, I don't know, I think what we're thinking is like, ideally there'd be no blocked words or concepts. I think we're kind of thinking, realistically, we probably will block like slurs, just because that would like offend everybody who sees that. So like we'll probably try to reel back the block filters to being less about sexuality and more around like slurs and anything that might be like offensive to 100 million people or something, Like a lot of
that's
Muslims
awesome.
ask us to not let people make pictures of the Prophet Muhammad because like it's kind of not okay in a lot of groups, and somebody will use it specifically to try to make the most offensive image possible just to bait them, So stuff like that, like there's like a lot of areas that are not obvious to us when we started in it, and then we've kind of seen like, oh, okay, we have a community space, and some of this stuff is like obviously not okay in the community space, But
Right.
another area that's been really hard for us is gore. Like we filtered out all the porn out of the data set. We haven't filtered out all of the gore, basically. So that means we'll probably leave in a bunch of block words around blood because, like, it makes sense. If you grab images all over the internet, you're going to get some surgery images or something. But then people can invoke that and make anything really gross, and it's like not okay. So we're kind of slowly cleaning things up and then reeling back on the blocked words. And then the other thing that we do, which is really interesting, is the ratings actually help teach the AI like what is nudity, what's good nudity, what's bad nudity. And so we were finding that like with the ratings, sometimes if somebody asked for like nudity, it would like put a vase or like a branch over like a part that maybe it shouldn't show, which is kind of fun. And so I think that's kind of cool too. It's like ideally the AI could get really nuanced,
Put like a sticker of a
and
hot dog.
yeah, and I love that. I think that's really like so what we found is that the user interface, the user feedback, it either made it kind of be very tasteful or it made it really innocent. Like if you ask it for something extremely dirty, sometimes it'll just like make the most innocent, interpretation of it. That's almost like delightfully innocent, really. Like if you ask someone who had just
It's like
yeah,
that photo
and
editor that like changes people's pictures for them, and then it's like, oh, but could you take the dog out, and then he would take out the picture of the person instead.
yeah, no, it's more of like if somebody asks for somebody did like a gaping hole or something, and it just did like a picture of a sewer pipe. and it was just really, and it was like
Nice.
overgrown with plants, and it was like, oh, that's really fun. You know, or something like something that's like that sounds really bad, but if you ask somebody who didn't know, they would of course give you a very innocent answer. You know, so I
Right.
love that, and so I think that's where we want to go over time, and we kind of will take one step at a time. So the biggest area was we'll move. I think we'll pull back a lot on the sort of sexuality related filters because we removed a lot of that from the data set. But then we'll probably keep the violence and the slurs for now, and then hopefully we'll let the violent stuff, the gore, come in at some point where it's like it'll do it like tastefully, like you know, there's like a red pool or something, but it's not like photorealistic guts, you know.
Right. It was funny because last week when you first started talking about removing gore, it was like vampire theme going on, and
Yeah,
and I
it's
just
so
thought that was
hard.
ironic.
Like I love the vamp. Like I love that stuff. But then the problem was, so what happened is like we had a certain group of people who were really into realistic gore, like ultra gore, and they basically spent months like
Yeah.
trying to find the edges of the system to probe it, and they found a bunch of ways of doing it, and then they posted it on Twitter, and then all of a sudden we had thousands of people trying to make ultra gore join. They're like, "Oh wow, that's so great! Let's all make ultra gore together," and they all joined it. And then basically we had a flood of people trying to make realistic ultra gore, and we're just like, we can't do this, and we just like wiped it all out,
No.
which was unfortunate, but that
I
was
get
like
it.
the only thing we could do. So we'll bring it back, but basically we have to filter the data set of like good gore versus bad gore effectively, you know. So
Right.
it's kind of scary, like because it's so photorealistic, right? Like gore is sort of like it's in this weird artistic area, right? Where if you do it in a not totally realistic way, it's kind of cool. But if it's like really realistic, it's like physically sickening, you know.
Yeah.
And so that's
It's
been
it's sad that
interesting.
people have to like to ruin things for people. It's almost like you should
Yeah.
more punish the user than the word.
Yeah,
But
that's interesting. Yeah, it's been I I like I yeah I maybe Ancient can speak to that. That's a constant thing we try to figure out. Like, do we ban the user? Or do we ban the word? I think it kind of comes down to like how many users are doing it,
Yeah,
and like
right.
how the words come up.
yeah, and
To
gore
make an example
specifically
out of
is
them,
one of
put
those
put like
lines
a
that's difficult sometimes. That's when we always have to get a consensus on, unlike porn, where it's usually pretty obvious.
I think
yeah.
where gore is scary is somebody might want a tasteful gore image and they get something really horrifying and photorealistic by mistake. That's really bad. So that happened a few times. I think somebody asked for like a child covered in blood, which could be like a political thing, but instead it like had this like terribly violent like story of why the child was covered in blood. It was horrifying, and everyone was like, "Oh my god!" And like I'm very happy
Yeah.
that we don't have that anymore. So it's like it can interpret it badly too. So that was scary. And then I think the other areas, what was another good one? Seductress was really interesting. We banned that one recently, and it's like in a fantasy setting, like seductress is
See,
great,
that's I
but then
wouldn't I could have used her
but the problem was is
in
that
the
like people
bus
kind of
prompt.
found out that the word was great as a sort of sexualizing word, and then it kind of like one of the images hit the front page, and then all of a sudden thousands of people saw it. And everyone started using seductress with every combination of like celebrity and underage figure they could, and we were just like, absolutely not. You know, this is not. You know, we just had to. So we expanded it. So it's sort of like I think what it comes down to. I think it's like this: if it's something that only one person is doing, like we'll ban the user. But if it turns out to be something that like thousands of people swarm on, I think we so far haven't. We've never done like a ban wave of like banning 1,000 people. We kind of feel like at that point we have to
Well, I
ban
should
the
probably
word.
yeah. Should
It's
probably let
interesting.
you
Like
go
maybe
though
we
because
should ban
I
1,000
took
people. It's an
my
interesting question.
right.
I don't know. What do you think? What do you think?
It's
Like, should
definitely
we
an
ban
interesting
1,000
question.
people? Or it's almost like, do you let the? Is it better to like run over? It's like if the car has to hit someone, should it hit like the older person or the baby? It's almost like, do you ban the word or 1,000 people? Like that's a really interesting question. I
I
have
think
no
there could be a
idea.
strike system where like you know take it away from them for a week or something, and then if they keep doing it, you take more time
Actually,
away
do
from them.
do that.
Yeah, I think
You
the
do that.
challenge is what happens sometimes is we have like 40 moderators, and sometimes the moderators come to us and like, David, we can't do this. Like, this is too much. There's like too many people. We can't talk to them all. We can't warn them all. And then we just ban the word to help them. You know, that's been a thing
Yeah.
too that happens sometimes. So that would. So I think sometimes actually we ban the words, not Maybe not even out of philosophy or principle, but literally just to allow the moderators to like have lives. You know, that's another.
True.
I hadn't really thought about that. That's the other way we. Yeah.
Or you can mod me and I'll help.
Oh yeah.
Agent,
get their number.
Yeah. But I
Yeah,
think
it's
it's
one
great
of
what
those.
you're doing, and I'm really, really grateful. And I'm so sorry that I have to go, but
No worries.
I took a break from work to do this. I kind of listen in the background,
Oh.
but thank you for everything, and I really do look forward to being a part of the community. And I'm psyched to be early here, and like I'm gonna keep looking for ways to help out if I can.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too.
Yeah, banning words can sometimes be a bit of a double-edged sword because it stops it from being generated, but also means we catch the people that are trying to generate it more, which it makes a bit of an arms race when they're trying a bunch of new things, so we're trying to catch them on those and so on.
Hi, y'all.
Hello.
So, loving the energy levels tonight, David. Like, you can really hear the stars in your eyes when you're speaking.
Yay.
I had a bit of a like philosophical question, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know how to phrase it, so bear with me here. But
Mhm.
like, how would you see, not necessarily with MidJourney, but like any type of AI art, how would you see possible ways of bridging like this niche area we're in, like the digital computer AI thing, with the physical world?
Well, when we have 3D stuff, we can start to like 3D print things, and then we can, we could have cool swag or various forms of printing stuff. Like there's lots of things that involve printing pictures that you can do. I don't want to like give away exactly what our plans are, but like I would say that it's very important. We kind of have this like the exploring, manifesting, and transcending. So we're kind of like, what can we do to help people explore more? And then we're like, what can we do to help people feel like they're manifesting their ideas more? And like, what can we do to help kind of get this, whatever this transcendent moments are that we get when we all use this thing? How do we make that either like happen more often, or how do we make that like where it's shared between more of us, like as people,
Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
we're
because
trying, like, I'm planning on losing a lot of money to try to figure out how to make it feel like people are manifesting stuff more. So we're gonna like make things. We're gonna figure out how to make physical things, and I don't know. The problem is you can lose a lot of money really easily. So I'm trying to figure out like, okay, we want to lose some money, but we don't want to like lose all the money. So we're trying to price out a bunch of physical things right now that we can do for the community and just give away. And so we're gonna try to do some kind of cool giveaways.
that's cool. That's really cool. Chat's going nuts
Yeah,
about that.
I don't want to give away the exact things yet, but like it'll all be cool. Whatever it is, it'll be really cool. And then we might honestly, there's a bunch of things we should probably try doing, so we should probably be experimental. And I'm sure some of the things we do will probably be bad ideas, and some of them will be good ideas, and some of them I'm gonna try to make free, like we just lose money, and that's okay. Some of them I'll probably try to like I might have to charge for shipping or something, or I'm like because like it might be too expensive the shipping might just be too expensive,
Yeah.
And then some things we might like let people buy, but just because it's sort of like so we can make it really nice. But like the goal is not to like make money off of anything. The goal being just like how do we let people manifest as much as they can into the world in a way where like we're not standing in the way, like how do we make it as easy as possible to do it? And
Yeah.
again, I think our goal is not to make money off of that, but just to make that a sort of like a benefit of being part of the community.
Yeah.
Um, but like maybe if it turns out it's really expensive, we just make it really somehow act as a facilitator to make it really easy. I don't know. So we're exploring a bunch of options. I think everyone's going to be really excited for all the things that we do. I think some of them I'm going to try to make it available to everybody, and some of them will not be possible to make available to everybody, but will just be exciting because we'll be trying things. And so we're going to try to do a whole. I don't know when this will start. It's probably going to be it's probably going to be nothing this month, but there'll be stuff this year, and then it'll be kind of like an escalating sort of spiral of increasingly like weird and physical and cool things that are manifesting in the world from the community. And yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna get some things wrong. We're gonna get some things right, but like, you know, at some like it's gonna end up being in a really cool place, like with total certainty. You know, as long as you're willing to try things, you know something's good. You know, we're gonna find it.
Yeah, yeah, that's really cool. And even if you say like you don't want to share your plans, that itself was kind of like everyone's thinking now. What plans are there? So
Well, I mean, also, if anybody has cool feedback, drop it in the feedback channel. So, like, you know what? Just like, yeah, I would solicit ideas to the community of like cool things we could do to like feel like that we're helping sort of manifest things in the world. Like, yeah, throw things in the feedback channel. I read everything there. So, um, I'd love ideas. Sometimes people come up with ideas that we hadn't thought about. So, like, and it's encouraging. So, um, but yeah, we have a whole program going for that right now. I just don't know. It's a lot. There's like a lot of things. So each thing is a little different, unfortunately. But we'll something this year. We'll do something really cool this year. Probably multiple things, but let's see. We'll see how fast we go.
yeah. So
Go
it,
ahead.
just rolling on the same thread there. Like I kind of see like some way where AI generated art could be manifested in the real world, but like uniquely. So instead of say I make I make an image and print 1,000 of them, like there could be a system where that image combined with that seed could only be printed through say the MidJourney store or whatever the system is like once, and that could become like a conversation piece in someone's home. Like say they have a 6-foot wide painting of a rhinoceros farting a rainbow, and that only exists once, and you don't know where it ends up in 5 years.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I mean, people can always print something else without us. So
Yeah.
it's hard for us to we don't really want to say like you're not allowed to print in a second thing, but it is like, yeah, I've been debating about this and like, do we let people like, well, I think if we do prints, we're like not gonna, I think if we do prints, it's gonna be about giving somebody like one version of something rather than 10 versions of the same thing, you know? Because I don't know about you, but I feel like I got a lot of little things that I like. And I don't know if I could pick one thing to put on my wall, you know?
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the cool thing is I'd love to fill my wall up with. I think I've seen a lot of people who, I don't. We probably have some in the audience. I've seen a lot of people who like. I've seen a lot of prints from MidJourney, and the ones that I like most is when somebody fills a wall up with lots of small things instead of like having one big one that they printed out. You know, like the sort of like this evolving landscape. You know, like it kind of creating this like evolving landscape of thoughts. You know, and so I've been thinking more about like how do we kind of get lots of little things in the world rather than like a giant mega print of the thing that everybody voted highest or something, you know? Because it's about like it's not just about manifesting a thought, it's about manifesting everyone's thoughts, you know, trying to just get the most new things out into the world, you know? So we'll see. I'm still brainstorming. Throw ideas down, everyone. It's very important to me though.
I mean, with that in mind, like many small images, like, do you have an art wall at the MidJourney office? Like, I imagine exactly what you just said, but like V1, V2, V3, test, V4, and like you can see on the wall as you move along how MidJourney has kind of leveled up and evolved.
We do not have a MidJourney office actually.
Oh.
We are a small, let's say 10 people, maybe 12 now. We're a small, like 12 person team. It's pretty remote. Like almost everybody's in a different city. So it's yeah, everyone's in a pretty much. I would say everybody was in a different city except until recently. We have 2 people in one city now. But
Knuckle
it's
and I are in Chicago.
Oh, are you both in Chicago? That's cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That's not
So that
you have to
there's
fight.
2.
There can
Yeah, I
be
know.
only
Sorry,
one.
only one. There can be only one. Only one if you get Chicago. No, that's really cool to know that. Yeah, so there's not a lot of overlap. We will try to create some physical space at some point too, I think, but not necessarily for office space. But yeah. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. But we're very remote. I think it's like once you kind of start remote, you kind of have to stay remote. We could possibly might have like a small team that's in person, but it's like this is probably like remote for forever. As like run the broad, which is pros and cons. Yeah, when you make it half remote and half not remote, then like it makes it really hard because half people are like talking constantly, and then some people aren't talking asynchronously, and it kind of disconnects.
Yeah, it kind of makes an unbalanced team. I've had those kind of teams where it just doesn't work. And I think you
Yeah.
mentioned you had someone in Australia, like that would suck for them.
Yeah, we have 2 people in Australia. We have somebody in German. We have somebody in Germany, the Netherlands, London, Boston, San Diego, Central California, Seattle, Chicago, sometimes Sweden.
Oh,
So it's pretty
Sweden.
distributed. Pretty distributed. Like, yeah, it's pretty distributed.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm super curious to see what you end up making for the physical world. I'm really excited for that. And before I go, that short impromptu like moderator circle you had when you had to run and get your smoothie, that was kind of cool. And I wonder, like, would you be up for doing something like that, but with not just mods in the future, but like people from your team, perhaps, if it's like if
Yeah,
time
I
allows and stuff.
I've been thinking lately of like changing up I've been thinking of changing the event structure for MidJourney soon. Like I'm thinking of because right now it's like one giant event a week. I've been thinking lately of like maybe it's time to change that. I'm debating about what exactly to do. But we might we I think there's an argument for doing more frequent smaller things as well. I don't know what that is going to look like. Like, I should probably keep doing an office hours of some kind, but like maybe there's like a mods hour where all the mods are around and people can come up and ask questions, or maybe there's like another kind of thing where people can kind of. Um, Honestly, most of the engineers uh, are pretty focused, but maybe there's like some way to you know to do that right. I don't know. So like maybe we'll do like a web, like we could do like a web one where people are just talking about like the website stuff. It's about like making it like focusing and motivating instead of scattering and you know what I mean and draining.
Yeah, yeah, it
So
could be
I
like
don't.
sorry, I'm just like it could be something very short, like, hey, we have half an hour with the web dev, and the questions have already been turned in through the form, like for the week in
Yeah,
advance or
that's a
something.
cool idea. I like that. Yeah, that's a cool
I think
idea.
because with the community we have here, everyone's so dedicated and like really wants to know more about things, and I think it would be nice to have like an insight of the people making it. What do they do? What are their thoughts? We love picking your thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. I have to let me think about. I'm trying to think about like the right way to do it, but I think that I want something in that direction, and I just need to try to like I just have to like meditate on it for probably like a week because I want to make sure that it's like I want to make I try to I want to try to pick the right structure, you know.
Yeah.
But we definitely want to do a lot more frequent and smaller gatherings. And so we're trying to figure out a structure for how to do that broadly and like what does that look like. Um, I mean, honestly, we should probably even do things where it's like just random community events, but it's themed. Like we could have a philosophy hour, you know, and just anybody comes, just talks about philosophy. That's what it is, you know what I mean? And it's a certain day a week, you know, and then we could
Yeah.
have like a web corner where people talk about the website. So like I think it's like we kind of almost need like a program management at some point. So I have to think about that. Like right, but we will do it. We're going to do something in that direction, and I think it's really important. So I
Awesome.
hope everybody's enjoying my like long ass office hours, but I do agree that like having like sort of like if we do it in the right way, then we basically get like frequent energizing events for everybody, you know, that just
Yeah.
build really gone community. And I just think there's like some good way to do that. So that's really important. Thank you for encouraging me on that.
Hey, thanks for having me again. And the two guys in Chicago, or two people in Chicago, you got to fight. Everyone in chat's talking about that fight. We'll live
It's got to
stream
be
it.
some kind of Spirit of Chicago fight. So maybe it's like a Chicago pizza eating contest. You know, who can eat the most deep dish pizzas? You know.
Yeah. We'll stream that on Twitch.
Yeah. Or maybe just like who can eat one slice fastest, you know? Like we gotta, you know.
Yeah.
And then we do like a slow motion, 1000 FPS of each one.
Oh,
It can be really
damn.
dramatic. Yeah, really dramatic. We like started off at 1000 FPS and it's synchronized.
I have to make sound effects for that too, like the squishy.
Mwah, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yeah, that would be terrifying.
All right.
Anyway, thank you.
Thanks for having me, David. I gotta hop off. It's past midnight here.
Oh wow, thank you.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
You too.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I'm surprised I'm in. It feels kind of surreal. How's it going?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm pretty interested in the philosophical side of things, and after kind of looking back at what the evidence points to of our past, the fear of being eaten alive, causing or at least leading to our evolution to become seemingly the universe more aware of itself, and therefore now moving into this era way out of like natural law, or kind of breaking out, as I think I've heard you kind of mention it, into a world of a more of a shared dream where we're kind of taking control of this embodied awareness and being able to make essentially anything or everything. And I guess I wondered your thoughts on why it needed to be kind of so brutal, our true history, in order to kind of come to this point where now we get to eventually hopefully lead to a world of like imagination and play and what some might say like a heaven on earth type of scenario where we're doing the feeling and the thinking is a little more taken care of for us.
You're asking why. You're asking like why the like path of history has needed to be so brutal.
I guess as like creatures or animals and coming from a place of like jellyfish and evolving awareness now to a point where it seems like you're kind of leading the way in manifesting imagination. I was curious if you thought about or like what about like the brutality of what nature is caused us to become so aware and then lead to this stage, because I guess when we're asking like what we are, it does seem like we get to make that rule or we get to make that meaning up. And I like the idea that it is just do anything we can and make everything we can and play with imagination. And it seems like we came from such a brutal place of evolution in order to become or embody this awareness, to ask these questions and do these things. So I just wondered if you had thoughts on it.
I think there's a lot of things that maybe like we can be a source of in the universe. Like there's things that we can ask the universe for, and there's things that we have to give back. Yeah. There's certain things we can ask the universe for, and there's certain things we have to give back. I think things we can ask the universe for is like, is beauty and surprise and like depth and like, yeah, like knowing and variety and like challenge. And then to some extent, like the things that we have to give back are like care and fun and like stories and journeys. I think giving back beauty to the universe is also really interesting. Like the universe gives you beauty and you can give beauty back. I think there's maybe certain things that go both ways. Um, like I don't think the universe has fun, but we can fill the universe with fun, and like the universe has beauty, but we can also fill it with beauty too. We can kind of increase the beauty. I don't think I think there's a certain, like, the universe can be a source of brutality, but so can people, actually.
Mhm.
But I don't think the universe can be a source of caring, but we can be a source of caring.
Mhm.
And so, like, um, yeah, I mean, the universe creates a source of evolution, right? We can also be a source of evolution. So some of this is like, some things like are things that go both ways. It's like us becoming the universe,
Mhm.
and then other things are us being to prey to the universe. And the other thing is like us sort of transcending the universe, you know? Like the universe doesn't have these like play. Like the idea, I don't think the universe has a sense of play, but we do. And there's like something very powerful to that, you know, to like fill the universe with play and to create these environments of play and
Mhm.
fun. I mean, the universe, interestingly, I don't think has a sense of beauty. Nature has a sense of beauty because, like, the flowers try to be beautiful for the bees, and then we find the flowers beautiful too. But it's like a co-evolutionary sort of superorganism. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this is answering your question. Do you want to keep poking?
Sure. Yeah, that's all it is. So absolutely answering whatever kind of question that came out of my mouth. It was more so kind of just listening to your mind and where thoughts go. I'm glad I'm in the later part of the session of the meeting notes. Yeah, in that way, it's weird to feel like I'm in a time, in a line, or a place that can look back based on just evidence, even though it requires the present. It's like we can kind of see how things have moved and where things are going. And every time I'm in your meeting session, I seem to visualize a little bit more where we can go based on the things that you say and that you're doing, and the people asking the questions, of course, as well. I mean, kind of this community as a whole, and so I just get excited about how that can come to be visualized and then walked into, and as the universe, if it is this kind of medium, essentially like this energetic medium that intent can control and move and manifest and make into kind of experiences and things that can be sensed, it seems like using visualization was an interesting dive into moving from interface to then manifesting anything visually was an interesting move of your focus in order to kind of move towards that. Why MidJourney is it called?
I feel like a lot of people in technology feel like a lot of people in technology act like we have no past, and a lot of regular people in the world feel like we have no future. But I feel like we're very much MidJourney, that we have like a rich and beautiful history behind us and like amazing, unimaginable future ahead of us.
I love it.
Yeah. I would say that, like, even though it seems like we're at this particularly special point in history, and I mean we are, I think that every point in history feels like that. Like, I remember my grandfather talking to me about how, um, like when he was little, like my grandfather had like 10 siblings, and then the father died very early, so they all had to take care of each other. And my grandfather, like, it was kind of like, you know, early 1900s, like he's just like, they're kind of just like cars are new and engines are new. And he, like, as a kid was like trying to get a job with engines, and then he managed to get a thing, and he was like, oh my God, like I'm able to help make cars, you know, and cars are like these incredible, unimaginable things. And then all of a sudden, like, there was Pearl Harbor, and all of a sudden people are volunteering to be in the military, and he volunteered, and all of a sudden he was like the person in charge. He was the engineer of these, like, the super fortress, these like huge things with, like, 4 engines and 128 cylinders each. I forget, it was something absurd. And all of a sudden he's like flying at like these sort of like altitudes where nobody can breathe, with like sub-zero temperatures, and he's in charge of these hundreds of cylinders and like tweaking the valves, because like it didn't do itself back then. You literally had to have an engineer to keep the engines running as you crossed the Pacific Ocean. And like they had a little dome on top of the things. They could, like, I don't know if most people don't remember this, but like in the 40s, how did you navigate? How did you find Hawaii? They actually had a dome on the top of these airplanes, and they would navigate with the stars at night with little sextants like they used to in the
Oh my
boats.
God. Oh
And so
wow.
like you had these engineers and you had these star navigators and they're crossing the ocean. They have all these cylinders, like this unimaginable level of technology. It's like 18 years old, you know? And then all of
Yeah.
a sudden, like he was in the same bomber squadron as the one that dropped the nuclear bomb on Hiroshima. It's all of a sudden like there are these nuclear bombs and they're wiping out whole cities and these airplanes are flying so high nothing can hit them. And like there's this, you know, huge firestorms and terrible unimaginable tragedies. And, you know, and then like, you know, he's coming back and then all of a sudden like they had these jet engines, you know, and like he remember saw the first jet engine. He's like, there's an airplane and it has no propellers. What's going on? You know, like it's another unimaginable technology. The airplanes don't have propellers anymore, you know, and they go faster.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden people are going to space and they're walking on the moon and like
Mm-hmm.
and we start having like computers and like the internet and everybody's connected to everything. And you know, when he was like in his 90s, he was like hacking satellite TV to get like free satellite TV. And he's like, I'm hacking satellites and like these things that are like revolving around the earth at like, you know, 22,000 miles an hour, you know?
Oh yeah.
And like I was like this kid who just like who had no parents who just wanted to like help with a car, you know? And like this sort of arc of 90 years of human life through just this, you know, the 90s was like completely unimaginable. Like you went from like cars not existing to like us being able to like annihilate all life on Earth. You know,
It's
like
such
that's
a
what
trip.
happened. That's what happened in the 1900s. You know, it was like pretty intense. And like, I mean, to be
Yeah.
honest, like I think if we're lucky, you know, the next 100 years will be just as intense and unimaginable. Like, cause like I think like you can say a lot of bad things happen in the 1900s, and certainly that's true, but also a lot of good things, and we're all happy. I think almost everybody is happy that they're living in the 2000s instead of the 1900s. You know, like everyone's like, oh yeah, I'm happy I'm living now instead of 100 years ago. It's not that it was
Absolutely.
bad
Oh.
back then, but like we have made things better.
Mhm.
And so like it always feels like everything's changing and everything is changing and it feels like things the old ways are dying so things are changing and like the goal is to make things better and like it definitely like but like it does I would emphasize it's the thing like the MidJourney thing I have to like emphasize like we do come from this rich history you know of like unimaginable change and
Yeah.
like and it's going to continue and that's like the privilege of getting to be a part of it you know
Mhm.
and like that's really awesome and that's why I think like one of the biggest problems in the world right now is not actually any of the problems we talk about like global warming or like feeding people. Those are big problems. The biggest problem is people actually not believing that we have a future anymore or that the future can be good or that there are problems that we can solve. Like that's the risk. The risk is that like that we stop believing effectively in the future and then that the future ends. Like that's the problem. The problem isn't that like we can't solve problems, things won't change and that things won't get better. Like those things happen like almost naturally, you know? The challenge is like the lack collapse of belief is actually the biggest risk. It's not global warming. It's not feeding people. It's if we have a collapse in belief that we can actually solve problems, then we will no longer be able to solve problems, and that would be, I think, the end. So, I mean, part of the reason, like, why invest in imagination, is because imagination is literally the thing from which we build the belief that we can solve problems. You know, and it's the thing that
Yes.
we it's the place where we build a belief that there will be a future. So like when I talk about making the world a more imaginative place, it's like maybe existential in this like how do you prevent people from having a collapse in belief in the future and the past? Is that like well we have an imagination, it's we have this imagination, and it's just like an interesting question, like why do we even have imaginations? I heard somebody once say this is evolutionary theory, which is that the reason why we can imagine things is that we can like we can die and succeed. We can have like both tragedies and like victories 1,000 times in our head before anything actually happens in the real world. Before imagination, it was just like it's like you try to do the thing and you get eaten by you get eaten by the lion or not. You had one try.
I see. I see.
And this idea that like we have our imaginations to kind of live and play out possible futures and realities and to think in is like what then lets us build like the right things. Like
Yeah.
even the ability to imagine a bad world, like these sort of dystopian worlds, it's helpful because it helps us imagine what we don't want. And sometimes you don't know what you want or not want until you imagine different things. And so like there's it's like a really important like fundamental substance of the human experience, like imagination. And it's like and so like yeah, this is like I usually talk about like reflection, imagination, coordination. People, no one has any idea what I'm saying, but like it says, how do we build things? We have to like reflect on who we are. We have to imagine where we can be, and then eventually, once we imagine, we have to all coordinate, and whether it's with ourselves, like literally our own feet, or like each other to then get there. And so I think in the lab, I think about these three themes a lot, and basically how do we build fundamental pillars of infrastructure that support people in each of these three things? And how do we reinvent that process of imagining? How do we reinvent that process of reflecting? And then how do we eventually reinvent this sort of process of coordinating? Because if we can do all three things, then that's really enough to sort of solve anything and make anything, which is we're going to have to do. Like this next 100 years is going to need a lot of new stuff because we do have problems like feeding everybody and solving global warming and all that stuff. And those are problems that involve making things and reflecting about what we should do, imagining what we can do, like, and then coordinating to actually do it. So like, it's all stuff we can solve. I'm very optimistic about it, and just like my little philosophical rant.
Your rants are very optimistic, inducing as well. It feels like some of the aspects of this project and your words, they ring true on that like level of like knowingness, which is like really nice. Kind of that thing you were saying where you discover an image and it's something like, I don't know, fundamental, and it kind of like gives you that acknowledgement where like, oh wait, this is different, or like this is like touching on what that transcendental kind of thing, that unnameable thing is, and it's exciting. I think you popped the cork on the first, or it might have been there, and you just kept opening it. But yeah, I think this project is purely like, yeah.
Yeah, I
Please
think
go.
no one. I'm very happy that the community understands it. I feel like outside the community, like no one really gets it. Everyone's like, isn't it all about like making deep fakes of deep fake porn of like of Hannah Montana or something fucked up? And it's like, no, it's not. It's not about that. Like, it's about like we can see new things and we can understand ourselves and we can like imagine like, actually like imagine again like a positive future,
Yeah.
And it's not about like making deep fakes, like deep fake images or porn or fake art. Like, no, let's build art that's so crazy that when you just people seeing it, they don't even have to be told. They just know that it's something that never ever happened before. You know? Like
Yeah.
that's fucking cool. Those are my favorite pieces. Is not like the fake art, but the stuff that's like it's just truly new, and everyone just stops and it's like, I don't know what that was made by. It wasn't made by. Doesn't look like it was made by a machine. It doesn't look like it was made by a person. It's this new thing. You know, that's my
Yeah.
favorite. And like, I don't know. It's what it's about. It's like that's the transcendent thing. That's that transcendent pillar. It's like once we, which I think is just this is one of that like elements of reality, is if everything seems kind of mundane or everything seems boring or hopeless, none of those things are real. But when something seems transcendent, like this is beyond me, I don't know what this is. I think that's kind of reality. Like reality is that, like it's this thing, it's beyond us. Like it has to be, right? If the universe exists, then it is intrinsically beyond us. So the ability to have that moment of like, oh, this isn't, I don't know what this is like this is great and beautiful, like real human moments. And yeah, I just kind of want more of that, right? Yeah. I'll stop right there.
That's
Thanks for
okay.
poking.
Yeah, sure. I'll get off. Thanks for creating the next rung of the ladder, because it seemed like until Tony Hawk hit the 900, then everyone started hitting 900s in skateboarding. And so what you're
Oh
doing for
yeah.
imagination and visualization, I think, is gonna like set us all up well. So thanks for contributing so much to our evolution.
Thank
Much
you.
love, David. Bye.
We're trying really hard. Thank you for appreciating.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for everyone being part of the community in general. I should always continue to emphasize that. Yeah.
I don't know how to leave.
Oh, don't worry. I think we're almost done actually. So
Oh, okay, okay.
I don't know if we have like I don't know how many more people on the list, but try to close out at 4. So I'll probably do another 10 minutes worth of stuff. I don't know what we got. What we got?
We have a few left, but we can end it early. There aren't a lot left.
No, we can do 4 o'clock. I'm gonna stick to it. 4 hours of Q&A. If it kills me,
Let's go.
let's go.
Ancient Chaos, do I need to dip out, or how does?
It looks like some of the stage controls aren't working. Oh, there it goes. It's just laggy. I'm trying to invite people up, but I'm not sure if it's actually sending the invites.
Good philosophy this time. I'm trying to get some good philosophy, and I appreciate people poke me. Yeah, hit me with the philosophy jabs. It's good. It gets me. It's hard sometimes. Like I keep a lot bottled up. You know, it's good to get it out.
Looks like all of them got invited up at once.
The part that
Party, 10-minute
Okay,
party.
let me call you back.
This is great. I love this.
Yeah.
Hello.
Right. Hello.
Sorry about that. One thing, it's your mother. Okay. Hey, David, how are you?
Hello.
Um,
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to ask you your position and your viewpoint about the images that are being created on this platform. I've been ranking a lot of images, and in seeing these images, and I read the prompts, there are a lot of people on this platform that have really differing views about sexuality, about politics, about so many different things. You know, it's like a little microcosm of what's out there.
Yeah.
And I've listened to you in the office hours previously talking about how you want to make this a safe space and how your priorities are blood and gore and images demeaning and demoralizing to women and the sexualization of children and violence and everything. And I was listening to that office hour when you had your group of 7 women. Do you remember that when you were?
That was great. I love that. That was one of my favorite moments. That was really good. We want to do more panels. We should do more panels.
Yeah, that was really terrific to reach out and get their viewpoint on what is offensive and what isn't offensive. And I thought it was also interesting that you didn't call for the guys that were actually creating the offensive images, but that's another to get their opinion.
I don't worry. I heard plenty of their opinions. They're very loud. They're very loud. I was basically like, I the reason why I did, I was like, I'm so tired of hearing yet another guy say that we should have titties on the platform. Like, let's hear what them and say. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. And so I am, I was born in the last century. I might not be your typical user. I'm approaching 70 years old. And I listen to you and your attitude about the platform that you've created and how it's a tool. Like an artist would use a paintbrush or a sculptor would use a chisel and a hammer or something like that to create their own art, their own expression. And I thought, well, boy, you are right on track. You are right on the ball. And your attitude about what you've created is absolutely perfect. And I look at these images and I see different kinds. I see the political variants with pictures of Biden and pictures of Trump and the differing perspectives. And I look at sexuality and I see the upskirt images of 14-year-old Asian schoolgirls. And I see women that are bloody and beaten. And I see gay men that are oiled and muscular, embracing each other, and women with women. And I'm thinking to myself, you have a lot of cultural subsets on this platform, obviously. And you've got the LGBTQIA plus people here, binary and non-binary. And I'm just trying to think, when I see these images of men embracing with the oiled up bodies and even young boys and an older man with a young kid, and you can tell it's just so obvious it's meant to be sexual or a creation of someone's sexual fetish or something like that. I'm thinking the images of blood and guts and women that are being dehumanized is particularly offensive in the sexualization of children. But there are also
people who might view a man with a man in a sexual situation, holding hands or kissing, just as offensive. Not everyone in the United States or in the world is as accepting of the different, cultures that we have here, and the identities that people have in trying to live their authentic selves. And there might be a mother with her, 6 or 7-year-old child showing images, and they'll run across these images of expressed sexuality, with men or with women, and they might find that just as offensive as a picture of blood and gore or something like that. And so I wanted to kind of get your idea of what is allowed, what is not allowed, what is offensive. And it's really interesting because what might be okay with you, might certainly not be okay with, another parent or someone like that. That was one of the questions I had when I was ranking. As I saw it, and I'm sure you guys have seen it all, but holy cow, there's a lot of stuff out there, which, I've been here a few decades and made me raise an eyebrow or two.
We don't. Same with us. Let me try. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, the people, I've documented the LGBTQ community and their culture and the amazing things that they produce and their creativity and everything. And it's just remarkable to me. And so everyone has a right to express themselves and to express their creativity. I'm just wondering, what you think of the images that are being produced by these cultural subsets, if I could use that term.
Yeah, I would say first and foremost, the vast, 99% of the images are quite innocent. I feel like so that's good. We did a good job with that. When we start getting into the offensive images, I think I kind of have to pick and choose my battles, right? So I feel like the first thing to choose is we should make sure that women feel comfortable here because that's 50% of all humans. That's a real thing. And by default, I think most tech isn't trying to do that. And it's very easy to it's possible actually that the average male may create an environment that is not welcoming for the average female. So there's actually maybe the most immediate challenge is actually, it's what one woman said was actually what an average guy will find slightly sexy and fun could feel kind of creepy and unsettling to the average woman, And so there's that's kind of I think the most normal, I don't want to call it a power imbalance or something that could lead to the community being all dudes, and basically bumping out half of all humans, which that's bad. And I think about that, that's probably the number one because that's a challenge to do in a way that you end up with situations like the bikini situation. Do you have bikinis, right? And that's a hard call, right? I don't know. I think it's kind of a hard call. Not the hardest call I'll ever make, but probably a hard call in general. And then I think things like sexualization of children is kind of an easy call. Everyone just says that's not okay. And then when we see that, we just ban those people and we try to wipe any image that we can find. And that's pretty easy. I think that's it's in some ways it's the worst situation that can happen, but also the easiest situation to resolve. You delete the images, you ban the person, Whereas sort of making a welcoming environment for women is actually harder because the average everyone wants to make bikinis, but then the dudes will do it in one way, and women that's a little bit scarier actually for me, because it's harder to it's easy to ban someone who's trying to sexualize children, and it's harder to ban somebody who's a dude who's being a little insensitive, You almost have to set them aside and be hey, you're making people uncomfortable, which the moderators have done many times. And almost what universally happens is somebody be well, I don't think I'm making anyone uncomfortable. How dare you tell me that? Which is tough, right? Because it's how do you have that conversation, right? Do we have therapists in the community? I don't know. So that's interesting.
You're also looking at it through a heterosexual perspective, it appears. And so if you were talking about the sexualization of children, how do you view a 14-year-old boy with a 14-year-old boy, or a 14-year-old boy with a 60-year-old man? I mean,
I think that in general, like, I think from even just like a legal standpoint, sexualization of children is not okay. Like, I can't do it.
Sure.
Like I think in the United States, like, you're not. It's just pretty clear cut. And we're a United States company, so we just have to say it's not allowed. There's no nuance in the law, unfortunately. And so that sucks. Like, well, that sucks. It's like it's like there's not even an ability to have a conversation. I don't know, like, you're right, maybe like two kids, like maybe a young 15-year-old, like, what can they do? I don't know. I don't even know if I really want to have that conversation. It's they're intellectually interesting things one could ask, but it's actually kind of nice that there's no nuance in the law, because I don't have to have the conversation. I can just say no nuance in the law. We can't have it. Otherwise we're in a situation where we have to actually have that conversation, like we have around gore, like what's really okay, or what's like, I don't really, in general, I think it's like this. It's like kind of backing out. It's like, I think that we have an important battle to fight, which is like to make the world a more imaginative and beautiful place. And then I think the battles we don't want to fight is like every single culture war, religious war, sexual related war. Those things are distractions, and I think they're not really that important in comparison to the broader mission, which is to kind of give people like a belief in themselves in the future, and like an ability to reflect and to imagine things together. I think that's way more important than everything else. And so the challenge is to kind of avoid the cultural battles in a way that allows us to focus on the core mission, which I've actually found over time is actually how all social networks behave. Is if you talk to anybody in charge of a social network, they're like, look, I just want to help people share photos. I don't want to deal with this. Or someone's like, I just want to help people text each other. I don't want to have to deal with this. And it's always like, I think one of my favorite ones is somebody who's in charge of one of the payment platforms. He's like, everyone, they like send each other money, and then they have a description. They say it's for drugs. Please don't write that. Like, don't tell people it's for drugs. Don't even joke about it. Like, this is not something I have to deal with,
Yeah, sure.
And so like, it's this thing is that platform vendors just want to kind of do their mission, and they don't really want to be dragged into all this other stuff. And it's a challenge because, it's hard to not get dragged into it to some extent, right? And then like, I think in an ideal world, I would just not get dragged into it. So if with child porn, it's easy, not illegal, no nuance. I don't have to care if it's a 14-year-old doing it, or someone in Asia doing it, or someone who's older. Like, it's just no nuance. We're done. That's the easiest one. I think making women comfortable, or having like a gender balanced community of people where everybody feels comfortable, that's kind of a challenge, because it's just hard to do. Like, it's been interesting having different ages, like 18-year-olds interacting with 70-year-olds, or I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you. It's actually been. We had we had this wonderful moment where I think like one kid, like an 18-year-old, called a 60-year-old racist, and then the next day we had a 60-year-old call an 18-year-old racist. Like, where they're both kind of doing it past the, like, you know what I mean, like in different ways, and they both sides didn't get it, and that was actually really interesting. But like it's actually really like the most diversity in the MidJourney community is age diversity. Actually, right now we have as many people under the age of 18 as over 45, and so that's really interesting. It's unprecedented in tech. I mean, so I think so. That's probably my second concern. So I think the first concern is gender diversity. The second, and like making everyone comfortable. I think the second concern is age diversity, and what that means is mostly like making sure this is like a safe place for people under 18, while also being a place that people over 30 enjoy. I think that's probably actually the area where, I mean, that's part of where the whole anti-sexualization thing comes from in general. It's not about child porn. It's about like, doing lots of stuff that would legitimately creep people out. I mean, usually it's like it's creeping somebody out who's either a different age than you or a different gender, right? That's what happens a lot of the time. And so that's the second area I think a lot about. And I think I kind of had to decide. I'm like, look, we're either going to be a community for people over the age of 18, or we're going to be a community that can actually be a full age range, And I was like, I'd rather have a community that's welcoming to all ages than have a community that's really unwelcoming to, hopefully, like a source of innovation and energy,
You bet. You're killing me when you say people under 18 and people over 30. You're just killing me there. So anyway,
Was
It's,
that saying? Sorry. Well, I mean, I think the average age is like 33. And then I think there's as many, and then I think and then there's as many people under 18 as over 45. Those are kind of the two, like it's sort of centered. It's kind of centered in a way where like that's sort of symmetrical around that point. There's very few people over 65. So, but I think that's mostly just because, like it's not, we have like it's. I think honestly, the fact that there are. What's
they're
that?
all in nursing homes.
I think honestly, the fact that there are as many people over 45 as under 18, that's on Discord, which is not a friendly place for age diversity. It actually implies to me that the MidJourney might skew older as general as a product. And it's really interesting. And I think maybe the reason for that, and I've been watching this lately, is that people who are 18, they'll come to me and they'll go, David, I don't have the words. Like, what do you mean you don't have the words? Like I have things I want to do, but I literally don't know the words to say it. And so it's kind of like the reason why most writers are like 45, like most really good writers. Like it's kind of I think the average age of a famous writer is like 45 or something. It's like you kind of need time to learn language and be able to express yourself and to have experiences that you can talk about and shape things with. So I think there's something really interesting about that. Now, one thing I would say is the under 18, they do like the product, but they find the words hard. And what they tend to do is they tend to enjoy using image prompts. So they'll say, here are three, like they'll be like, here's a picture of a tree and a picture of a house and like grass and a wave, and here's the word face. And it'll like do some really beautiful image. And I'll be like, why did you do that? That doesn't make any sense. And they go, I just thought it would vibe. And I was like, obviously, like that's a real thing, you know? The challenge is I think right now, like, I mean, also it's kind of expensive, the current costs. So like, I think both the younger people either have a hard time affording it or they don't have the words, which is really interesting. So I actually want to, like, if I expand the user base, I actually want to expand the user base. We kind of want to do it. We're going to have a non-Discord thing, which will be friendlier for people who are older. And then I think on the Discord side, we're going to try to have better interfaces for working with images and non-words, like non-verbal things, non-linguistic things. And then we're going to want to have, I think in general, just have to be really careful and thoughtful about the gender balance stuff, which is like basically try to make a place where dudes can't. Well, it's always dudes creeping women out. It's very rarely women creeping dudes out, and that'd be interesting.
Well, there are women who are creating women with women images, and you know, I don't think there are all kinds of people on the platform, and the only reason why I really wanted to ask you this and get your thoughts on this, because in going through the ranking, I would see images that aren't particularly offensive to me, like these oiled up bodies of guys with each other and all that. I know exactly what that is, you know, of someone's fetish or fantasy or something. And I'm thinking, well, is this the proper place for it? I'm thinking artistic expression. And I'm thinking if there was a mother who is, you know, her kids were on it, would she want them seeing this? And so, you know, or do I vote? It's okay with me? So I guess it's a good image. I mean, that was those are the thoughts I had.
Yeah, I mean, in general, if you think it's not something that we should be generating in a friendly community, just do the little puke face thing. But I mean, in general, I would say that like really almost all the problems came from the fact that we got some open source code that was trained on porn and sort of porn leaked into our system. And that's fucked up a lot of things. And I've been very unhappy with that. Like it's sort of like on one level, yeah, we can make sure everybody has clothes on. Like we did a lot of work there. But on the flip side, like porn will like change the definition of what a woman is, you know, where it's like you ask for like it's like now all of a sudden you ask for a beautiful woman and they always has, you know, D-size bras or whatever, you know, and that's kind of messed up. And like and so I would say I'm probably like I think like the freedom of expression, like sexually, it's like intellectually interesting. There's definitely a healthy way to do it, but I think I'm just going to wipe it out. So like the next version of our stuff will have no porn in the data sets, and we do a lot of tests right now, and it's really hard to make it get anything sexual with it. And I think that's going to be a good thing because it will make it a more welcoming and safe community for people. And like one day, will it make sense to do one that has nudity? We've done experiments there before. I don't know if you've heard a story. I can retell that story.
When you say no porn, though, does that, that example of some oiled Filipino young men embracing together, would that be, there are people that don't consider that porn, that might be normal in their community or in their train of thought, but
yeah,
other people might find that offensive. Is that porn? Or is
yeah, I think what'll happen is the model will just get dumber when it comes to any topic that it might have learned from porn before. And then it will, and there's multiple interpretations, it will tend to skew towards an innocent, non-pornographic interpretation of your words.
I see.
And so the problem is right now you can use words that are sort of so overtly sexual that you can manage to skew it into where it'll take some porn knowledge. Like, it's like, look, I have no idea what you mean unless you use this porn knowledge, And then people really try really hard to find those things. And so the new version just won't have it. So a terrible example. I feel like I have to give a terrible example in order to even illustrate the point. Was like one is like somebody was doing like a woman's wet hole, and that was like, and then you did it in the new system, and it was like a woman falling into a vortex of water, which is like a very innocent, and it was a beautiful image of like this beautiful vortex, and like it was beautiful, and it was like, yeah, that's great. Like let's make it do that. And so I think the next version, I hope it will hopefully wipe out the sexualization to a huge extent, like 90% or more, maybe 95. There's going to be it'll be possible to do things, but it'll be much harder. It'll be like trying to make a picture of a dog without it ever seeing a dog before. Like you can do it, but it'll be hard. And so so that'll be good. I think we still have gore in there, so we have to work on filtering the gore out. I think we'll be able to do that, and then it'll be similarly hard to do bad gore. And so probably I would say I'm focused of making the Disney version right now.
Yeah.
Because I think like the Disney version in this case, I think can have like 90% of all the freedom of expression that people want. And it creates this beautiful, safe, wonderful space. There's an interesting question of like, should there be like a MidJourney After Dark thing where it's like not censored in some way? We did an experiment once that I still find really intellectually interesting, which was we created a collaborative space. We called it Not Safe, Don't Judge. And we threw 100 people in there with no filter. And it was really interesting. It was actually very cathartic. And I think it was like spiritually healthy for everybody in that room. Because what happened was everyone was very shy. And then someone's like, boobs. And then someone goes, huge boobs. Someone goes, like a 50-person orgy in a Walmart. And it kind of like slowly escalated and everybody was laughing. Like nobody was outraged because they knew that this was sort of like, it was like remarkably, but everyone was shy. And so they're kind of slowly coming out of their shells and realizing that like all of it was bullshit. Like it didn't really matter. And like it got really absurd, like Bill Cosby eating out Hitler at the end. But like it was somehow everyone was laughing because they realized that like a lot of their sort of pent up things that they were shy about or prude about, like it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And they were just kind of laughing. And it was very obviously like cathartic for everybody. The challenge, and I think that was probably positive. But then the challenge is like, basically what I said is like, we're doing this room, it's going to last 1 hour. And if anybody shares an image, we will ban you for life. No questions asked, no anything. So like it was kind of interesting. And the problem is the second you do that outside of that kind of context, people will try to like make the most offensive image possible, post it on Twitter and be like, look what MidJourney made.
I get it.
And so I think I think that there is an angle there that probably is humane to explore, but I haven't quite figured it out yet. And I don't think it's necessarily particularly important in comparison to the other things. But like one day, could it make sense for us to have like an uncensored zone? I think so. But it's definitely like really low down the list. Like we kind of have to ask ourselves, not like, will this make money? Because I don't care if it makes money. And I don't really want to make money that way. It would be like, can we create like a spiritually healthy, cathartic experience that like helps people grow out of areas that were maybe silly, Is there some way to do that in like a way that is like healthy for the human species? I think that's a really interesting question. It's still like way down on the list, but But for now, I'm basically, it's really easy to say, what would Disney do, and just wipe everything out. So we're kind of just like, what would Disney doing it right now? And yeah, I don't know. It sucks. Like, people are adversarial in the, like, we have adversarial group of users who will try to get us to do anything, you know? And then they'll like accuse us for things, and it'd be really toxic. And
so how come you don't get rid of those people?
What's that?
Well, you know, are those
we get
kind of
we
on the platform?
we get rid of a lot of them. So like, for example, like, you know, anything involving like sexualization of like children or celebrities kind of stuff, like they ban people. It's not that many. Like, it's probably like 1 in 10,000 people or do something bad.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty good ratio. I'm actually starting to have an appreciation of humans at scale. It seems like 1 out of 10,000 of anything will be just completely unusual. Like, they'll not know how to use a credit card. They won't like they'll literally, you know, like they'll, like, somebody told me that like their lawyer, they're like, oh, my lawyer accidentally bought the enterprise plan on my credit card. I was like, how did that happen? You know, like, it was weird. Like, weird events happen at some scale, and so it's like, and so, but yeah, so we just kind of, I've been pretty happy actually with how little there is. That's bad. I think the worst case scenarios, things that are the most scary, is like when ultra gore or some hypersexuality gets to the front page of our website, because then all of a sudden you get like 10,000 people learn the keywords to make that kind of image.
Not only that, but that becomes a representative image of your platform.
Yes, both are bad. So what's hard is that like we have this feedback loop, which is really good when things are going well, and it's really bad when things are going badly. So that's like, I love the feedback loop because that's ability to like super share knowledge. But then it's like, because of that feedback loop is another reason why we probably have to be really Disney-like, because like it's sort of like aesthetic accelerationism. And like, what does aesthetic accelerationism do on like porn, you know, or violence? Is probably bad. It's a bad feedback loop. And so this is one of those interesting things. I think that like most social platforms will find some feedback loop that helps them grow, and then there'll be an edge case of that feedback loop, which is terrible for all humanity, but they don't care because it's growth. And so for me, it's like, look, I can see this feedback loop is great for growth. It'll pull all the gore people in, it'll pull all the porn people in, but I'm like, that's not good for humanity. I'm just going to wipe that out. And so I wish the social platforms were a little bit more opinionated on like when a feedback loop is, like, when activity, you know, when usage, when growth is bad, like it's not the kind of growth you want, you know. But so we're trying. I feel like I'm willing to be opinionated and cut the feedback loops, but I don't know. Like, what do you think we could be? You're asking me for some thoughts, and here's what I have some random thoughts. Like, what do you think about what we should do, or any of the stuff I was saying, or?
I've got a ton of ideas and suggestions, but I think we've got 453 people listening, and I don't want to put them all to sleep.
No. Give us a few. Give us a few things. I gotta ask for some stuff back.
You know, in making this a safe space, I think that you could really define your terms of service more specifically. You are a very idealistic guy, and your objectives are just wonderful, you know, and you're pro-humanity and everything. And I read the feedback, and I go into these rooms or whatever you call them, and I'm reading people's suggestions and ideas about what MidJourney should be, and they're in direct opposition to your thoughts and what you've expressed. You know, and I think if you're able to maintain and stick to your guns, David, as to the goal that you have with this platform, I think it's extremely admirable. I think you're doing the right thing everywhere, and especially in your outreach to women and trying to make this a safe space. I mean, my gosh, you got people here trying to make porn when the internet is just teeming with porn. And they could find every kind of sexual, you know, inclination known to mankind. They have to come to your platform and try and make it. I
No,
mean,
no, it's actually what's happening is I thought this too. It's so interesting. What happens is it turns out that Midjourney is better at like personalizing their fantasies, and it creates a game of them to find the perfect fantasy that is actually that draws them in. It's really interesting. Like there was one person with 10,000 images of like close-up pictures of sweaty biceps. They would have never found a gallery like that anywhere else, and they were having obviously a blast. But it's really interesting. I mean, and then obviously it can make really good porn, like nudes. Like it'll make a good butt, and it'll make a good whatever. Like it does all the things. But like it knows what it's just like how it can learn from anything else. It's kind of all the same. But it's not what we're about.
yeah.
It's not what we're about. Like I'm sure it can be used to make the best violence that's ever been conceived visually. Dude, it's like it's the same machine. The machine has the ability to kind of hone in on what people want and like optimize, and people like to optimize. And they can optimize something that's beyond what anything in the reality is. What we're kind of doing with like kitten pictures too, right? And it kind of works everywhere, which is interesting. It seems like it's the same stuff. It's just it's bad in a big public feedback loop. It's not good in this public shared space. And people tell me like, yeah, I should be able to do nudity anywhere I want. Well, no, this is like a house, right? And you can't just take your pants off anybody else's house and call them I literally this happened. Somebody was calling me a fascist for it. Look, you can't just take your pants off somebody else's house and call them a fascist because they want you to put your pants back on. It's like literally.
Yeah, of course, they listen to you and they see how idealistic you are, and then they think, oh, gee, anything goes. But no, anything does not go. This is still your house, your platform, and there are certain parameters that they need to work within. So
So how could we communicate it better? You think that would help people understand? Like, just write something up. Like, we're trying to make a shared space, and this involves being, welcoming for women as well as people who are under 18, and something like that.
It's too bad that the more detailed you get. I read the rules and the terms of service and stuff, and you have things that don't do anything bad or stupid or anything like that, which is just wonderful because it's a very human way to communicate. And the further away you get from that, and the more Microsoft-ish, in terms of rules and expressions and lawyer jargon that you stick in there, it gets further and further away from who you are, which you've imbued in this platform. And your idealism. So it's a shame, people, when they, you give them an inch and they're going to take a mile, and I think there could be a propensity to take advantage of you, David, and your spirit on this platform by trying to get away with this, whatever they want, and it's depressing, because if you clamp down, the more you clamp down and the more you bring in, like I said, lawyer jargon and stuff like that to really define and specify what the parameters are and what your goals and objectives are with this platform, the more it becomes kind of off-putting. And the person that you are is part of the goal. The attraction of this platform. Because it's so open, because it's so terrific, because you concentrate on the aesthetics, and because you have such an open attitude of, hey, let's see what people can do. That's not a typical company or a CEO that's just going to lay down the law or the rules and the parameters. This platform so far is not like that. And I don't know if it's because it's new or if it's because it's beta. And as it gets more refined and defined a year from now, terms of service and everything else will look completely different. I have no idea. But right now, it's you. And I think that's terrific. And I hate to see people change it.
I think one thing that's good about like I mean, I'm like 30. I'm like 33, 34. I guess I don't have that much experience, but I've had at least enough experience to be pushed in the wrong direction and to have regretted it, and to have been pushed away from my guns and wish that I had stuck to my guns. And we had a lot of that at my previous company was, it was like Leap Motion. It was like 100 people for 10 years, and there were so many things that we did that I realized in hindsight weren't me and we shouldn't have done. And so I do feel like I'm in a position to stick to my guns a lot more now. It's interesting to ask like how far I can go because like I always kind of have to check myself. Like, it's like, hey, am I sticking to my guns or do I have some trauma, around something, and like it's in trying to figure out am I biased? Am I being too open-minded or am I being this or that? Like, I feel like I do have a lot of really wonderful people, a lot of really wonderful mentors. I have like this, people like you in the community to ask things to and push things. And I feel like if I just keep kind of listening and trying to kind of hold on to like what feels right or something, I think we can do the right thing. And it's weird, like as an intellectual, a lot of people in the audience are like, oh my God, what feels right? It's like, no, actually, it's like, the intellect is for trying to, feelings are for figuring out what to do, and intellect is for figuring out how to do it. Like and it took me like 10 years, 15 years. I took my whole life to realize that, it's like, no, it's like if you listen to a lot of people and try to figure out what feels right, and then you try to think really hard, how do we make that work, Like it feels like it's a little weird to have, like it feels like there's an argument against censorship that is a legitimate argument, Now intellectually, how do we make that work? I don't know. That's going to take a while. And obviously intellectually, it's obviously not right. It obviously would create a unwelcoming it would not work in this format,
Yeah.
and so
that panel with the women, reaching out to them was extraordinary. Trying to get their input. No one else would do that. No, the company. Well, we want to make this. We want to feel the women. We want to hear from them directly how they feel about the issues. I mean, I found that remarkable myself. So.
Yeah, I wish sometimes the standards were higher in that like sometimes I worry it's like, oh my God, like I mean I'm doing like for a tech thing. I hate to even call it that. Like for a tech thing. Like yeah, I'm doing all these things that no one did, but I'm almost like, boy, like some of this is what I feel like a small town mayor would do too. And I wish the standard for leadership in technology, which is one of the most powerful places in the entire world, I wish the standard for leadership in technology was higher than the standards of a small town mayor. Like
you've commented on that before, with your objectives and goals are so different than a typical CEO, and it's I hate to sound like a broken record, but it really is refreshing. I think that someone out there is right now putting a contract out on me to break my kneecaps because I'm really monopolizing your time. But I just wanted to comment on two more things quickly, if I may. One
Go
is,
ahead, yeah.
I'm very grateful for you increasing the resolution because I'm working on a couple of books with the output from MidJourney, and every bit of resolution that I can get without having to resort to upscaling, different AI upscaling programs is very welcome. And another issue I just wanted to talk about. I know that there's a great many people here who would like to get a lot of images for different projects that they're working on, and this 10 image queue is really, gosh, I wish it were 25 or something like that. Any plans to?
Yeah, we're gonna have we're definitely gonna we're gonna have the 10 and 30 and 60, and we're gonna try to do the $60 tier and make it a way bigger queue and see what happens, and then we can maybe increase the queue of the 30 a little bit too. We're gonna try to figure out exactly what to do there. We have to be a little careful because it can have weird effects on we have on the infrastructure. We don't totally know what it would look like. We could probably it'd be interesting just to try having no queue limits it might be interesting to quadruple the queue limits for one day and just see what happened. We should probably try something like that. Basically, it's scary to we have a giant pool of when you make an image, it goes to a giant pool of machines that are being scaled up and scaled down to be in proportion to the activity that's happening, and then people in relax mode get a different priority on the pool. And so giving everybody the ability to make only a certain number of images kind of creates a regularity to how high the waves in the pool can go. And then we've been kind of scared if you give everybody giant queues and everybody does it at once, it just washes the whole thing. It creates this huge wave and wipes the whole system down basically. So we've been trying to figure out what we're probably overly conservative right now. I think I can say with confidence we are overly conservative right now in our queue lengths. I need to rethink what we do there. But actually, on the flip side, we're gonna try to move to these big batches soon. So like we're over conservative on our four image queues, but if people start letting people do 60 images at the same time, then that queue may be important again. So I have to try to think about it. But I take it to heart. And then on top of that, we are gonna do much higher resolution. We're gonna try to go one more level up in the resolution. We're gonna try to go to 16K. That'll be cool. We're gonna try to do a 16K. 16K is kind of gratuitous, but it's the level at which everyone's like, that's enough. And so we're gonna try to do like a full.
Is that a more expensive proposition where you're going to lose money if you increase resolution output, or
I think we're not going to make the default resolution really high res, but we're going to have an option to go up, like for ones you really like or you're using for a project.
Okay.
And so we think it won't be particularly, honestly, my current plan is to like make it not economical for us, but like to make it where it's sort of not economical, but it's awesome. It's like higher resolution than anyone would ever do otherwise. It's like the best way to get a high. We might even like let people do other photos in it because it's kind of upscaling is kind of safe. I think maybe. Yeah. So like let people like you can make any picture big. It's like the super big picture maker thing. Like it's kind of a fun. It's like probably the safest type of product that we have in our portfolio is like just making pictures bigger. So it's like potentially an area where we could make a really high end version of it and then make it like let people put whatever they want into it, as like a perk. So that could be fun. It's like it's everything else we're doing is sort of so dangerous by comparison.
Yeah. I hope that, David, you'll stay economically viable. You won't.
Yeah.
You're not going to just expend yourself out of business, by offering these amazing capabilities to your customers. Oh, that was it for me.
Question. We're doing okay right now for everybody. Like, we're doing okay. We want to have we're doing okay. I have for whatever it's worth. I don't try to toot my own horn, but like I have like a physics and math degree, so in theory I'm qualified to for our spreadsheets. I don't mean that like in an aggressive way, but in like a hopeful way. Like hopefully I'm good enough to do it. Like so, it's kind of like a thermodynamic thing. Like so, I actually fucked it up the first time. We did 1 month where the fast mode, where the $30 a month had unlimited fast mode. And what I didn't anticipate was the top 2% of people are fucking crazy. Yeah. Like if you let the top 2% of people make as much as they want, they like wipe out everything. They wipe everyone out. And so basically we had to create something basically for that. And that's kind of where relax mode came from. And then with relax mode, I was more conservative. And then our margins were too big. And then we tried to make relax mode faster to drop our margins. And so we can kind of, we have some like levers we can do. So I think we'll be, I mean, honestly, I think it's like this. As long as we have a stable community of subscribers of at least the current size, we're good. We're good for the foreseeable future, and we can just kind of focus on like not making money effectively. If we go up higher, like the challenge is actually like again, like what do we give? Like how do we give more away effectively? And I think we do want to get bigger. If we get smaller, we could probably get 3 times smaller without going out of business or something. Like we could probably still be a stable business, but it would be bad. It would be not a great result. I'd be sad if we got 3 times smaller. But at the current level, like we have enough spare working capital to kind of be able to say like, okay, we can do anything for the community. What should we do? And we're not particularly limited, and we don't have to raise money. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting challenge, actually. It's like, what do we, yeah, like, I mean, I guess there are some limits. Like, we can't, it's a little, but it's pretty good. Like, I'm a pretty imaginative person, and the current level of resources the community gives us is large enough that I have to, like, think hard about, like, okay, I don't really want to, like, the goal, yeah, everyone's kind of like, let's just make this a really stable thing. And like not focus on yeah. So it's kind of I don't know, it's pretty neat. I saw things like Craigslist. Most people don't know like Craigslist is similar. Like they're private, they have no investors, and they've just been like this stable thing for people for 20 years, and nobody could beat them. It's kind of weirdly inspiring, you know. And then Craig just like spends all his time giving money away as a philanthropist. My goal isn't to like give. My goal is to try to take the money and just try to spend it on more cool stuff. Everyone, you know, just like keep amping up the service. I think with Craigslist, it's harder to do that. Like, what do you do with $1 billion to make Craigslist better? You know. But with us, I think there's a lot of things we can do. Like, we can just give people more images. We can make the computers faster. We can make our own chip, or I don't want to do that. But like, you know, if we had an infinite amount of money, we would literally probably make a chip. You know. I'm that's not on the list, by the way. But it's like that would be the upper bound. Like, if he's literally, you know, what's the most expensive thing you could do that would still everyone would like, you know? So I think we won't have the problem. So I'm just grateful for everybody right now, because basically you all put us in this position where we can just focus on making good stuff and not have to care about trying to make money, and actually, if anything, focus on ways to, like, you know, give people more stuff, you know, and like, just where it's like, yeah, we don't really need to make that much money. Let's just try to give them more images and get some bigger supercomputers and build some bigger models and do high resolution. Like, it's gonna be like, it's the most fun situation to be in, because it's like, when I used to have investors, the question everyone was always asking is, how do we make more money? You know, which sucks. And we're in a situation where we're like, how do we, like, what do we make? Like, what do we make that people are going to like the most? And then what can we give away that make people just happy and like further the mission? So I'm pretty happy right now. I just want to thank everyone again for that. I will get to these last two people now, and then I'll probably call it quits.
Your customer, that's really great. That's really great, David. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for all the thoughts.
Oh yeah, I really appreciate it. And please keep up the good work. It's a terrific platform. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I know I said that I was only going to do 4 hours of QA, but I feel an important sense of mission to get to everybody else who was invited onto the stage.
Dude, you could totally wait until next time.
No, I got to do this.
I can't even follow that up. I can't even follow that up.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I got to get a sense of completion in my life, which is to get everybody on the stage.
Yeah. Well, to 2018 WC, dude, are you still there? Because he was first in.
Yeah, I'm here. Wait, what? Oh, 2018
WC.
Little cute dog thing.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go.
But you can go ahead.
No, honey, go ahead. You were first.
Oh, honey. Okay.
I love this.
Yeah, David. I mean, it's great to actually meet a man in a way, you know, in a deeper way, who is behind this project, because I'm listening to this office hours for like last 5 times probably, and every time meeting your idea a bit deeper and deeper, and that's just awesome, because before I started following office hours, I tried to find some interviews and things on YouTube, which I didn't manage. You were kind of incognito, I guess, on the previous project.
I haven't. Interviews. Yeah, I haven't done a lot for MidJourney yet in terms of public speaking. So this is a lot of my energy just goes into this, and then I do occasional talk to 1 or 2 reporters every once in a while. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do something more to get it more out there, and it's really nice not being recorded, because I feel like I could just go for a really long time and not have to be really careful all the time. Whereas, like, when you talk to a press reporter, you really do have to be careful, because they'll take, you know, they can. There's sometimes you have to be careful.
I know,
and
they
then
will take
maybe
some words
adversarial. But it's been great. I enjoyed this. So, what's up? What do you want to ask about?
Yeah, I was thinking, like, you were always saying MidJourney is different, and I agree. It's really special, and I think it's the best AI image generator at the moment. That, at least in my opinion, that fits me. But I wonder, are you concerned about the other projects that that might offer maybe not the same quality, but that are good in some things, and that might take a bit of the community from the MidJourney? Because I saw there was like Playground AI. They offer like 1,000 generations per day for free, and they offer like daily too and things like that. So
yeah, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to be the best thing that everybody can afford. and we're not going to try to be the cheapest thing that anybody can sell. And I think that right now we've done such a good job at being the best thing that anybody can afford. I think I could say with confidence that that we basically have like that. I think that basically there's nobody else who has any paying customers. It's basically just MidJourney. And so what everyone has to do is like, in order for someone to try to compete with us, they basically have to just make everything free. And it's like, it's interesting. Like, it's like when you're so, it's in some ways like, I don't really want to be a monopoly, whatever, but like, and I'm not trying to be evil, but like in some ways we've done actually such a good job that the only way anybody can get any attention is to make it free. And it puts a really interesting situation where like, does that mean that we have to try to compete with free? No, it actually means that other people have to use free to try to compete with us, you know? And free is not really a sustainable business model. Like what that, like, I think what'll happen is like, if any company, if a small startup does free right now, it's because they are burning money to try to get customers, but they can't do it forever because they have to eventually make money. That they have investors. Their goal is to make money for those investors, right? The only people who can really offer something for free is either if you're running it on your own machine, which is a small percentage of people who can have a machine like that for now, or it'll be like someone like Microsoft. Like Microsoft will probably like add Dolly or something to Bing to get more people onto Bing, and it's like marketing spend, and they have extra compute, and it makes sense for them, right? Because they can they also have other products where they make money, right? So they can subsidize image generation with their other products, and historically, that's what large companies can do. It's a you can try to wipe out a market by using wipe out a nascent market by using a large market that you already own to subsidize that, right? And that's a really interesting strategy. So I think that actually I'm not really worried about smaller startups trying to give away free stuff to be a business. I think that because like I'm perfectly I have the product that I like I focus on building a good product. I feel like and a good community. I feel like we can charge for that. I think that they're going to have to worry about people like Microsoft because if it's a battle of who can offer free things, Microsoft will be able to offer more free things, right?
Yeah.
So like in a war of free, like Microsoft wins. In a war of quality and taste, obviously Microsoft never wins. Microsoft's never won a quality or taste competition, you know? So or community. So like for us right now, I think from a business standpoint, I don't know if it's cocky, but this is just how we try to like I have to think I'm trying to think how do we protect the community and the team and how to make sure we keep making more things. But it's like I think that as long as we are investing in like community, into product, into quality and taste, those are things that are really hard to compete against for a big company or for a small company. Like a small company doesn't have enough team to try to compete with. Like we are large enough that basically no small company can compete with us. Most of these small things have like one or two people on them, and they can't compete with that. And then the big companies, they can compete with us on price, and they have a lot of people, but they can't really compete with us on community or taste. Like they're never gonna big companies, like maybe like Apple is sort of tasteful, but other companies, it's like there's almost a bit of a like I feel comfortable that like basically I say our competitive moats are like how good are we at technology? How good are we at technology? How good are we at community? How good are we at like taste? Well, there's some ways it's like technology, community / social, like taste / fashion / design. And then last thing would be is I don't know, we can do something else too. Like maybe we'll do some hardware or some crazy other things, But like I feel pretty I feel pretty confident that like if all we had was technology, I think we could win. If all we had was community, I think we could win. I think if all we had was taste, I think we'd be okay too. Because there's lots of companies that just function off of taste that have nothing else, right? Like lots of like Nike or whatever, right?
Yeah,
that's great, and so I basically I'm trying. And how do I create stability? Well, I try to find multiple pillars that we can kind of survive on, and then try to have all of them because like we only need one pillar to survive on. So if we only focus on one pillar, then that's risky because if we don't make it, then that's it. But if we try to have like 3 or 4 areas that we're confident on, then I think it actually becomes really hard to not make this like a safe and enduring space, which I think is the goal. Is like it's not about like I never really wanted a company. I just wanted a home. And so like I wanted to kind of have like a stable home to do cool things and work on cool stuff with people and stuff that I care about, and having a community and like a family around that is incredible. And so like so we're in a really great place right now, and we kind of want to protect it. But I think everybody else in the space, they're like it's pretty much like either people are trying to get rich, become famous, or build God. Or just get more people onto Bing or whatever that is. That's cool. Like, good for them. It probably pushes Google to make their stuff better, right? It's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But the idea is like as long as people have these sort of weird motivations, I don't think it's possible to like build a good community or to build a good product or to be really tasteful. Like the only way to build a good product is to really be focused on building a good product. The only way to be tasteful is to really care about taste. The only way to build a community is to really care about community. And so as long as they're kind of like, if anybody is tweeting all day, or if they're trying to figure out how to give something away for free, they're not doing this other stuff, And so it's I feel actually very confident that like we can make MidJourney not just like an enduring thing, but like a great and like permanent leader of things. And I say this, I having kept my previous company like a leader in many ways for 10 years. So like Leap Motion was always a leader in like we did like user interfaces and like just like spatial interfaces and like tracking hands in the air and doing like all these sort of spatial manipulation stuff. And we were always the technological leader. It didn't matter how much money anybody put into competing against us. Billions of dollars were spent trying to compete with Leap Motion. No one ever was within 5 years of us, actually. We had a huge lead. It was crazy. And then on top of that, like we had always the best hardware. No one could touch our hardware. No one could touch our user interfaces. The only thing that people could basically, was that like we were not a company that was allowed to build products. Like the company was built to build like technology for someone else to license effectively. So we kind of always had to rely on other companies to basically give us a business. And that was an area that people could fight us on. And like people would literally come to us, like the biggest tech companies in the world, they'd come to us and they'd say, look, here's the deal. Give us your source code or we'll steal your employees. One of the biggest companies in the world said that. Another tech company came to us and they go, we're going to give you an offer, and if you don't take it, we're going to destroy you. It literally said those words. It was crazy. And like the thing is we were kind of reliant on them, to help us build a company, a lasting company. And all the investors are like, you have to make all this money. You have to work with these giant companies. And that sucked. And like the cool thing about MidJourney is like I'm learning from these mistakes. Like I feel like I still have all the skills I had, but we don't need to work with some giant tech company to survive. We can just build a good thing that people like, and we can build a community that people like to be a part of, and we can charge some reasonable amount that people can afford. And like as long as we're making things that people like, and as long as we're making the best stuff, like we should be good. Which was always the stuff that I felt like I was able to do. So we're kind of like it seemed like that we're closed at times, like that we're not cooperating with other people, like that we're Apple-like. But really, it's not because we want to be that way, but it's because if you want to create like a stable core, you kind of have to make it a stable core, And then once we kind of have the stable core and we feel like that's complete, yeah, we'll have APIs, we'll have all this crazy other stuff. But there is like a business element to it that I'm very thoughtful about because I want to make a lasting thing. So long answer, way more detailed than it probably needed to be, but sometimes it's helpful to hear it, from people. It's like, yeah. God, I had so many tough experiences. We had so many tough experiences at Leap Motion. Like literally, like Intel was one of our first investors, and then right after investing in us, they put $1 billion into competing against us. It was crazy. Like we had so much, and then there finally came a day. I feel like this is one example where I can say there's no confidential information here. They were one of our first investors that was public, and then they put $1 billion competing to us. That was public. And then there finally came a day where I was at like CES, the big consumer electronics fair, and I went to the Intel booth where they had the thing where they compete against us. And like they had this huge wall of sensors, really expensive. We could have never done this huge wall of sensors. It was beautiful. It was incredible. And then I went to go use it and it was broken. And I was like, why is it not broken? They're like, oh, well, the software just doesn't work. Like here's a wand. Here's a wand instead. And they gave me like this wristband that like had just like a button on it. And I was like, wait, you have this like $3 million wall of sensors and you gave me like a wristband with a button on it because the wall doesn't work. And the wall's not gonna work, but just gave me this wristband because it means you also kind of knew that it wasn't gonna work. And it was like, I was like, I guess this is victory. You know, this is like knowing that they're never going to get it working. They're never going to be able to compete with us. But it didn't feel good. It just felt like a waste. Like all the $1 billion I spent trying to compete with me just went into this giant wall of nothing in this wrist bracelet, you know? Like, God, so I had so many experiences, so many heart-wrenching experiences from being like a technology entrepreneur for 10 years. I almost can't even speak to them all. But it's just like it doesn't even feel good to win. It doesn't feel good to win. It's like, oh boy, these people just wasted their time. You know, it was not necessary. This is all waste, you know? It's like, I just wanted to build a home, and like I have all these people trying to viciously take it. But I think like my goal is to learn from the lessons and to be optimistic. So like, we're doing things differently. You know, I'm like building a community, we're building a product. We don't really need the cooperation of like adversarial agents. We don't need the investors. We could work with the investors, we could work with the giant companies, but the fact that we don't need to like fixes everything, you know? And like the fact that all we have to do is focus on making a great space and a great product and we'll be okay. Like that's really cool. And like we just have to be good at technology. We're good at technology. We can do it. So it's like it's really great. I don't know. It's like very yeah, I don't know. And it's been really nice to kind of see that like mistakes can be learned from and things can be better. And I mean it's like a thing that everybody, yeah, it's like my last rant on this because I think it's a good point. Like for anybody who's young, there's always an age in your life where you're too young to have failed. And then at some point you're gonna fail. That's what, you know, if you don't fail, then you never tried to do anything brave enough. But at some point, like you're too young to have failed, and at some point you fail. And then the question is like, do you let that failure define you, like for the rest of your life, or do you try to like do it differently and do it better? You know? And so I don't know. I've been like, it's so like to me, it's like the only thing that can heal the wounds is to do things better. Yeah. And rant.
Yeah, I mean it's great the way you ended because I had some business that failed actually, and yeah, it's kind of important to find that.
It hurts so much.
Yeah,
I feel yeah, it's so hard. Yeah, no one really talks about this, you know. Yeah.
but I see you are very very passionate about what you're doing, and I don't doubt that the project will succeed. I also can say like I'm emotionally already connected to the whole project because it's something that opened my eyes in a different way, you know. Because people who don't have can't physically make some art in a proper way. I did some abstract canvases before, and that's like most people say, oh, that's really childish level of. But I really consider them as, you know, I would say as my kids. You know, I really enjoy those arts. But now I can really create anything I imagine, and that's just awesome. So yeah, MidJourney is really different, is special. The whole community thing, that's completely right. You said I don't think like Zuckerberg will be able to do anything
No.
similar to that. So yeah,
I mean,
it's
to be honest, if someone built a better MidJourney, I'd be happy because I want to be a part of that community. You know, it's like, yeah, go ahead, build something better. I'll move in. You know, but I definitely I feel good. I feel good. Thank you for being a part of it too. I'm happy that it resonates too. Like it means I'm not totally crazy.
Yeah, I mean they have. I mean, I guess they would have completely different business models like data mining and things like that. I'm not sure if that can be connected or
Oh
used
yeah, I mean,
from generating art. Yeah,
one
I'm pretty
day,
sure it can.
one day, Facebook will enter the space, and it will be really interesting. Like I think that will be the most interesting one. Like if Instagram has like an image generation feature, you know,
Yeah,
like that's probably the most interesting thing that will happen one day. But I don't think it's any day soon. And we'll be okay. I think like there's room in the world for other things than Facebook.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for your answers, and I will let the lady who called me
All
honey
right.
to
last person.
yeah, goodbye.
Thank you.
Of
Thank
course,
you for
it's gotta be
waiting.
me. It's gotta be me, the Cuban. All right. First of all, I'm gonna ask you a question, but you cannot answer this. All you have to do is look at the chat. Okay? So the chat wants me to ask you.
The chat. Okay. The chat. I'm looking at. Well, let me go to the chat now. I'm looking at
They
it.
want me
Okay.
to ask you what's up with the oily biceps from Filipinos.
Sorry. What's up with the oily bicep person?
Yes. Okay. We were dying.
I actually
We're
don't
cracking
know. I
up.
don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to them. We haven't looked at them in a long time.
We
All
were,
I
we
know
were
is
cracking up.
what happened was the moderators came to me and they were like, David, we don't know what to do. I'm like, how bad could it be? And they just showed me this room, and I was like, just looking at this gallery, and I'm like,
No.
I basically, I'll
So
tell
much
the
no.
story. Like, I was basically like, well, is it
Yeah.
PG-13? And they go, well, yeah, they're just oiled biceps. I'm like, well, I guess it's okay then. And we said it's okay. We didn't even message the guy. I'm
Yeah,
assuming it's a
no.
guy. Maybe it was a woman.
Ancient Chaos is gonna explain it to you later because we're not gonna do that right now. But yeah, okay. Anyways, all right. So my question is so
That was my
long.
favorite. I think that was my favorite thing that the moderators ever came to me with, because like everybody was so like slightly disturbed, but it was also kind of so obviously like you can't ban that. Like you can't, you know what I mean? I mean, you could ban
Yeah,
people for
yeah.
being creepy, but that's weird. It's like creepy by panel. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't even creepy. It wasn't creepy. It
No,
was
no
just
comment.
strange. It wasn't creepy. No one was creeped out. It was just like, what do we do? What is this? What do you
Oh
know?
my God. Please, Ancient, have a long conversation. Yes. It's necessary. Okay, anyways. All right. So my question, let me ask you a really easy question first, and then I'm going to ask you the really hard question afterwards, which is the one that I wanted to ask you originally. So easy question is there any way to get my daughter, for example, if like, can you do like parent child account convergences so that, I don't have to pay like an extra account for my kid and like we could just share it. That's just a suggestion, but onward. So my original question was,
Mhm.
so one day I was on philosophy. Somebody had actually made in show and tell these pictures of two ladies who were, God, how do I say this? Who were destitute. They were homeless. And they looked so real that it freaked me out, And
Yeah.
I remember going into philosophy and being like, do you guys think that maybe like what the AI is seeing is like people in like another dimension or somebody like in a alternate universe? And so like I wanted to ask you, like so I'm like you, I'm very like I like to think of like the philosophy of things and like what AI is. And I even like was fascinated. I don't know if you heard about Loeb.
Oh yeah,
Have you heard of that?
the women on Twitter. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So that kind of stuff fascinates me because it's like how this brain that we have built, this man-made brain is thinking of like what we're feeding it and how it's seeing the world. And so I wanted to know, like, what is your philosophy like when we're feeding all these things into this AI? I mean, I know it's just code and whatever, but what do you think is really going on? Like, and where do you think this can all go? Like, I'm talking about it's kind of funny because I put in a prompt one day to MidJourney. I was like, what is MidJourney the bot? And it showed me all these like wires transversing into one person. And I was like, oh my God, that's the singularity. And I was like, that's an amazing thing that it showed me. So I want to know what you think. You're so close to it and you're so part of it that I want to know what you think, what it's saying.
What it's seeing, what it's what it's
Yeah, like what it's yeah.
I mean, so the MidJourney system is not exactly like one AI. It's kind of like a lot of different things chained together. And so it's hard to have one metaphor that describes the entire system. So there's like one part of the system which is learned from a lot of things on the internet, you know? And so the question of like, what is that? Is it alive? Is it smart? What is it? And I would say that
That's
like
great.
the thing that learned from the internet, I think it's kind of like a beehive. It's like a thing for bees, but it's like
Mhm.
shaped by bees. But the beehive itself, like the actual like physical part of it, it's not alive.
Right.
It's just like basically what happens is you have a lot of bees that kind of move through it, and they kind of form this shape of a thing, which is nice for the bees, and it's sort of made for bees, but it's made by bees, but it's not alive. And so the raw model, the thing that like is learning from the internet, like when it's learning through billions of images, it's kind of like billions of bees going through this thing, and it's building up this hive into the shape that's made for bees. And so it's kind of like a thing. It's been built up by like the movement of lots of human experiences. Like, or another way to look at it is like a path through a forest, kind of like enough people move to the forest and they like kind of create these paths for people to walk. And so like the path is not alive, the beehive is not alive, but it's a thing shaped by people and it has the
But are
shape
we
of
not?
people.
Are we not
What?
chemicals? It's like moving through bodies, like this meat puppet, with like chemicals. And like what really makes this is like all these little bacteria that are like, oh, I want milk, or oh, I want sugar. And that's why you eat sugar, and that's why you eat milk, because your
Yeah.
body is actually asking for it because of the little bacteria that's in your stomach. So it's not even really you,
Yeah,
So
so
it's like,
there's a second part of
yeah,
this, which is the part. Well, so there's two parts, right? There's one part that learned from the internet, not from anybody at MidJourney. That part is like a beehive. It's kind of like this thing, or like a forest path, like it's sort of formed. And then there's another part. There's another part of the AI that does learn from the community. That's the part that kind of tries to figure out the beauty and the aesthetics and everything.
uh-huh.
And that's a very different part of the system. What I would describe that like is I would say that like, and some people like kind of ask like, like, am I the artist or is Midjourney the artist? And sometimes what I say is like, no, it's more of like the correct metaphor in this case is that like Midjourney is like a field of flowers and we're all bees. And like the flowers are trying to be beautiful for the bees. And every image is like another flower that's growing just for us. And then we get to
Mhm.
choose. We're the bees. We decide which flowers are beautiful. The flowers are trying to be beautiful, but we
Mhm.
decide. We're like, I like this flower. We land on that flower and we get all the pollen and we go take it to another flower, you know? And so like the flowers are trying to be beautiful for the bees, but the bees decide which is beautiful. And then the process of that kind of creates this pollination, which decides kind of which flowers like live and die, which kind of flowers you get, There's like a field of flowers,
Yeah.
many different colors, many different shapes and things. And so in some ways, like Midjourney is the flower and we're the bee, and it's trying to be beautiful for the bees, but we decide what's beautiful. And with the process of what happens over time, like over many bees and many flowers, which are kind of like individual images, and like thoughts. Um,
Okay. That's pretty.
actually,
That's really pretty.
maybe the bees are the thoughts and the image of the flowers, and something like that, where the thoughts are looking for the images and the images are trying to be beautiful for the thoughts. And what
Yeah.
ends up
Yeah.
happening is we kind of get this co-evolutionary thing, like in nature, where the bees get better
Yeah.
at finding the flowers, and the flowers get more beautiful at finding the bees. And so what's kind of happening is the AI is kind of co-evolving with the people in a way that kind of gets increasingly beautiful and where the bees are increasingly happy and there's more flowers for us and the flowers are nicer. And I think that's like this really interesting thing. And
That is so nice. That is so
I,
pretty. I like
I
that.
think like the bees are kind of more, obviously the bees are kind of more dynamic and alive than the flowers in a certain way. You know what I mean? Like the flowers are very simple. The bees are very complicated. So like
Yeah.
we're more complicated than the flowers, but the flowers are still sort of like the flowers are kind of still dynamic enough, maybe even alive enough is the word, to try to be beautiful, you know?
Right.
And so there's something about this sort of like this evolutionary journey, this sort of nature. I don't think we're creating, it's less about like creating like a life, which is like a lot of AI people like. It's more about creating this like sort of in nature. We're kind of trying to create this natural environment where this sort of ecosystem of like beauty and thought and imagination can form,
Yeah. And then
And
like,
so
yeah,
in
thought create reality. Exactly.
Yeah, and so like when the
Yes.
gore people come in, all of a sudden like all the flowers start bleeding, and like all the
Yeah.
blood starts washing away the beautiful flowers, and we're like, oh no, that's bad. And we get rid of those flowers or those bees, you know. So there's a little bit of like
Wait, but
trying to create this sort of like,
you said you would allow the word blood for like pools and stuff like that.
yeah, I'm going to try. We'll see. We're gonna try to do
Red
it. It's
pool.
not ready.
Well,
We're
I
not ready
tried
yet.
to.
We're not ready yet. I think we're not ready yet for all the blood, but we hopefully be ready for people to type in
No,
other
I
things.
don't want like gross. I don't like gore, but I do
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I like back rooms, like the pool rooms, red pools and things like that. Just
yeah.
cool
I
stuff.
like
I
it
don't know,
too.
like
We'll get there. We'll get there. So the idea is like we're kind of trying to make a garden for both flowers and bees, and we're trying. In some ways, when we make these rules, we're kind of like choosing what kind of what kind of species we want and what kind of things we're going to plant, and so it's kind of trying to make this
yeah.
like little ecosystem, or it's like a little bit of a. And so I don't know. I always thought this really interesting. In theory, we try not to be too opinionated, about like what colors the flowers should be or what kind of bees to have. But there's
Yeah,
this
it's
beautiful
super
saying that I
creative.
heard once. I heard this beautiful saying once, which is that like if you like tend to the soil, the plants attend to themselves. And so we kind of just try to feel like what sort of soil do we want, to grow what kinds of plants and to encourage what kinds of animals. So
I
kind of
love
trying to
it.
focus really deep on that,
I
and
love it.
I think it's kind of true for the world in general too. Like, it's so hard to solve problems. Like someone might be like, I don't like universities. We should get rid of universities. And it's like, well, universities came out of a certain soil, right? And if you got rid of a
Right.
university, you'd get another university because that's what the soil is. It's university soil. And so you have to kind of think about like where do things come from, and then if you want to make something new, you have to make a new soil.
Mm-hmm.
And so I
And you
think
have
about that a
created
lot.
an amazing world. I mean, I'll be honest. So it's like a dream come true because I'm a person who I come from like a really long line of people who paint, but I cannot draw stick figures for the life of me, right? So I was
Mm.
a photographer. I'm a published author. I'm a photographer. And so when MJ came in, I was like, this is a dream come true. This is like everything I've ever wanted. So I was like, I swear to God, I spent like the first few weeks just sitting there, like going through my brain, like trying to rack my brain on like all the craziest ideas that I've had over years and all my dreams. I used to go out of body and try to like recreate as best I could. Um, like all these ideas that I had in my head. And it's been such an amazing experience. I mean, what you have created is beyond, it's beyond words. So I'm so happy to have met you. Thank you for taking my question. I know it's really late, so I'm just gonna let you go. But you are awesome. Your energy is beautiful. You are such a like, I don't know, you're such a bright being. And I hope Chaos talks to you about what we were
What's
talking
Cass gonna
about.
talk to you about? What happened? What
Yeah, you'll
happened?
see, you'll see. Anyway, so yeah, if you want
Oh,
to look at the chat, you'll see. Yeah, so but thank you so much, David. I hope you have a wonderful night. I had actually written you a letter about jobs, but I will look in the job section because I thought that, you had said something about writing to you, but I will look in the job section. So thank you so much
yeah.
for everything and have a great night.
Thank you. Wow, this has been the longest.
I know.
This is the longest I've ever done an office hours for. I I feel good though. Like I got so long because it was good. I thank you everyone for staying in. For hopefully it was as good for everybody. It was fun for everybody else too. Um, I'm definitely gonna try not to do too many 5-hour Q&As. I really want to try to figure out how do I do this, like how do we change that up? How do we do like an hour a day or something? I want to try. I do want to change into formats, but whenever I do these, I just kind of can't. That's like I can't leave. I can't go away. I like it too much. I like all the people. I wish I could spend time with everybody. I'm like, I wish. Yeah, I wish I could. I really do. But so thank you for everyone for coming. Thank you for being a part of the community. Thank you for all the questions and the feedback and the ideas. Thanks for pushing me on my philosophical rant. So I don't just do that normally. Someone has to poke me in the right way. Um, and yeah, we'll try to do these every week. I do want to try to figure out some ways of doing more frequent activities that are smaller potentially to kind of have more times for more people and things like that. Like, but like I'm gonna keep doing something on Wednesday. I'm gonna keep trying to do something every week. If anything, try to amp it up. And yeah, I hope everyone's having fun. Hope everybody enjoys the stuff we get ready to do next. We're working really hard for the new versions of stuff. Next week might be like a little slow because we're gonna have like the first in-person meetup. But we're gonna have a bunch of people, there's gonna be a bit of an offsite for some people. So some of the engineers are gathering together. And so it might some of our engineering might slow down as the engineers are coming together. But things will speed up because we're gonna like mock up some cool new web stuff and do some cool things. Like we're gonna it's gonna be good. But bit of an engineering offsite. But hopefully we're gonna have a bunch of new things coming out soon, and I hope everybody enjoys that too. We're working really hard on it. God, it's gonna be good. No, it's gonna be really good. I'm excited. And so thanks everyone again for being part of the community. We're gonna do this more soon, and see everyone next week. Thank you, everyone.